The Politics of Friendship. Jacques Derrida. Translated by George Collins. Foreword. This essay resembles a lengthy preface. It would rather be the foreword to a book I would one day wish to write. In its present form, opened by evocative, "Oh my friends," its form is thus that of an address, hazardous, without the least assurance, at the time of what was only the first session of a seminar conducted with this title, Politics of Friendship, in 1988–89. The trajectory of an introduction of this sort is here quite long, certainly, but it is strictly respected throughout its argumentation, stage by stage, in its scansion, in its logical schema as well as in most of its references. Hence the explanation, if not the justification, of the inchoate form of the project, preliminary rather than problematic. I count on preparing for future publication a series of seminar studies within which this one actually finds its place, well beyond this single opening session, which thus presupposes its premises and its horizon. Those that immediately preceded it, then, if it is anything but useless to recall the logical development at this point, were centered on nationality and philosophical nationalism. 1. Nation, nationality, nationalism 1983–84, 2. Nomos, logos, topos 1984–85, 3. The theological political 1985–86, 4. Kant, the Jew, the German 1986–87, and Eating the Other, Rhetorics of Cannibalism, 1987–88. Subsequent seminars concerned questions of responsibility through the experience of the secret and of witnessing 1989–93. Be it artifice or abstraction, if I here detach one of these numerous sessions, and only the first for the moment, it is because, for apparently contingent reasons, this session gave birth to several conferences. 1. In addition, this session has already been published abroad, in slightly different, generally abridged versions. 2. In the course of the academic year 1988–89, each session opened with these words from Montaigne, quoting a remark attributed to Aristotle, "Oh my friends, there is no friend." Week after week, its voices, tones, modes, and strategies were tried on, to see if its interpretation could then be sparked, or if the scenography could be set in motion around itself. This work, taking its time, represents, only the first session. This representation thus repeats less a first act than a sort of preview. It is no doubt anything but a primal scene, although the figure of the friend, so regularly coming back on stage with the features of the brother, who is critically at stake in this analysis, seems spontaneously to belong to a familial, fraternalist, and thus androcentric configuration of politics. Why would the friend be like a brother? Let us dream of a friendship which goes beyond this proximity of the congeneric double, beyond parenthood, the most as well as the least natural of parenthoods, when it leaves its signature, from the outset, on the name as on a double mirror of such a couple. Let us ask ourselves what would then be the politics of such a beyond the principle of fraternity. Would this still deserve the name polities? The question is no doubt valid for all political regimes, but it is undoubtedly more crucial with respect to what is called democracy, if, at least, one still understands by this term the name of a regime which, as is well known, will always have been problematic. The concept of politics rarely announces itself without some sort of adherence of the state to the family, without what we will call a schematic of filiation, stock, genus or species, sex, Geschlecht, blood, birth, nature, nation, autochthonal or not, Tellurian or not. This is once again the abyssal question of the physis, the question of being, the question of what appears in birth, in opening up, in nurturing or growing, in producing by being produced. Is that not life? That is how life is thought to reach recognition. If no dialectic of the state ever breaks with what it supersedes releve and from which it arises ce don't el releve, the life of the family and civil society, if politics never reduces within itself this adherence to familial generation, If any Republican motto almost always associates fraternity with equality and freedom, as for democracy, it is rarely determined in the absence of confraternity or brotherhood. Literally or through a figure, but why this figure? Democracy has seldom represented itself without the possibility of at least that which always resembles, if one is willing to nudge the accent of this word, the possibility of a fraternization. The fratriarchy may include cousins and sisters, but, as we will see, including may also come to mean neutralizing. Including may dictate forgetting, for example, with the best of all intentions, that the sister will never provide a docile example for the concept of fraternity. This is why the concept must be rendered docile, and there we have the whole of political education. What happens when, in taking up the case of the sister, the woman is made a sister? And a sister a case of the brother? This could be one of our most insistent questions, even if, having done so too often elsewhere, we will here avoid convoking Antigone, here again the long line of history's Antigones, docile or not, to this history of brothers that has been told to us for thousands of years. As we know, what still links democratization, perhaps more today than ever before, to fraternization cannot always necessarily be reduced to patriarchy, in which the brothers begin by dreaming of its demise. Patriarchy never stops beginning with this dream. This demise continues endlessly to haunt its principle. At the center of the principle, always, the one does violence to itself, and guards itself against the other. In principle, then, we should also think, even though we did not mention it in the course of the sessions, even if we were not thinking it, about the political crime. We are not referring necessarily to those crimes called political crimes, those assassinations with political motivation which litter history with so many corpses. Rather, a second hypothesis, a thinking of that crime in which, allowing for the difference of a repression, the political being of politics, the concept of politics in its most powerful tradition is constituted, the real possibility of the enemy being killed, in which, much time will be devoted to this, Carl Schmitt identifies politics as such, and which he would desperately wish to distinguish from crime as well as from murder. Unless, and here is a third hypothesis, we must think the crime against the possibility of politics, against man qua political animal, the crime of stopping to examine politics ara eisner la politique, reducing it to something else and preventing it from being what it should be. One may say, here are three crimes and three hypotheses that very inadequately usher in prolegomena to friendship. A foreword would thus accumulate provisionally all the figures of grief. This word may be understood in French as damage, blame, prejudice, injustice or injury, but also accusation, resentment or complaint, the call for punishment or vengeance. In English the same word means primarily pain or mourning, but grievance also expresses the subject of the complaint, injustice, conflict, a wrong that must be righted, a violence to be repaired. Oh my friends, there is no friend, this is perhaps a complaint, and a grievance, the complaint of one who complains, to oneself, of oneself, or complains of the other, to others. But here, with whom will the complaint about the other be lodged, given that we are addressing friends to inform them that there are none? That they are not present, that they are not there, present and living, be it only to receive the complaint or to deem it admissible? Be it only to understand, in a totally different way, the very grammar of this sentence, a kind of orphaned quotation in its original idiom? Unless they should come, those friends, in small numbers. How many are there? How many of us will there be? Yes, in small numbers, as Aristotle would characteristically insist, friends must be few in number, otherwise they could not be the friends of this friend. In small numbers, but what is a small number? Where does it begin and end? At 1? At 1 plus 1? 1 plus 1 man? 1 plus 1 woman? Or none whatsoever? Do you mean to say that it begins with all men and all women, with anyone? And does democracy count? Democracy counts, it counts votes and subjects, but it does not count, should not count, ordinary singularities, there is no numerus clausus for arrivance. It is perhaps still necessary to calculate, but differently with one and with the other. Lest they come, perhaps, one day, the friends, whatever their number, and the unique friend would be enough as well, to receive the sentence for which each remains singularly the improbable addressee. Theirs is the task of countersigning the sentence to give it its chance, always, each time its first and only chance. Consequently, each time is the last. But it will have been necessary to endure the crime. 3 crimes, as we were saying, which are mutually exclusive. For we might perhaps, in the case of this grievance, have only the choice between these crimes which, however, seem irreducible. Between these incriminations and recriminations, between these forms of grief in which accusation mingles with mourning to cry out from an infinite wound. As if nothing could happen or be thought elsewhere than between these imputable crimes, between sentiments of guilt, responsibilities, compassions, testaments, and specters, endless processions and trials. The infinite abysses of imputability open onto mourning in the shadow of each and every event of death. These events always threaten to carry limits away to their bottomless bottom. On the edges of the juridical, the political, the techno-biological, they risk sweeping away such very fundamental but today so precarious distinctions, more problematic and fragile than ever. Are we sure we can distinguish between death, so-called natural death, and killing, than between murder tout court, any crime against life, be it purely animal life, as one says, thinking one knows where the living begins and ends, and homicide, then between homicide and genocide, first of all in the person of each individual representing the genus, then beyond the individual, at what number does a genocide begin, genocide per se or its metonymy? And why should the question of number persist at the center of all these reflections? What is a genos, and why would genocide concern only a species, a race, an ethnic group, a nation, a religious community, of the human race? Then between homicide and, we are told this would be an altogether different matter, the crime against humanity, then between war, the crime of war, which, we are told, would be something else again, and the crime against humanity. All these distinctions are indispensable, de jure, but they are also less and less applicable, and that cannot, de facto and de jure, fail to affect the very notion of the victim or the enemy, in other words, the grief. We will then ask ourselves what a decision is and who decides. And if a decision is, as we are told, active, free, conscious, and willful, sovereign. What would happen if we kept this word and this concept, but changed these last determinations? And we will ask ourselves who sets down the law here? And who founds the law as a right to life? We will ask ourselves who grants or imposes the right to all these distinctions, to all these preventions and all the sanctions that they give rise to. Is it a living being? A living being purely and simply living, presently living? A living present? Which one? God. Man. Which man? For whom and to whom? Whose friend or enemy? Oh my friends, there is no friend. Opening with an apostrophe, this essay could simply let a call be heard, certainly, providing the appellation of the call be drawn out, to call it in turn, well before any destination is set down in its possibility, in the direction of familiar sentences, sentences bound by 2 locutions, to appeal and to take one's mark faire appel, prendre appel. The decision to appeal would involve a procedure of re-examination. There is a grievance concerning the judgment handed down, concerning its givens, and the most accredited concepts of politics and the standard interpretation of friendship, as to fraternization, with a view to protesting or contesting, that is to say, to appealing, before another testimonial agency, from fact to law and from law to justice. As for the impetus in taking one's mark, this gathers up a stooping body, first folded in on itself in preparatory reflection, before the leap, without a horizon, beyond any form of trial. 1. Oligarchies. Naming, enumerating, counting. Oh my friends, there is no friend. I am addressing you, am I not? How many of us are there? Does that count? Addressing you in this way, I have perhaps not said anything yet. Nothing that is said in the saying. Perhaps nothing sayable. Perhaps it will have to be admitted, perhaps I have not yet even addressed myself. At least, not to you. How many of us are there? How can you count? On each side of a comma, after the pause, oh my friends, there is no friend, these are the two disjoined members of the same unique sentence. An almost impossible declaration. In two times deux temps, unjoinable, the two times seem disjoined by the very meaning of what appears to be at once both affirmed and denied, my friends, no friend. In two times but at the same time, in the contretemps of the same sentence. If there is no friend, then how could I call you my friends, my friends? By what right? How could you take me seriously? If I call you my friends, if I call you, my friends, how dare I add, to you, that there is no friend? Incompatible as they may appear, and condemned to the oblivion of contradiction, here, in a sort of desperately dialectical desire, the two times already form two theses, two moments, perhaps, they concatenate, they appear together, they are summoned to appear, in the present, they present themselves as in a single stroke, in a single breath, in the same present, in the present itself. At the same time, and before who knows whose law. The contretemps looks favorably on the encounter, it responds without delay but without renunciation, no promised encounter without the possibility of a contretemps. As soon as there is more than one. But how many of us are there? And first of all, you already sense it, in pronouncing oh my friends, there is no friend, I have yet to say anything in my name. I have been satisfied with quoting the spokesman of another, I have reported his words, which belong in the first place, a question of tone, syntax, of a gesture in speech, and so on, to a slightly archaic language, itself unsettled by the memory of borrowed or translated speech. Having signed nothing, I have assumed nothing on my own account. Oh my friends, there is no friend, the words not only form a quotation that I am now reading in its old French spelling. They have a different ring, already, such a very long time ago, they bore the quotation of another reader hailing from my homeland, Montaigne, that saying which, he says, Aristotle often repeated. It is found in the Essays 1 in the chapter on friendship. This, then, is a cited quotation. But the quotation of a saying attributed, only attributed, by a sort of rumor or public opinion. Oh my friends, there is no friend is, then, a declaration referred to Aristotle. There will be no end to the work of glossing its attribution and its very grammar, the translation of these four words, 3 or 4 in Greek, since the only substantive in the sentence is repeated. Like a renowned filiation, an origin thus nicknamed seems, in truth, to lose itself in the infinite anonymity of the mists of time. It is not, however, one of those proverbs, one of those sayings with no assignable author, whose aphoristic mode is seldom in the form of the apostrophe. Quotation of friendship. A quotation coming from a chapter entitled On Friendship, after a title that repeats, already, an entire tradition of titles. Before naming Aristotle, Montaigne had massively quoted Cicero, his De Amicitia as much as the Tusculanes. Occasionally he had drawn the Ciceronian treatise within the genius of his paraphrase, precisely around this oh my friends. The sovereign and master friendship had then to be distinguished from friendships common and customary, in relation to which you must employ that saying which Aristotle often repeated. We have in memory our Laelius De Amicitia, we already hear the Ciceronian echo. Let us specify, in anticipation, just that the Ciceronian distinction between the two friendships, true and perfect or vulgar and mediocre, works only with an arithmetical twist. How many friends? How many of us are there? Determining a nomination and a quotation, posse nominantur. Those who are named or whose name is quoted are few and far between. When true or perfect friendship is named, the distinction expresses rarity or the small in number. We shall never forget that. Are friends rare? Must they remain rare? How many are there? What account must be taken of rarity? And what about selection or election, affinity or proximity? What about parenthood or familiarity, oikiotes, as Plato's Lysis already put it? What about one's being at home or being close to oneself in regard to that which links friendship to all laws and all logics of universalization, to ethics and to law or right, to the values of equality and equity, to all the political models of the residential publica for which this distinction remains the axiom, and especially in regard to democracy? The fact that Cicero adds democracy as an afterthought changes nothing in the force or the violence of this oligophilic note. And I am not now speaking of the friendships of ordinary folk, or of ordinary people, de vulgari aut de mediocri, although even these are a source of pleasure and profit, but of true and perfect friendship, said de vera et perfecta locer, the kind that was possessed by those few men who have gained names for themselves as friends, quillis eorum, qui posse nominantur, foot. Point 2. An important nuance: the small in number does not characterize the friends themselves. It counts those we are speaking of, those whose legendary friendship tradition cites, the name and the renown, the name according to the renown. Public and political signs attest to these great and rare friendships. They take on the value of exemplary heritage. Why exemplary? Why exemplary in a very strict sense? Rarity accords with the phenomenon, it vibrates with light, brilliance, and glory. If one names and cites the best friends, those who have illustrated true and perfect friendship, it is because this friendship comes to illuminate. It illustrates itself, makes happy or successful things shine, gives them visibility, renders them more resplendent, secundus residential splendidiores facit amicitia. It gives rise to a project, the anticipation, the perspective, the providence of a hope that illuminates in advance the future, prelicit, thereby transporting the name's renown beyond death. A narcissistic projection of the ideal image, of its own ideal image, exemplar, already inscribes the legend. It engraves the renown in a ray of light, and prints the citation of the friend in a convertibility of life and death, of presence and absence, and promises it to the testamental revenant's ghostly apparition of the revenant, the ghost, its haunting return on the scene, translator's note, of more no more life, of a surviving that will remain, here, one of our themes. Friendship provides numerous advantages, notes Cicero, but none is comparable to this unequaled hope, to this ecstasy towards a future which will go beyond death. Because of death, and because of this unique passage beyond life, friendship thus offers us a hope that has nothing in common, besides the name, with any other. Why is the future thus pre-illumined, beyond life, by the hope that friendship projects and inspires in this way? What is absolute hope, if it stems from friendship? However underdeveloped it may be, the Ciceronian answer leans sharply to one side, let us say the same side, rather than to the other, let us say the other. Such a response thus sets up the given state of our discussion. In 2, 3, or 4 words, is the friend the same or the other? Cicero prefers the same, and believes he is able to do so. He thinks that to prefer is also just that. If friendship projects its hope beyond life, an absolute hope, an incommensurable hope, this is because the friend is, as the translation has it, our own ideal image. We envisage the friend as such. And this is how he envisages us, with a friendly look. Cicero uses the word exemplar, which means portrait, but also, as the exemplum, the duplicate, the reproduction, the copy, as well as the original, the type, the model. The two meanings, the single original and the multipliable copy, cohabit here. They are, or seem to be, the same, and that is the whole story, the very condition of survival. Now, according to Cicero, his exemplar is projected or recognized in the true friend. It is his ideal double, his other self, the same as self but improved. Since we watch him looking at us, thus watching ourselves, because we see him keeping our image in his eyes, in truth in ours, survival is then hoped for, illuminated in advance, if not assured, for this Narcissus who dreams of immortality. Beyond death, the absolute future thus receives its ecstatic light. It appears only from within this Narcissism, and according to this logic of the same. It will not suffice to claim exactly the contrary, as we will attempt to do, in order to provide a logical demonstration. In a decidable discourse, another way and another thought will be necessary for the task. This text by Cicero will also have been in turn, for a history, long and brief, past and to come, the glorious witness, the illustrious exemplar, of Ciceronian logic. This tradition is perhaps finished, even dying. It always will have been in its essence finishing, but its logic ends up nonetheless, in the very consequence of the same, in a vertiginous convertibility of opposites. The absent becomes present, the dead living, the poor rich, the weak strong. And all that, acknowledges Cicero, is quite difficult to say, which means difficult to decide. Those who snigger at discourses on the undecidable believe they are very strong, as we know, but they should begin by attacking a certain Cicero as well. By reading him, then. For the man who keeps his eye on a true friend, keeps it, so to speak, on a model of himself, tamquam exemplar aliquot inte tersui. For this reason, friends are together when they are separated, they are rich when they are poor, strong when they are weak, et imbecilli valent, and, a thing even harder to explain, they live on after they have died, mortui vivant. So great is the honor that follows them, so vivid the memory, so poignant the sorrow. That is why friends who have died are accounted happy, ex quo illorum beata mors videtur, and those who survive them are deemed worthy of praise, vita laudabilis. Point 3. In this possibility of a post-mortem discourse, a possibility that is a force as well, in this virtue of the funeral eulogy, everything seems, then, to have a part to play: epitaph or oration, citation of the dead person, the renown of the name after the death of what it names. A memory is engaged in advance, from the moment of what is called life, in this strange temporality opened by the anticipated citation of some funeral oration. I live in the present speaking of myself in the mouths of my friends, I already hear them speaking on the edge of my tomb. The Ciceronian variety of friendship would be the possibility of quoting myself in exemplary fashion, by signing the funeral oration in advance, the best of them, perhaps, but it is never certain that the friend will deliver it standing over my tomb when I am no longer among the living. Already, yet when I will no longer be. As though pretending to say to me, in my very own voice, rise again. Who never dreams of such a scene? But who does not abhor this theatre? Who would not see therein the repetition of a disdainful and ridiculous staging, the putting to death of friendship itself? This premeditation of friendship, de amicitia, periphilas, would also intend, then, to engage, in its very space, work on the citation, and on the citation of an apostrophe. Of an apostrophe always uttered close to the end, on the edge of life, that is to say, of death. What transpires when an apostrophe is quoted? Does an apostrophe let itself be quoted, in its lively and singular movement, here and now, this impulse in which I turn towards the singularity of the other, towards you, the irreplaceable one who will be my witness or whom I single out? Can the transport of this unique address be not only repeated but quoted? Conversely, would the apostrophe ever take place, and the pledge it offers, without the possibility of a substitution? We will read these themes of the apostrophic pledge and its quotation later on. They are no doubt inseparable from the theme of the name, from the name of the friend and, in the name, from the mortality of the friend, from the memories and from the testament which, using precisely the same appellation, these themes call up. Familiarities. What is familiarity? What is familial proximity? What affinity of alliance or consanguinity, verwantschap, is concerned? To what elective familiarity could friendship be compared? In reading Montaigne, Montaigne reading Cicero, Montaigne bringing back a saying often repeated, here we are already, another testament, back with Aristotle. Enigmatic and familiar, he survives and surveys from within ourselves, but how many of us are there? He stands guard over the very form of our sentences on the subject of friendship. He forms our pre-comprehension at the very moment when we attempt, as we are about to do, to go back over it, even against it. Are we not obliged to respect at least, first of all, the authority of Aristotelian questions? The structure and the norm, the grammar of such questions. Is not Aristotle in fact the first of the Maieutic tradition of Lysis, to be sure, Lysis, e periphilias, but beyond him, in giving it a directly theoretical, ontological, and phenomenological form, to pose the question of friendship, periphilias, of knowing what it is, tst, what and how it is, poienti, and, above all, if it is said in one or in several senses, monachos legatai e pleonikos, 4. It is true that right in the middle of the series of questions, between the one on the being or the being such of friendship and the one on the possible plurivocity of a saying of friendship, there is the question which is itself terribly equivocal, kai tis o philos. This question asks what the friend is, but also asks who he is. This hesitation in the language between the what and the who does not seem to make Aristotle tremble, as if it were, fundamentally, one and the same interrogation, as if one enveloped the other, and as if the question who, had to bend or bow in advance before the ontological question what, or what is. This implicit subjection of the who to the what will call for question on our part, in return or in appeal. The question will bring with it a protestation, in the name of the friend or in the name of the name. If this protestation takes on a political aspect, it will perhaps be less properly political than it would appear. It will signify, rather, the principle of a possible resistance to the reduction of the political, even the ethical, to the ontophenomenological. It will perhaps resist, in the name of another politics, such a reduction, a powerful reduction, powerful enough, in any case, to have perhaps constructed the dominant concept of the political. And it will accept the risk of diverting the Lysis tradition. It will attempt to move what is said to us in the dialogue elsewhere, from its first words, about the root and the name, the proper and the singular name, at that moment when this Maieutic dialogue on friendship, e periphilias, begins, at the crossing of who knows how many passages, roots or aportas, with love, eros. It begins as well, let us not forget, by diverting Socrates from a path leading him straight, euthu, from the academy to the lyceum. Yes, since when, whether we know it or not, have we ceased to be Aristotle's heirs? And how many of us? And turned, by him already, towards the heritage itself, towards the theme of some last will, towards the testamentary in itself? The Eudemian ethics, for example, inscribes friendship, knowledge, and death, but also survival, from the start, in a single, self-same configuration. The same here is none other than the other. It has at least the figure of the other. The necessary consequence of this strange configuration is an opportunity for thought. Beyond all ulterior frontiers between love and friendship, but also between the passive and active voices, between the loving and the being loved, what is at stake is lovance amens. 5 You must know how it can be more worthwhile to love lovance. Aristotle recalls not only that it is more worthwhile to love, but that you had better love in this way, and not in that way, and that hence it is more worthwhile to love than to be loved. From then on, a singular preference destabilizes and renders dissymmetrical the equilibrium of all difference, and it is more worthwhile gives precedence to the act over potentiality. An activity carries it away, it prevails over passivity. Ever-ready Aristotelian scholastics would tempt us confidently to take this a step further, this it is more worthwhile would acknowledge the preeminence of form over matter. And after a deduction of this sort, one would no longer be wary of a worrisome consequence. Rushing to the end, such a preeminence would then come, for once, with Aristotle, for a single time, not only to link lovance to dying, but to situate death on the side of act and on the side of form. For once, but irreversibly. How does this come about? How would act, this time, bear itself over to death's side? How would it bear death? For it bears death in itself in this case, it contains death. Preference and reference. But it bears death in itself in bearing itself over to death. It transports itself in death by that which, in it, at the time of death, addresses its reference in a single stroke. Let us then see death coming on the road of this argumentation. Is not death, moreover, in question, death in so far as one sees it coming, and even in so far as a knowledge knows what it knows in seeing it coming, only in seeing it coming? Aristotle therefore declares, as for friendship, it is advisable to love rather than to be loved. Let us not forget the general horizon of this affirmation. Justice and politics are at stake. This passage from the Eudemian Ethics opens, in fact, with the question of what is just, the just, to dikaion. In friendship. 6 What arises in the first place is precisely the question of the just or of justice, dikaiousun. Justice characterizes a way of behaving. It consists in behaving in a certain way, in accordance with the just, in harmony with the principle of the just. In its dignity as well as its necessity, this question is immediately equal to that of the beautiful and the desirable in friendship. It arrives, then, also in the first place, immediately following the general opening on the subject of friendship. Periphilias. What is friendship? How or what is it? What is a friend? Is friendship said in one sense or in several? 7. The whole task should certainly consist in determining this justice. But that seems possible only by forcing several aporias. We will begin, as always, with the implicit reference to Lysis, 214-16, with the aporia of a friendship which seems doomed to the similar and to the dissimilar. 8 But even before this first aporia, the just will be said and the passage will be forced only by first aligning oneself on a commonly held opinion. This opinion concerns the very work of the political. The properly political act or operation amounts to creating, to producing, to making, etc., the most friendship possible. Tes te gar politics ergani nadoki I malista poi se filian 9. How is this the most possible to be understood? How many? Can that be calculated? How can you interpret the possibility of this maximum or this optimum in friendship? How is it to be understood politically? Must the most friendship plus diamati still belong to the political? In all good sense, what you hear above all is loving. You must hear loving, you cannot fail to hear it in total confidence when the word friendship resounds. Friendship consists in loving, does it not? It is a way of loving, of course. Consequence, implication, it is therefore an act before being a situation, rather, the act of loving, before being the state of being loved. An action before a passion. The act of this activity, this intention of loving, the philion, is more proper to friendship itself, kata ten philion, than the situation which consists in letting oneself be loved or inducing love, in any case in being loved, philisthai. Being loved certainly speaks to something of philia, but only on the side of the beloved, phileton. It says nothing of friendship itself, which implies in itself, properly, essentially, the act and the activity. Someone must love in order to know what loving means, then, and only then, can one know what being loved means. Friendship, the being friend, what is that, anyway? Well, it is to love before being loved. Before even thinking about what loving, lovens mean, one must know that the only way to find out is by questioning first of all the act and the experience of loving rather than the state or situation of being loved. Why is that? What is its reason? Can we know? Well, precisely by reason of knowledge, which is accorded or allied here to the act. And here we have the obscure but invincible force of a tautology. The argument seems, in fact, simple. It is possible to be loved, passive voice, without knowing it, but it is impossible to love, active voice, without knowing it. Science or self-consciousness knows itself a priori comprehended, and engaged in the friendship of the one who loves, to wit, in the friend, but science or self-consciousness is no longer comprehended or engaged, or is not yet so on the side of the one who is loved. The friend is the person who loves before being the person who is loved, he who loves before being the beloved, and perhaps, but this is something else, even though the consequence follows, he who loves before being loved. Engaged science or consciousness here means conscripted twice over, implicated as in a condition of possibility, theoretical chain, and held in a pledge, a promise, an alliance, performative chain. This view can always fall back on the following analytic evidence: one must start with the friend, who loves, not with the friend, who is loved, if one is to think friendship. This is an irreversible order. One can be loved while remaining ignorant of that very thing, that one is loved, and in this respect remain as though confined to secrecy. It could be said that such a secret is never revealed. But one cannot love, and one must not love, in such a state of ignorance of friendship itself. St. Garlanthe 9 Philomenon, Philaunta dou 10. Axiom: the friendship I bear port for someone, and no doubt love as well, cannot remain a secret for myself. Even before it is declared, to the other, in a loud voice, the act of love would thereby be, at its very birth, declared. It would be in itself declared, given over to knowledge or to consciousness. The declaration would in truth be inscribed upon its art of birth. One loves only by declaring that one loves. Let us call that, for convenience's sake, an axiom. The premise of this entire line of reasoning seems to appeal to good sense. It is posed as unquestionable, as incontestable. In fact, one cannot bear witness against it without being party to it. But there, in the dark, objections are massing up. We will abandon them to their virtuality for the moment. Being loved, what does that mean? Nothing, perhaps, nothing in any case of friendship itself in which the loved one, as such, has nothing to know, sometimes nothing to do. Being loved therefore remains, with regard to friendship itself, and therefore with regard to the friend, an accident, to mengar philisthai sumbobekos 1:1. Friendship, what is proper or essential to friendship, can be thought and lived without the least reference to the be loved, or more generally to the lovable, in any case, without having to set out from there, as from a principle. If we trusted the categories of subject and object here, we would say in this logic that friendship, philia, is first accessible on the side of its subject, who thinks and lives it, not on the side of its object, who can be loved or lovable without in any way being assigned to a sentiment of which, precisely, he remains the object. And if we do say think and love, as we shall see later, life, breath, the soul, are always and necessarily found on the side of the lover or of loving, while the being loved of the lovable can be lifeless, it can belong to the reign of the non-living, the non-psychic, or the soulless, and Opsukho 1:2. One cannot love without living and without knowing that one loves, but one can still love the deceased or the inanimate who then know nothing of it. It is indeed through the possibility of loving the deceased that the decision in favor of a certain lovance comes into being. This incommensurability between the lover and the beloved will now unceasingly exceed all measurement and all moderation, that is, it will exceed the very principle of a calculation. It will perhaps introduce a virtual disorder in the organization of the Aristotelian discourse. This perhaps has already marked the hesitant gait of our reading. Something trembles, for example, in what Aristotle calls the natural, phose, hierarchy, that is, the hierarchy inscribed from birth between those inclined to love, to kissing, to caressing, the philetikoi, and on the other hand, below them, the last ones, the philotomoi. They prefer to be loved, they thus seek honors, distinction, signs of recognition. Point 13. In addition, even if there were no essentially erotic dimension, no desire at work in the ever more dissymmetrical hierarchy of the philia, how will its formal structure in the relation between the sublunary world and the prime mover be respected? If eros and philia are indeed movements, do we not have here an inverse hierarchy and an inverse dissymmetry? Prime mover or pure art, God sets in motion without himself moving or being moved, he is the absolute desirable or desired, analogically and formally in the position of the beloved, therefore on the side of death, of that which can be inanimate without ceasing to be loved or desired, opsukhan. Now in contrast to what takes place in friendship, no one will contest that this absolute object of desire is also found at the principle and at the summit of the natural hierarchy, whereas he does not allow himself to move or be moved by any attraction. Let us go back down to the sublunary world. The dissymmetry risks, apparently and at first glance, complicating the egalitarian schema of the Aeacides or, if I may use the term, the reciprocalist or mutualist schema of requited friendship, antiphilian, such as Aristotle seems to insist on privileging them elsewhere. 14 The philian would therefore be more appropriate to the essence of friendship, kata ten philian, the act of loving would better suit friendship, if not the beloved, phileton. Aristotle, then, proposes to give proof or a sign, semeion, of this suitability. If a friend had to choose between knowing and being known, he would choose knowing rather than being known. Every time he evokes this alternative and determines the choice, Aristotle places himself in the hypothesis in which the two experiences, knowing and being known, loving and being loved, the lover and the lovable, are not compatible, at the moment when they do not appear possible at the same time. 15 Basically it makes little difference. Even if the movement of the act and the passivity of the state were simultaneously possible, if that could take place in fact, the essential structure of the two experiences and the two relations would remain no less different. This irreducible difference is that which counts and permits counting. It is what justifies the intrinsic hierarchy. Knowing will never mean, for a finite being, being known, nor loving being loved. One can love being loved, but loving will always be more, better and something other than being loved. One can love to be loved, or to be lovable, but one must first know how to love, and know what loving means by loving. The structure of the first must remain what it is, heterogeneous to that of the other, and that structure, that of loving for the lover, will always, as Aristotle tells us, in sum, be preferable to the other, to that of the being loved as lovable. Loving will always be preferable to being loved, as acting is preferable to suffering, act to potentiality, essence to accident, knowledge to non-knowledge. It is the reference, the preference itself. To make this understood, the Eudemian ethics stages the example of what the women do in Antiphon's Andromache. It is a matter of an example of adoption or of a nurse, of prosthetic maternity, of the substitution or the supposition of children, antis apobole, and here we are already in this familiarity of election which will everywhere remain our theme. These mothers confide their children to a nurse and love them without seeking to be loved in return. For to want to be known seems to be an egoistic sentiment, as it is often translated. It is in any case a sentiment turned within oneself, in favor of oneself, for the love of self, autoenica. It is passive, more in a hurry to receive or to enjoy the good than to do it, as Aristotle literally says, tou paskine ti agathon allomi poiein, but one could just as well say, ready to receive the good that one does not have rather than to give that which one possesses, or even, as Plotinus will one day say, and this is something else, ready to give that very thing that one does not have. The Nicomachean Ethics recalls the same example, in order to make the same point. But Aristotle insists at this point on maternal joy or enjoyment jouissance, in seeing there once again a sign or a proof of the preference, see Mayan dai meters to Philian Charisi 1:6. How can you pass from maternal enjoyment to death? This passage is not visible in the immediacy of the text. Naming, cetainly, the enjoyment of maternal love in so far as it renounces reciprocity, the Nicomachean Ethics associates it neither with surviving nor with dying. The Eudemian Ethics speaks of the renunciation of the mother, in her very love, but without naming enjoyment and in order immediately to go on and chain her to death. We have just recalled this logical chain. To want to be known, to refer to self in view of self, to receive the good rather than to do it or to give it, this is an altogether different thing from knowing. Knowing knows in order to do and to love, for love and in view of doing and loving, to digeneskain tou poiein kai tou philion enika, as Aristotle then says, concluding, this is why we praise those who continue to love their deceased, for they know but are not known, dio kai tu eminentus to philion pros tu taith neatos epainumen, ginskausi gar, all ou ginskantai 17. Friendship for the deceased thus carries this philia to the limit of its possibility. But at the same time, it uncovers the ultimate spring of this possibility. I could not love friendship without projecting its impetus towards the horizon of this death. The horizon is the limit and the absence of limit, the loss of the horizon on the horizon, the horizontally of the horizon, the limit as absence of limit. I could not love friendship without engaging myself, without feeling myself in advance engaged to love the other beyond death. Therefore, beyond life. I feel myself, and in advance, before any contract, born to love the dead other. I feel myself thus, born to love, it is thus that I feel myself, loving. Autology provides food for thought, as always, I feel myself loving, born to love the deceased, this beloved, or this lovable being of whom it has already been said that he was not necessarily alive, and that therefore he was bearing death in his being loved, smack against his being lovable, in the range portee of the reference to his very being loved. Let us recall it, and let us do so in the words of Aristotle. He explains to us why one can rejoice and why there is a place for rejoicing in loving, dio to philion karain, but one could never rejoice, or at the very least, we would say, not essentially, not intrinsically, in being loved, all ou to philisthai estin. Enjoyment, the self-rejoicing, is immanent not to the beloved but to the loving, to its act, to its proper enetgaia 18. The criterion of this distinction follows an apparently invisible line. It passes between the living and the dead, the animate and the inanimate, the psychic and the apsychic. A question of respiration or inspiration, loving belongs only to a being gifted with life or with breath, en impsycho. Being loved, on the other hand, always remains possible on the side of the inanimate, en apsykho, where a psyche may already have expired. One also loves inanimate beings, philiatai gar kai ta apsyka, point 19. We are striving to speak here in the logic of Aristotle's two ethics, doing everything that seems possible to respect the conceptual veins of his argumentation. The reader who is familiar with Aristotle may find that the tone has changed, however, along with the pathos and the connotations, he may suspect some slow, discreet, or secret drift. Let us ask him, let us ask ourselves, what the law of this drift is and, more precisely, if there is one, and if it be pure, the purely conceptual, logical, or properly philosophical law of order. A law which would not only be of a psychological, rhetorical, or poetic order. What is taking place here? And what if what is taking place were taking place precisely between the two orders that we have just distinguished, at their very juncture? Let us not forget that in the case of psychology, the question of the psyche, or of animate life, is at the heart of all philosophical reflection on philia. For Aristotle, neither rhetoric nor poetics could ever be excluded from this reflection, and poets are quoted, more than once called up to testify, even as judges of truth. If philia lives, and if it lives at the extreme limit of its possibility, it therefore lives, it stirs, it becomes psychic from within this resource of survival. This philia, this psyche between friends, survives. It cannot survive itself as act, but it can survive its object, it can love the inanimate. Consequently it springs forward, from the threshold of this act, towards the possibility that the beloved might be dead. There is a first and irreducible dissymmetry here. But this same dissymmetry separates itself, after a fashion, in an unpresentable topology, it folds, turns inside out and doubles itself at the same time in the hypothesis of shared friendship, the friendship tranquilly described as reciprocal. I do not survive the friend, I cannot and must not survive him, except to the extent to which he already bears my death and inherits it as the last survivor. He bears my own death and, in a certain way, he is the only one to bear it, this proper death of myself thus expropriated in advance. I say that using the masculine gender, the male friend, he, and so forth, not in the narcissistic or fraternal violence of a distraction, but by way of announcing a question awaiting us, precisely the question of the brother, in the canonical, that is, androcentric, structure of friendship. In any case, philia begins with the possibility of survival. Surviving, that is the other name of a mourning whose possibility is never to be awaited. For one does not survive without mourning. No one alive can get the better of this tautology, that of the stance of survival survivance, even God would be helpless. Here again, the difference between the effective and the virtual, between mourning and its possibility, seems fragile and porous. The anguished apprehension of mourning, without which the act of friendship would not spring forth in its very energy, insinuates itself a priori and anticipates itself, it haunts and plunges the friend, before mourning, into mourning. This apprehension weeps before the lamentation, it weeps death before death, and this is the very respiration of friendship, the extreme of its possibility. Hence surviving is at once the essence, the origin, and the possibility, the condition of possibility of friendship, it is the grieved art of loving. This time of surviving thus gives the time of friendship. But such a time gives itself in its withdrawal. It occurs only through self-effacement. ILN arrive to a effacer, also, it succeeds only in effacing itself. It delivers itself up and withdraws twice and according to two modalities, as we shall see, in two times as incompatible as they are indissociable, firm and stable constancy on the one hand and, on the other, beginning again, renewal, the indefinite repetition of the inaugural instant, always anew, once again, the new in reiteration. And this double contretemps delivers up the truth of friendship in the eerie light of a contre-jour, the present presents itself there only from within a source of phenomenal light which comes neither from the present, it is no longer the source, nor from the place from which it arises or in which it appears, the place of the gaze, of the self or of the subject, if you like. The contre-jour of this contretemps disjoins the presence of the present. It inscribes both intemporality and untimeliness in at least one of the figures of what Aristotle regularly calls primary friendship, protophilia. Primary friendship, primary because it is the first to present itself according to logic and rank, primary according to sense and hierarchy, primary because all other friendship is determined with reference to it, if only in the gap of the drift or the failure. Primary friendship does not work without time, certainly. It never presents itself outside time, there is no friend without time, ud aneuchronophilos 2.0, that is, without that which puts confidence to the test. There is no friendship without confidence, pistis, and no confidence which does not measure up to some chronology, to the trial of a sensible duration of time, ita pistis uk aneuchrono 2.1. The fidelity, faith, fidens fiancé, credence, the credit of this engagement, could not possibly be achronic. It is precisely by taking off from this credence croire that something like a temporalizing synthesis or symbolicity can be apprehended, beyond the letter of Aristotle's text, one might say. Engagement in friendship takes time, it gives time, for it carries beyond the present moment and keeps memory as much as it anticipates. It gives and takes time, for it survives the living present. The paradox of the grieving survival is concentrated in the ever so ambiguous value of stability, constancy, and firm permanence that Aristotle regularly associates with the value of credence or confidence, pistis. In primary friendship, such a faith must be stable, established, certain, assured, babios, it must endure the test of time. But at the same time, if this may still be said, it is this faith which, dominating time by eluding it, taking and giving time in contretemps, opens the experience of time. It opens it, however, in determining it as the stable present of a quasi-eternity, or in any case from and in view of such a present of certainty. Everything is installed at home, as it were, in this conjunction of friendship, of fidence and stable certainty. There is no reliable friendship without this faith, Book St. Dianu Pistios Filia Babios 2:2, without the confirmed steadfastness of this repeated act of faith. Plato, too, associated philia with the same value of constancy and steadfastness. The Symposium recalls a few famous examples. A friendship that has become steadfast, constant, or faithful, babios, can even defy or destroy tyrannical power. 23 Elsewhere, as we know, in the Timaeus, for example, the value of constancy is quite simply tied to that of the true or the veritable, in particular where it is a question of opinion or belief. In its sheer stability, this assured certainty is not natural, in the late and current sense of the term. It does not characterize spontaneous behavior because it qualifies a belief or an act of faith, a testimony and an act of responsible freedom. Only primary friendship is stable, babios, for it implies decision and reflection, that which always takes time. Only those decisions that do not spring up quickly, mitaku, or easily, med radios, result in correct judgment. 10 Chrisen Oren, point 24. This given, non-natural, spontaneous stability thus amounts to a stabilization. This stabilization supposes the passage through an ordeal which takes time. It must be difficult to judge and to decide. A decision worthy of the name, that is, a critical and reflective decision, could not possibly be rapid or easy, as Aristotle then notes, and this remark must receive all the weight of its import. The time is the time of this decision in the ordeal of what remains to be decided, and hence of what has not been decided, of what there is to reflect and deliberate upon, and thus has not yet been thought through. If the stabilized stability of certainty is never given, if it is conquered in the course of a stabilization, then the stabilization of what becomes certain must cross, and therefore, in one way or another, recall or be reminded of, the suspended indecision, the undecidable qua the time of reflection. Here we would find the difference between spirit, the nous, and the animal body, but also their analogy. The analogy is as important as the difference, for it inscribes in the living body the habitus of this contraton. It has its place in the very movement and in the possibility of such an inscription. The contratemporal habitus is the acquired capacity, the cultivated aptitude, the experimented faculty against the backdrop of a predisposition. It is the excess that binds together two times in the same time, a duration and an omnitemporality at the same time. Such a contratemporality is another name for this psyche. It is the being animated or the animation of this life uniting the human spirit, the nous, and animality itself. This unifying feature conjugates man and animal, spirit and life, soul and body. It places them under the same yoke, that of the same liability possibilite, that of the same aptitude to learn in suffering, to cross, to record and to take account of the ordeal of time, to withhold its trace in the body. This conjugation will warrant the poetic figure of the analogy which we will quote in a moment and which precisely names the yoke effect. It is starting from this analogy that the difference lets itself be thought. In the passage of time through time, time exits from time. The ordeal of stabilization, the becoming steadfast and reliable, babios, takes time. For this ordeal, this experience, this crossing, pyra, withdraws time, it removes even the time necessary to dominate time and defeat duration. Babios, the stable but also the reliable. It determines a temporal but also intemporal modality, a becoming intemporal or omnitemporal of time, whatever it affects, certainty, calculability, reliability, fidence, truth, friendship, and so forth. But it also marks, or rather, it hides in marking, the passage between two absolutely heterogeneous orders, the passage from assured certainty, calculable reliability, to the reliability of the oath and the act of faith. This act of faith belongs, it must belong, to what is incalculable in decision. We know that this break with calculable reliability and with the assurance of certainty, in truth, with knowledge, is ordained by the very structure of confidence or of credence as faith. Hence of friendship. This structure is both acknowledged and unrecognized by Aristotle. The truth of friendship, if there is one, is found there, in darkness, and with it the truth of the political, as it can be thought in Greek, not only in the word babios, for example, for we do not think it possible to load such a burden on one word, on this word, but throughout the culture, the technics, the political organization and the Greek world that carry it. In a state of intense philosophical concentration, we have here the whole story of Eidos all the way up to the Husserlian interpretation of the idealization or production of ideal objects as the production of omnitemporality, of intemporality qua omnitemporality. It takes time to reach a stability or a certainty which wrenches itself from time. It takes time to do without time. One must submit oneself to time in time. One must submit it, but, and here is the history of the subject as the history of time, in submitting oneself to it. To conjugate it, to enslave it, to place it under the yoke, and to do so for the spirit of man or of woman as for cattle, under the yoke, apagios. There is no stable friendship with confidence, but confidence needs time, aneukrino. One must then make trial, dei gar pyron labian, as Theogmes says, you cannot know the mind of man or woman till you have tried, prin pyrotheus, them as you might cattle, osper apagiou, point 25. But, as we shall see further on, in the course of one of our sallies to and fro, if primary friendship is excluded among animals, excluded between man and animal, excluded between the gods, between man and God, this is because excess itself does not suffice for friendship. The disposition, the aptitude, even the wish, everything that makes friendship possible and prepares it, does not suffice for friendship in act. Often excess alone remains a simulacrum, it simulates or dissimulates real friendship, and makes the desire for friendship a case of wishful thinking, in which the signs of friendship are mistaken for friendship itself. The nub of the Aristotelian argument, as it can be formalized through development with other examples, certainly amounts to demanding and uncovering excess, to taking into account a concrete and indispensable condition of possibility and describing it not as a formal structure, but, here, in any case, as a sort of existential opening, the power of being a friend, according to primary friendship, which is given neither to the animal nor to God. Aristotle, however, insists just as much, and with faultless rigor, on the insufficiency of this excess, and thus on all conditions of possibility, liability possibilite, aptitude, predisposition, even desire. The analysis of conditions of possibility, even existential ones, will never suffice in giving an account of the act or the event. An analysis of that kind will never measure up to what takes place, the effectivity, actuality, of what comes to pass, for example, a friendship which will never be reduced to the desire or the potentiality of friendship. If we insist, in turn, on this necessary limitation in the analysis of conditions of possibility, in this thought of the possible, it is for at least two reasons. One, first of all, beyond this singular context, Aristotle on primary friendship, the wake of such a limitation crosses an immense problematic field, that of history, of the event, of the singularity of that which comes to pass in general. It is not enough that something may happen for it to happen, of course, hence an analysis of what makes an event possible, however indispensable it may continue to be, especially in Aristotle's eyes, will never tell us anything about the event itself. But this evidence would still be too simple if one merely deduced from it an order of good sense, one that goes from the possible to the real, and from a retrograde analytic of the possible to the taking into account of the event, in the novelty of its appearance and the uniqueness of its occurrence. One cannot merely analyze the conditions of possibility, even the potentiality, of what occurs once, and then believe, this would be so naive, that one can say something pertinent about it. That which occurs, and thereby occurs only once, for the first and last time, is always something more or less than its possibility. One can talk endlessly about its possibility without ever coming close to the thing itself in its coming. It may be, then, that the order is other, it may well be, and that only the coming of the event allows, after the event après coup, perhaps, what it will previously have made possible to be thought. To stay with our example, it is the experience of primary friendship, the meeting of its presence in act, that authorizes the analysis of excess and of all predisposition, as well, for that matter, as of the two other types of friendships, derived, non-primary. Among the immense consequences of this strong logical necessity, we must reckon with those concerning nothing less than revelation, truth, and the event, a thought, ontological or meta-ontological, of conditions of possibility and structures of revealability, or of the opening onto truth, may well appear legitimately and methodologically anterior to gaining access to all singular events of revelation, and the stakes of this irreducible anteriority of good sense or common sense are limitless. In fact, in truth, it would be only the event of revelation that would open, like a breaking, in, making it possible after the event, the field of the possible in which it appeared to spring forth, and for that matter actually did so. The event of revelation would reveal not only this or that, God, for example, but revealability itself. By the same token, this would forbid us saying God, for example. Is there an alternative here? Must one choose between these two orders? And is this necessary first of all in the case of the so-called revealed religions, which are also religions of the social bond according to love, friendship, fraternity, charity, and so forth? Must one choose between the priority of revelation, offenbarung, and that of revealability, offenbarkeit, the priority of manifestation and that of manifestability, of theology and theology, of the science of God and the science of the divine, of the divinity of God, 26 and above all, supposing there were an alternative between these two orders, what difference would it make to introduce this Aristotelian proposition according to which there could never be, primary, friendship between God and man? We shall come across this question again, but it implicitly organizes all reflection on the possibility of a politics of friendship. To the thought of the act or the event from which the Aristotelian argument derives its authority is also, rather than a thought of each, good sense and common sense, a thought of each one, of individual singularity. It is true that this thought of each one can take root, in order to return, in phronesis, in perspicacious judgment and in the prudence of common sense. If the indispensable possibility of excess does not suffice, if for that one must pass to the act and if that takes time while overcoming time, this is because one must choose and prefer, election and selection between friends and things, pragmata, but also between possible friends, and this will soon lead us back to the vicinity of an o philoides philos, whose o we shall not determine for the moment, and to its arithmetic lesson. Why are the mean, the malevolent, the ill-intentioned, not, by definition, good friends? Why do they ignore the sharing or the community of friends, koine ta philon? Because they prefer things, pragmata, to friends. They stock friends among things, they class friends at best among possessions, among good things. In the same stroke, they thus inscribe their friends in a field of relativity and calculable hypotheses, in a hierarchical multiplicity of possessions and things. Aristotle affirms the opposite, in order to accomplish the antithesis of these mean people or bad friends, I assign, prosnema, relations otherwise, and distribute the priorities differently. I include good things among friends or in view of friends. Here is a preference neglected by the wicked. They invert or pervert this good hierarchy in truth by including their friends among things or in view of things, instead of treating things as things of friendship, as affairs, pragmata, belonging to the sphere of friends, serving the cause of friends, assigned first and foremost to friends. 27. Recommending this preferential attribution, Aristotle speaks, then, of friends rather than of friendship. One must not only prefer friendship, but give the preference to friends. Since it is a question of singularities, this is an inevitable consequence, one must prefer certain friends. The choice of this preference reintroduces number and calculation info the multiplicity of incalculable singularities, where it would have been preferable not to reckon with friends as one counts and reckons with things. So the arithmetic consideration, the terrible necessity of reckoning with the plurality of friends, philoi, this plural that we shall come across again later in the two possible grammars for the sentence quoted and examined by Montaigne, still depends on temporality, on the time of friendship, on the essence of philia that never works without time, aneuchronou. One must not have too many friends, for there is not enough time to put them to the test by living with each one. For one must live with each him. With each her. Is that possible? Living, this is understood with. Whatever the modalities may later be, living is living with. But every time, it is only one person living with another, I live, myself, with, souseo, and with each person, every time with one person. In the passage we will quote in translation, the conjunction between the test or the experience, pyra, of time, chronos, and of singularity, of each one, ekastos, must yet again be underlined. This bond of time and number in the principle of singularity is never separated from the hierarchical principle. If one must choose, then the best must be chosen. A certain aristocracy is analytically encompassed in the arithmetic of the choice. The primary friendship, e philia e prot, then is not found towards many, en poloi, for it is hard to test many men, kaelpon polon pyram labian, for one would have to live with each, ekastogar and edi isusida. Nor should one choose a friend like a garment. Yet in all things it seems the mark of a sensible man, tou noun ekhantos, to choose the better of two alternatives, and if one has used the worse garment for a long time and not the better is to be chosen, but not in place of an old friend, anti-tou polyphilu, one of whom you do not know whether he is better. For a friend is not to be had without trial, anupirus, nor in a single day, mias emeras, but there is need of time, alacranu dei, and so the bushel of salt has become proverbial. Point 28. The bushel of salt proverb recalls simultaneously the test and the parcelling out, the experience and the part taken. One must have eaten the whole bushel of salt with someone before one is able to trust him, in a stable, sure, time-tested way, but the time of renewed fidence eludes time, it conquers time in yet another way. Previously, the stable steadfastness of the reliable, bios, appeared to us in the form of continuity, duration, or permanence, the omnitemporality that in time overcomes time. But to pass to the act beyond excess, to be renewed and reaffirmed at every instant, the reliable in friendship supposes a re-invention, a re-engagement of freedom, a virtue, arrate, that interrupts the animal analogy we were discussing above. This is another way of negating time in time, this time in the form of discontinuity, through the reinvention of the event. But here again the economy of time, even of the at the same time, ama, commands that the instant of the act and the plenitude of energia be linked to the calculation of number. The test of friendship remains, for a finite being, an endurance of arithmetic. Indeed, the friend must not only be good in himself, in a simple or absolute, a plus, manner, he must be good for you, in relation to you who are his friend. The friend is absolutely good and absolutely or simply the friend when these two qualities are in harmony, when they are symphonious with one another. All the more so, no doubt, when the friend is useful to his friend even if he is not absolutely virtuous or good, spoudeos. This last passage 29 is famous for its reputed obscurity, but the conclusion seems clear. It is not possible to love while one is simultaneously, at the same time, ama, the friend of numerous others, to depotwa ama ina philan kai to philian kaluit, the numerous ones, the numerous others. This means neither number nor multiplicity in general but too great a number, a certain determined excess of units. It is possible to love more than one person, Aristotle seems to concede, to love in number, but not too much so, not too many. It is not the number that is forbidden, nor the more than one, but the numerous, if not the crowd. The measure is given by the act, by the capacity of loving in act, for it is not possible to be in act, energein, effectively, actively, presently at the heart of this numerous, prospolis, which is more than simple number, ougaroion teama prospolis energein. A finite being could not possibly be present in act to too great a number. There is no belonging or friendly community that is present, and first present to itself, in act, without election and without selection. This will have been understood in a flash. If the question of arithmetic seems grave and irreducible here, the word arithmetic remains inadequate. The units in question are neither things, these pragmata to which the friend must always be preferred, nor numbers. This restrained multiplicity calls for an account, certainly, and one must not have too many friends, but it nevertheless resists enumeration, counting, off, or even pure and simple quantification. Why do we insist on this difficulty here and now? First of all, because it announces one of the possible secrets, thus hiding it still, in the cryptic tradition of the apostrophe brought up by Montaigne and so many others. One of the secrets which has remained a secret for the reporters themselves, as if it had to reserve itself for a few people. We will come back to this later. Next, because the secret merges with virtues, atet. We should not pretend to know what this word means without having thought the enigma of Philion. No doubt they are one and the same. And finally, because the quantification of singularities will always have been one of the political dimensions of friendship, of a becoming political of a friendship which may not be political through and through, not originarily, necessarily, or intrinsically. With this becoming political, and with all the schemata that we will recognize therein, beginning with the most problematic of all, that of fraternity, the question of democracy thus opens, the question of the citizen or the subject as accountable singularity, and that of a universal fraternity. There is no democracy without respect for irreducible singularity or alterity, but there is no democracy without the community of friends, koine ta philin, without the calculation of majorities, without identifiable, stabilizable, representable subjects, all equal. These two laws are irreducible one to the other. Tragically irreconcilable and forever wounding. The wound itself opens with the necessity of having to count one's friends, to count the others, in the economy of one's own, there where every other is altogether other. But where every other is equally altogether other. More serious than a contradiction, political desire is forever borne by the disjunction of these two laws. It also bears the chance and the future of a democracy whose ruin it constantly threatens but whose life, however, it sustains, like life itself, at the heart of its divided virtue, the inadequacy to itself. Would virtue ever have existed without the chaos opening in silence, like the ravenous mouth of an immeasurable abyss, between one or the other of these laws of the other? There is no virtue without this tragedy of number without number. This is perhaps even more unthinkable than a tragedy. The unthinkable filters through Aristotle's state treatise, under his worldly wise counsel, under the wisdom of his precepts. My friends, if you want to have friends, do not have too many. Note that the counselor never says how many, nor at what number virtue becomes impossible. What knowledge could ever measure up to the injunction to choose between those whom one loves, whom one must love, whom one can love? Between themselves? Between them and the others? All of them? At stake is virtue, which is no longer in nature, this virtue whose name will remain suspended, without an assured concept, as long as these two laws of friendship will not have been thought. For the reliability of the stable, bios, that on which virtue depends, therefore of liberty, decision, and reflection, can no longer be only natural. No more so than time, which does not belong to nature when it puts primary friendship to the test. In the history of the concept of nature, and already in its Greek history, the virtue of friendship will have dug the trench of an opposition. For it obliges Aristotle himself to restrain the concept of nature, he must oppose it to its other, here to virtue, when he classes friendship among stable things, tun babayari, in the same way as happiness belongs to self-sufficient and autarkic things, tun autarkan. It is the same immanence that provides shelter from external or random causalities. And constancy is virtuous only by reason of its autonomy, of the autarky of decisions which renew themselves, freely and according to a spontaneous repetition of their own movement, always new but anew and newly the same, samely new. This is not possible without some naturality, but that is not in nature, it does not come down to nature. Having quoted and approved Euripides' Electra, e Garphus's Babios, o Eutachromata, for nature is stable, not wealth, Aristotle adds that it is much more beautiful, polydicalion, to say virtue, atet, in this case rather than nature, polydicalion I pain ode arate tes fusts, point 30 since friendship does not, and above all must not, have the reliability of a natural thing or a machine, since its stability is not given by nature but is won, like constancy and fidence, through the endurance of a virtue, primary friendship, that which allows all the others to be named, dnaili leganti, we must say that it is founded on virtue, e cataratin esti, 31 the pleasure it gives, the pleasure that is necessary, this is the immanent pleasure of virtue. There may well be other forms of friendship, those whose name is thereby derived from primary friendship, for example, says Aristotle, with children, animals, and the wicked, but they never imply virtue, nor equality in virtue. For if all the species of friendship, the three principal ones, according to virtue, to usefulness, or to pleasure, imply equality or equity, Isides, only primary friendship demands an equality of virtue between friends, in what assigns them reciprocally to one another. What can such equality in virtue be? What can it be measured against? How do you calculate a non-natural equality whose evaluation remains both immanent, as we have just seen, but at the same time obliged to reciprocity, that is, to a certain symmetry? One wonders what is left of a friendship which makes the virtue of the other its own condition. Be virtuous if you want me to love you, but one wonders, too, what would be left of friendship without this condition, and when the number without number intervenes, when virtue is not dispensed in excess. And how can we reconcile this first imperative, that of primary friendship, with what we have begun to uncover, the necessary laterality of a dissymmetrical philion, you are better off loving than being loved, and the terrible but so righteous law of contretemps? Is there a conflict here in the philosophy of philion, in the Aristotelian philosophy of friendship? For other Aristotelian axioms, which we shall consider, seem to forbid or contradict the call of dissymmetry and this law of contretemps. For example, the axiom which holds that the friend is another self who must have the feeling of his own existence, an inseparable axiom which makes friendship proceed from self-love, from philotia, which is not always egoism or amour propre. Unless one would find the other in oneself, already, the same dissymmetry and tension of surviving in self, in the oneself thus out of joint with its own existence. To be able or to have to be the friend of oneself, this would change nothing in the testamentary structure we are discussing. It would break all ipseity apart in advance, it would ruin in advance that which it makes possible, narcissism and self-exemplarity. We are speaking about anything but narcissism as it is commonly understood, echo, the possible echo, she who speaks from, and steals, the words of the other cella qui prend la parole auxiliary mos de l'autre, she who takes the other at his or her word, her very freedom preceding the first syllables of Narcissus, his mourning and his grief. We are speaking of anything but the exemplarity of the Ciceronian exemplar. An archy friendship would inscribe itself on the surface of the testament's seal. It would call for the last word of the last will and testament. But in advance it would carry it away as well. It would be extraneous neither to the other justice nor to the other politics whose possibility we would like, perhaps, to see announced here. Through, perhaps, another experience of the possible. 2. Loving in friendship. Perhaps, the noun and the adverb. Thy friendship oft has made my heart to ache. Do be my enemy for friendship's sake. Blake. Love of one's enemies? I think that has been well learned. It happens thousandfold today. 1. The life of the enemy. He who lives to combat an enemy must see to it that he remains alive. Point 2. Nietzsche. Oh my friends, there is no friend, wisdom and last will. The tone of the address is at first uncertain, no doubt, and we shall try here only one variation among so many other possibilities. Point 3. But on a first hearing, one that lets itself be ingenuously guided by what some call ordinary language and everyday words, by an interpretation very close to some common sense, and that is quite a story already, the sentence seems to be murmured. Mimicking at least the eloquent sigh, this interpretation takes on the sententious and melancholy gravity of a testament. Someone sighs, a wise man, perhaps, has uttered his last breath. Perhaps he is talking to his sons or his brothers gathered together momentarily around a deathbed. Oh my friends, there is no friend. The testament thereby reaches us who also inherit it, beyond its natural and legitimate heirs, through an unindicated channel and with the meaning of the inheritance remaining to be deciphered. We are first of all ordered to understand it correctly. Nothing can justify once and for all my starting off, as I am in fact doing, from the place of the language and the tradition in which I myself inherited it, that is to say, the French of Montaigne. It so happens that we worry over this love of language when, in the place of the other, it becomes a national or popular cause. Without denying this limit, which is also a chance, for one must indeed receive the address of the other at a particular address and in a singular language, otherwise we would not receive it, I would like to recognize here the locus of a problem, the political problem of friendship. The apostrophe "Oh my friends, there is no friend" states the death of friends. It says it. In its performative contradiction, one should not be able to address friends, calling them friends while telling them that there are no friends, etc. This saying hesitates between the established fact, it has the grammatical form of such a fact, and the judgment of the sentence, so be it, since it is so, and keep it intact in memory, and never forget it. The address is addressed to memory but also comes to us from memory, and quoted from memory, for the saying that Aristotle often repeated, is quoted by Montaigne, as others had quoted it before him, he recites it by heart, where such an event is not attested by any literal document. The death of friends, as we were saying above, both the memory and the testament. Let us recall, to begin with, that the chain of this quoted quotation, "Oh my friends, there is no friend," displays the heritage of an immense rumor throughout an imposing corpus of Western philosophical literature, from Aristotle to Kant, then to Blanquet, but also from Montaigne to Nietzsche who, for the first time, so it would seem, parodies the quotation by reversing it. In order, precisely, with the upheaval, to upset its assurance. There is indeed something of an upheaval here, and we would like to perceive, as it were, its seismic waves, the geological figure of a political revolution which is more discreet, but no less disruptive, than the revolutions known under that name. It is, perhaps, a revolution of the political. A seismic revolution in the political concept of friendship which we have inherited. Let us try to hear the ancestral wisdom of the address from within this place of reversal. What is there that is so stunning renversant here, and what has thereby been reversed? Here we have, for the first time, someone, another witness, coming forward to contest. He refuses even the accepted propriety of its paradox, as if the stakes were, then, to make it avow its other truth. In the history of the quoted quotation, in the incessant working of its unfurling, Nietzsche's upheaval would arrive as an interruption. It would inscribe in that history the scansion of an unprecedented event, but, hence the upsetting structure of the event, it would interrupt less than recall, and call again for, a rupture already inscribed in the speech it interrupts. By starting with at least a clue to this event, at the other end of the chain, we would, once again, wish to throw up the question of friendship as the question of the political. The question of the political, for this question is not necessarily, nor in advance, political. It is perhaps not yet or no longer thoroughly political, once the political is defined with the features of a dominant tradition. This counter-testimony occurs, as it rightly must, in human all too human, when the excess of the beyond itself folds back into immanence, when what is human in man folds into the hem of the all too of Nietzsche's title, in the hollow of its vague modality, trembling and inscrutable but all the more forceful deferlant, as in on vague deferlant, breaking wave. The irresistible wave of the all too, a wave rolling up into itself, the enveloped violence of a wave welling up and falling back on itself. In this turn of the all too, around the all too in its very revolution, another sentence begins in fact with a perhaps, there will come, perhaps, there will occur, perhaps, the event of that which arrives, und viel leicht kommt, and this will be the hour of joy, an hour of birth but also of resurrection, in any case, the passage from the dying to the living. Let us prick up our ears, for the moment, towards this perhaps, even if it prevents us from hearing the rest. Perhaps to each of us there will come the more joyful hour when we exclaim, "Friends, there are no friends," thus said the dying sage. "Foes, there are no foes," say I, the living fool. 4. Why madness? And why should thought, the thought of friendship to come, lend itself inevitably, maddeningly, to madness? This long sentence should be quoted again, and in its original language. But let us observe in advance, such an event presents itself, certainly, it is, thus in the present, the event of a saying that speaks in the present. In the living present. It is the living fool that I am who is presently speaking to you. I say to you. Shouting, calling out, roughage. And I is speaking to you. I am saying to you. You. I am speaking to you. To you, here and now, me, to remind or to announce, certainly, thus to tell you what is not yet, or what is no longer, the wisdom of the dying sage, but speaking to you in a perfectly present way. If it reaches us none the less with something of a delay, that of a quotation already, this saying of the living fool speaks in the present. It spoke to you, it was in the present speaking to you in order to make a promise. This is not, this was not, just any promise. The promise promises in that fundamental mode of perhaps, and even the dangerous perhaps which will open, as beyond good and evil prophesies, the speech of philosophers to come. What is going to come, perhaps, is not only this or that, it is at last the thought of the perhaps itself. The arrivant will arrive perhaps, for one must never be sure when it comes to arrivants, but the arrivant could also be the perhaps itself, the unheard of, totally new experience of the perhaps. Unheard of, totally new, that very experience which no metaphysician might yet have dared to think. Now, the thought of the perhaps engages the only possible thought of the event, of friendship to come and friendship for the future. For to love friendship, it is not enough to know how to bear the other in mourning, one must love the future. And there is no more just category for the future than that of the perhaps. Such a thought conjoins friendship, the future, and the perhaps to open onto the coming of what comes, that is to say, necessarily in the regime of a possible whose possibilization must prevail over the impossible. For a possible that would only be possible, non-impossible, a possible surely and certainly possible, accessible in advance, would be a poor possible, a futureless possible, a possible already set aside, so to speak, life assured. This would be a program or a causality, a development, a process without an event. The possibilization of the impossible possible must remain at one and the same time as undecidable, and therefore as decisive, as the future itself. What would a future be if the decision were able to be programmed, and if the risk alia, the uncertainty, the unstable certainty, the inassurance of the perhaps, were not suspended on it at the opening of what comes, flush with the event, within it and with an open heart? What would remain to come should the inassurance, the limited assurance of the perhaps, not hold its breath in an epoch, to allow what is to come to appear or come, in order to open up, precisely, a concatenation of causes and effects, by necessarily disjoining a certain necessity of order, by interrupting it and inscribing therein simply its possible interruption. This suspension, the imminence of an interruption, can be called the other, the revolution, or chaos. It is, in any case, the risk of an instability. The unstable or the unreliable is what Plato and Aristotle spoke of as that which is not babios, not firm, constant, sure and certain, reliable, credible, faithful. Whether in its ultimate or minimal form, the instability of the unreliable always consists in not consisting, in eluding consistency and constancy, presence, permanence, or substance, essence or existence, as well as any concept of truth which might be associated with them. This inconsistency and or inconstancy is not an intermination, but supposes a certain type of resolution and a singular exposition at the crossroads of chance and necessity. The unstable is as required here as its opposite, the stable or the reliable of constancy, babios, and is indispensable to the Platonic or Aristotelian philosophy of friendship. To think friendship with an open heart, that is, to think it as close as possible to its opposite, one must perhaps be able to think the perhaps, which is to say that one must be able to say it and to make of it, in saying it, an event, perhaps, liked, perhaps. The English word refers more directly to chance, hap, perchance, and to the event of what may happen. 5. Now we know that this thought of the perhaps, this one and not any other, does not occur anywhere or anyhow. Far from being a simple intermination, the very sign of irresolution, it just so happens that it occurs to Nietzsche in the upheaval of a reversing catastrophe, not so as to settle the contradiction or to suspend the oppositions, but at the end of a case pressed against the metaphysicians of all ages, precisely at the point where they stop in their typical prejudice and their fundamental faith, Grundglaube, the faith in antithetical values, Glaube and the Gegensatz der Worth, 6, at that point where they are unable to think their reversal or inversion, that is, the non-dialectical passage from one to the other. This they cannot think, it frightens them, they are not able to endure the contamination coming from what is beyond both antithetical values. Despite the value that must be accorded to the true and to the veracious, it is altogether possible, it might even be possible, where, that the very thing constitutive of the value of good and honored things, and virtue, arrayed, is one of them, is related, knotted, entangled, verwandt, vernupfied, verrekeld, perhaps, liked, identical in its essence, wesengleich, to its antithesis, to wicked things. Perhaps. Liked. Before we even reach this exclamation, to this one-word phrase, liked, a great number of perhaps have rained down. They have multiplied themselves in the writing of Nietzsche before becoming a theme, almost a name, perhaps a category. First of all in defining the frog perspective to which Nietzsche compares metaphysics. For it may be doubted, firstly whether there exist any antitheses at all, and secondly whether these popular evaluations and value antitheses, on which the metaphysicians have set their seal, are not perhaps, liked, merely foreground valuations, merely provisional perspectives, perhaps, liked, moreover the perspectives of a hole and corner, perhaps from below, as it were frog perspectives, frosch perspective and gleichsam, to borrow an expression employed by painters. 7. The transmutation to which Nietzsche submits the concept of virtue, sometimes, as has often been remarked also in the Machiavellian sense of virtue, shudders in the tremor of this perhaps. In other words, in what is still to come, perhaps. This is something other than a reversal. The famous passage on our virtues, Para 214, from the same book turns resolutely towards us, towards ourselves, towards the Europeans of the day after tomorrow that we are, and, first of all, towards the firstborn of the 20th century. It invites us, we the last Europeans, to be done with the pigtail and the wig of good conscience, the belief in one's own virtue, insane eintigend Glauben. And here again, the shudder of the sentence, the shudder of an arrow of which it is still not known where and how far it will go, the vibration of a shaft of writing which, alone, promises and calls for a reading, a preponderance to come of the interpretative decision. We do not know exactly what is quivering here, but we perceive, in flight, at least a figure of the vibration. The prediction, alas, if only you knew how soon, how very soon, things will be different. ACH. Wanneer we tet, we es bald, so bald schon, anders kommt, 9. What a sentence! Is it a sentence? Do we know that things will be different, and how very soon thing will be different? Do we not already know that? Can that be measured by knowledge? If we knew that, things would no longer be different. We must not totally know this in order for a change to occur again. So, in order for this knowledge to be true, to know what it knows, a certain non-knowledge is necessary. But the non-knowledge of the one who says he knows that we do not know, if you only knew, a ploy or a figure which is neither a question nor an affirmation, not even a hypothesis, since you are going to know very soon, starting at the end of the sentence, that which you would know if you knew, and that therefore you already know, if you only knew. To wit, what the person signing the said sentence, which is not a full sentence, but only an incomplete subordinate, cannot state without attributing to himself knowledge concerning what the other does not yet know, but already knows, having learned it in this instant, that is, instantaneously, and so soon, so bald, that it will not wait until the end of the sentence. The acceleration in the change or the alteration which the sentence in suspension speaks, we es bald, so bald schon, anders kommt, is in truth only its very rapidity. An incomplete sentence rushes to its conclusion at the infinite speed of an arrow. The sentence speaks of itself, it gets carried away, precipitates and precedes itself, as if its end arrived before the end. Instantaneous teledramatics, the race is finished in advance, and this is future producing. The circle is perhaps future producing, this is what will have to be assumed, however impossible it may seem. As with what happens at every instant, the end begins, the sentence begins at the end. Infinite or nil speed, absolute economy, for the arrow carries its address along and implies in advance, in its very readability, the signature of the addressee. This is tantamount to saying that it withdraws from space by penetrating it. You have only to listen. It advances backwards, it outruns itself by reversing itself. It outstrips itself lse gagne de vitesse. Here is an arrow whose flight would consist in a return to the bow, fast enough, in sum, never to have left it, and what the sentence says, its arrow, is withdrawn. It will nevertheless have reached us, struck home, it will have taken some time, it will, perhaps, have changed the order of the world even before we are able to awake to the realization that, in sum, nothing will have been said, nothing that will not already have been blindly endorsed in advance. And again, like a testament, for the natural miracle lies in the fact that such sentences outlive each author, and each specific reader, him, you and me, all of us, all the living presence. By way of economy, and in order, in a single word, to formalize this absolute economy of the feint, this generation by joint and simultaneous grafting of the performative and the reportive, without a body of its own, let us call the event of such sentences, the logic of this chance occurrence, its genetics, its rhetoric, its historical record, its polities, etc., teleiopoetic. Teleiopoios qualifies, in a great number of contexts and semantic orders, that which renders absolute, perfect, completed, accomplished, finished, that which brings to an end. But permit us to play too with the other tele, the one that speaks to distance and the far removed, for what is indeed in question here is a poetics of distance at one remove, and of an absolute acceleration in the spanning of space by the very structure of the sentence, it begins at the end, it is initiated with the signature of the other. Rendering, making, transforming, producing, creating, this is what counts, but, given that this happens only in the auto-teleaffection of the said sentence, in so far as it implies or incorporates its reader, one would, precisely to be complete, have to speak of autoteliopoetics. We shall say teliopoetics for short, but not without immediately suggesting that friendship is implied in advance therein, friendship for oneself, for the friend and for the enemy. We all the more easily authorize ourselves to leave the self of the autos in the wings, since it appears here as the split effect rather than as the simple origin of teliopoesis teliopoes. The inversion of repulsion into attraction is, in a way, engaged, analytically included, in the movement of philion. This is a logic that will have to be questioned. If there is no friend elsewhere than where the enemy can be, the necessity of the enemy or the one must love one's enemies, sein feinde lieben, straight away transforms enmity into friendship, etc. The enemies I love are my friends. So are the enemies of my friends. As soon as one needs or desires one's enemies, only friends can be counted, this includes the enemies, and vice versa, and here madness looms. At each step, on the occasion of every teliopoetic event. No, more sense plus descends. That which is empty and that which overflows resemble one another, a desert mirage effect and the ineluctability of the event. Of course, we must quickly inform the reader that we will not follow Nietzsche here. Not in any simple manner. We will not follow him in order to follow him come what may. He never demanded such a thing anyway without freeing us, in the same move, from his very demand, following the well-known paradoxes of any fidelity. We will follow him here to the best of our ability in order, perhaps, to stop following him at one particular moment, and to stop following those who follow him, Nietzsche's sons. Or those who still accompany him, to them we shall return much later, as his brothers or the brothers of his brothers. But this will be in order to continue, in his own way again, perhaps, turning the virtue of virtue against itself, to dig deeper under this good conscience of the last Europeans that continues to impel Nietzsche's statements. This good conscience perhaps leaves on them a mark of the most unthought tradition, and the tradition of more than one tradition, all the way down to the overwhelming thought of friendship. This following without following will be undertaken in several stages, in varying rhythms, but it will also derive its authority from an avowal, however ironic it may be. In our virtues, Nietzsche continues to say we in order to declare his appurtenance qua heir who still believes in his own virtues. And is there anything nicer than to look for one's own virtues? Does this not also mean, to believe in one's own virtues? But this believing in one's virtue, is this not at bottom the same thing as that which one formerly called one's good conscience, that venerable long conceptual pigtail which our grandfathers used to attach to the back of their heads and often enough to the back of their minds as well? It seems that, however little we may think ourselves old-fashioned and grandfatherly respectable in other respects, in one thing we are none the less worthy grandsons of these grandfathers, we last Europeans with a good conscience, we're let's den Europa mit gutem Gewissen we too still wear their pigtail, ihren Zopf. 10. This good conscience of the last Europeans might well survive in Nietzsche's head, beyond what he believes, what he thinks he believes, as well as in the heads of his philosophers of a new species, those who, in our century and beyond, have not broken any more radically than Nietzsche with the Greek or Christian canon of friendship, that is, with a certain politics, a certain type of democracy. These philosophers of a new species will accept the contradiction, the opposition, or the coexistence of incompatible values. They will seek neither to hide this possibility nor to forget it, nor will they seek to surmount it. And this is where madness looms, but here, too, its urgency indeed calls for thought. In the same paragraph, Beyond Good and Evil opens our ears, and delivers the definition of the fool we need to understand the living fool of human all too human, such as he presents himself, I who shout, who exclaim, I the living fool, ruf ich, der Leben tau Omicron R, at the very moment when he turns the address into its antithesis, when the friends become the enemies or when suddenly there are no more enemies. What in fact does Beyond Good and Evil say to us? That one must be mad, in the eyes of the metaphysicians of all ages, to wonder how something might, can't, rise up out of its antithesis, to wonder if, for example, truth might be born of error, the will to truth or the will to deceive, the disinterested act of egotism, etc. How is one to ask a question of this kind without going mad? Such a genesis, Anstehung, of the antithesis would end up contradicting its very origin. It would be an antigenesis. It would wage war on its own lineage, as the metaphysician of all ages believes. This would be tantamount to a monstrous birth, an impossible origin. Solcherliche Entstehung ist unmöglich. Anyone who merely dreams of such a possibility, Deventrammt, immediately goes mad. This is already a fool, ein Narr. Here we have yet another way of defining, from the impossible thought of this impossible, both the direct lineage and the dream, and its madness. Perhaps vielleicht. But who is willing to concern himself with such dangerous perhaps? For that we have to await the arrival of a new species of philosopher, einer neuen Gattung von Philosophin, one which possesses tastes and inclinations opposite to and different from, umgekehrten, those of its predecessors, philosophers of the dangerous perhaps, Philosophin de gefährlichen vielleicht, in every sense. And to speak in all seriousness, I see such new philosophers arising. Ich sehe solche neue Philosophen heraufkommen. Point 11. Nietzsche renews the call, he puts through, from a different place, this telepoetic or telephone call to philosophers of a new species. To those of us who already are such philosophers, for in saying that he sees them coming, in saying they are coming, in feigning to record their coming, further on, die neue Gattung von Philosophen kommt herauf 12, he is calling, he is asking, in sum, that they come in the future. But to be able to say this, from the standpoint of the presumed signer, these new philosophers, from the standpoint of what is being written, from where we, Nietzsche and his followers, are writing to one another, must already have arrived. Nietzsche makes the call with an apostrophe to his addressee, asking him to join up with us, with this us which is being formed, to join us and to resemble us, to become the friends of the friends that we are. Strange friends. What are we doing, in fact, we the friends that we are, we who are calling for new philosophers, we who are calling you to resemble and to join up with us in shared enjoyment, Mitfreude, this is what makes the friend, macht den Freund, as we read elsewhere 13 Mitfreude and not Mittelden, joy among friends, shared enjoyment Joueressence and not shared suffering. What are we doing and who are we who are calling you to share, to participate, and to resemble? We are first of all, as friends, the friends of solitude, and we are calling on you to share what cannot be shared, solitude. We are friends of an entirely different kind, inaccessible friends, friends who are alone because they are incomparable and without common measure, reciprocity, or equality. Therefore, without a horizon of recognition. Without a familial bond, without proximity, without oikiotes. Without truth. We should wait and see. What truth is there for a friendship without proximity, without presence, therefore without resemblance, without attraction, perhaps even without significant or reasonable preference? How can such a friendship even be possible, except in a figure? Why still call this friendship except in a misuse of language and a diversion of a semantic tradition? How could we not only be the friends of solitude, born friends, geboren, sworn friends, gesquimmen, jealous friends of solitude, eifersüchtigen Freunde der Einsamkeit, but then invite you to become a member of this singular community? How many of us are there? Does that count? And how do you calculate? Thus is announced the anchoritic community of those who love in separation, who love to stand aloof, qui aiment à s'éloigner. The invitation comes to you from those who can love only at a distance, in separation qui aiment tu à se séparer au loin. This is not all they love, but they love lovance, they love to love, in love or in friendship, providing there is this withdrawal. Those who love only in cutting ties are the uncompromising friends of solitary singularity. They invite you to enter into this community of social disaggregation de liaison, which is not necessarily a secret society, a conjuration, the occult sharing of esoteric or crypto-poetic knowledge. The classical concept of the secret belongs to a thought of the community, solidarity, or the sect, initiation or private space, which represents the very thing the friend who speaks to you as a friend of solitude has rebelled against. How can this be? Is it not a challenge to good sense and to sense tout court? Is it possible? It is perhaps impossible, as a matter of fact. Perhaps the impossible is the only possible chance of something new, of some new philosophy of the new. Perhaps, in truth, the perhaps still names this chance. Perhaps friendship, if there is such a thing, must honor fair droit what appears impossible here. Let us, then, underscore once again the perhaps, veil light, of a sentence, the one ending the second section of Beyond Good and Evil, entitled The Free Spirit, para 44. After the frog perspective, with the eye of the toad, on the same side but also on the other, we have the eye of the owl, an eye open day and night, like a ghost in the immense Nietzschean bestiary, but here too, above all, we have the scarecrow, the disquieting simulacrum, the opposite of a decoy, an artifact in rags and tatters, an automaton to frighten birds, the Vogelschuken that we are and should be in the world of today, if we are to save, with madness and with singularity itself, the friendship of the solitary and the chance to come of a new philosophy. We shall focus on a moment of this clamour, only the conclusion of this long-winded o long souffle address. It should be allowed to ring out in a loud voice in its entirety, and in its original language. In the light of the night, for this solitude of which we are jealous is that of midday and midnight. Before quoting these few lines, let us recall, however, that this passage begins with an attack on a certain concept of the free spirit, of free thought. Nietzsche denounces the free thinkers, the levelers with their enslaved pens, in the service not of democracy, as they sometimes claim, but of democratic taste and, in quotation marks, modern ideas. It is out of the question to oppose some non-freedom to the freedom of these free spirits, since they are in truth slaves, only additional freedom. These philosophers of the future, dies Philosophen der Zukunft, that Nietzsche says are coming will also be free spirits, very free spirits, freie, sehr freie Geister. But through this superlative and this surplus of freedom, they will also be something greater and other, something altogether other, fundamentally other, grundlich anders. As for what will be fundamentally other, I will say that the philosophers of the future will be at once both its figure and its responsibility, although Nietzsche does not put it in this way. Not because they will come, if they do, in the future, but because these philosophers of the future already are philosophers capable of thinking the future, of carrying and sustaining the future, which is to say, for the metaphysician allergic to the perhaps, capable of enduring the intolerable, the undecidable, and the terrifying. Such philosophers already exist, something like the Messiah, for the teleiopoesis we are speaking of is a messianic structure, whom someone addresses, here and now, to inquire when he will come. 14 We are not yet among these philosophers of the future, we who are calling them the philosophers of the future, but we are in advance their friends and, in this gesture of the call, we establish ourselves as their heralds and precursors, ihr Herald und Vorläufer. This precursivity does not stop at the premonitory sign. It already engages a bottomless responsibility, a debt whose sharing out partage is differentiated enough to warrant a prudent analysis. Nietzsche sometimes says I and sometimes we. The signatory of the precursory discourses addressed to you is sometimes me, sometimes us, that is, a community of solitary friends, friends jealous of solitude, jealous of their proper and profound solitude of midday midnight who call other friends to come. This is perhaps the community of those without community. 15. But the declared responsibility, the Schuldigkeit thus named, is mine, that of the person saying I. It says, I say, I must answer at the same time before the philosophers of the future to come, before them, before the spectre of those who are not yet here, and before the philosophers of the future that we, already are, we who are already capable of thinking the future or the coming of philosophers of the future. A double responsibility which doubles up again endlessly. I must answer for myself or before myself by answering for us and before us. We must answer for the present we for and before the we of the future, while presently addressing myself to you, and inviting you to join up with this us of which you are already but not yet a member. At the end of the telepoetic sentence you, readers, may have already become, nevertheless, the co-signatories of the addresses addressed to you, providing, at least, that you have heard it, which you are invited to do to the best of your ability, which thus remains your absolutely and irreplaceably singular responsibility. This is a double but infinite responsibility, infinitely redoubled, split in two doubly, shared and parcelled out, an infinitely divided responsibility, disseminated, if you will, for one person, for only one, all alone. This is the condition of responsibility, and a bottomless double responsibility that implicitly describes an intertwining of temporal ecstasies, a friendship to come of time with itself where we meet again the interlacing of the same and the altogether other, grundlich anders, which orientates us in this labyrinth. The to come precedes the present, the self-presentation of the present. It is, therefore, more ancient than the present, older than the past present. It thus chains itself to itself while unchanging itself at the same time. It disjoins itself, and disjoins the self that would yet join itself in this disjunction. Shall we say that this responsibility which inspires, in Nietzsche, a discourse of hostility towards democratic taste and modem ideas is exercised against democracy in general, modernity in general, or that, on the contrary, it responds in the name of a hyperbole of democracy or modernity to come, before it, prior to its coming, a hyperbole for which the taste and ideas would be, in this Europe and this America then named by Nietzsche, but the mediocre caricatures, the talkative good conscience, the perversion and the prejudice, the misuse of the term democracy. Do not these look-alike caricatures, and precisely because they resemble it, constitute the worst enemy of what they resemble, whose name they have usurped? The worst repression, the very repression which one must, as close as possible to the analogy, open and literally unlock. Let us leave this question suspended. It breathes the perhaps, and the perhaps to come will always have anticipated the question. It is a subsidiary question, always late and secondary. At the moment of its formation, a perhaps will have opened it up. A perhaps will perhaps always forbid its closing, where it is in the very act of forming. No response, no responsibility, will ever abolish the perhaps. The perhaps must open and precede, once and for all, the questioning it suspends in advance, not to neutralize or inhibit, but to make possible all the determined and determining orders that depend on questioning, research, knowledge, science and philosophy, logic, law, politics and ethics, and in general language itself. This is a necessity to which we are attempting to do justice in several ways. For example, 1. By recalling this acquiescence, zusage, more originary than the question which, without saying yes to anything positive, can affirm the possibility of the future only by opening itself up to determinability, thus by welcoming what still remains undetermined and interminable. It is indeed a perhaps that cannot as yet be determined as dubitative or sceptical. 16. The perhaps of what remains to be thought, to be done, to be lived, to death. Now this perhaps not only comes before the question, investigation, research, knowledge, theory, philosophy, it would come, in order to make it possible, before the originary acquiescence which engages the question in advance with opre to the other. 2. By specifying recurrently, if there is one, by suspending the thesis of existence wherever, between a concept and an event, the law of an aporia, an undecidability, a double bind occurs in interposition, and must in truth impose itself to be endured there. This is the moment when the disjunction between thinking and knowing becomes crucial. This is the moment when one can think sense or nonsense only by ceasing to be sure that the thing ever occurs, or, even if there is such a thing, that it would ever be accessible to theoretical knowledge or determinate judgment, any assurance of discourse or of nomination in general. Thus we regularly say, but we could multiply the examples, the gift, if there is one, invention, if there is any such thing 17 and so forth. This does not amount to conceding a hypothetical or conditional dimension, if, supposing that, etc., but to marking a difference between there is and is or exists, that is to say, the words of presence. What there is, if there is one or any, is not necessarily. It perhaps does not exist nor ever present itself, nevertheless, there is one, or some, there is a chance of there being one, of there being some. Perhaps, although the French put être is, perhaps, with its two verbs, pouvoir and are, too rich. Would not the original possibility we are discussing efface itself better in the adverbs of other languages, veal liked or perhaps, for example? I underscore, then, we underscore, more precisely we, in turn, remark what the I itself, Nietzsche, if you like, will have underlined, its responsibility, the obligation to answer, the responsibility which consists in calling as much as in responding to the call, and always in the name of a singular solitude, proper solitude, solitude strictly speaking. In the name of the friend jealous of his solitude, jealous of his secret without secret. Let us then remark, too, the flexions and reflections of personal pronouns, between I, they, we and you. I feel responsible towards them, the new thinkers who are coming, therefore responsible before us who announce them, therefore towards us who are already what we are announcing and who must watch over that very thing, therefore towards and before you whom I call to join us, before and towards me who understands all this and who is before it all, me, them, us, you, etc. But in saying this I feel I have a duty, I feel I have the responsibility, the debt, or the duty, Fugglich, die Schuldigkeit, almost as much towards them as towards us, their heralds and precursors, us free spirits. To blow away from all of us an ancient and stupid prejudice and misunderstanding which has all too long obscured the concept free spirit like a fog. In all the countries of Europe and likewise in America there exists at present something that misuses this name, a very narrow, enclosed, chained-up species of spirits who desire practically the opposite of that which informs our aims and instincts, not to mention the fact that in regard to those new philosophers appearing, heraufkommenden neuen Philosophen, they must certainly be closed windows and bolted doors. They belong, in short and regrettably, among the levelers, nivellirer, these falsely named free spirits, eloquent and tirelessly scribbling slaves of the democratic taste and its modem ideas, men without solitude one and all, without their own solitude, allesamt Menschen ohne Einsamkeit, ohne eine Einsamkeit, good clumsy fellows who, while they cannot be denied courage and moral respectability, are unfree and ludicrously superficial, above all in their fundamental inclination to see in the forms of existing society the cause of practically all human failure and misery, which is to stand the truth happily on its head. Wobei the Wahrheit glücklich auf den Kopf zustenkommt. What with all their might they would like to strive after is the universal green pasture happiness of the herd, with security, safety, Sicherheit, Ungefährlichkeit, comfort, and an easier life for all. Their two most oft recited doctrines and ditties are equality of rights and sympathy for all that suffers, and suffering itself they take for something that has to be abolished. We, who are the opposite of this. We think that everything evil, dreadful, tyrannical, beast of prey and serpent in man serves to enhance the species man, der Species Mensch, point 18. And here, once again, a perhaps arrives to spread disquiet in the opposition itself. The perhaps carries away the extreme alterity, the possibility of this other end, this other term which structures no less the anti-democratic provocation, and results in there never being enough to say or enough to silence. We do not say enough when we say even that much, and at any rate we are, in what we say and do not say on this point, at the other end, at the altogether other end, Nietzsche's emphasis, am andern end, from all modern ideology and her desiderata, as its antipodes perhaps, als deren Antipoden veal liked. At each instant the discourse is carried out to its limit, on the edge of silence, it transports itself beyond itself. It is swept away by the extreme opposition, indeed, the alterity, by the hyperbole which engages it in an infinite build-up Schurencher, freer than the freedom of the free spirit, a better democrat than the crowd of modem democrats, aristocrat among all democrats, more futural and futurist than the modem, swept away by the perhaps that arrives to undecide meaning at each decisive moment. All this surplus of democracy, this excess of freedom, this reaffirmation of the future, is not, so we suspect, very promising for the communication, the rules and maxims of communicational action. Nietzsche continues, in effect. Is it any wonder we free spirits are not precisely the most communicative of spirits, die mitteilsamsten Geister, that we do not want to betray in every respect from what, wovon, a spirit can free itself and to what, woen, it is then perhaps driven? And as for the dangerous formula beyond good and evil with which we at any rate guard against being taken for what we are not, we are something different, wir sind etwas anders, from Libre Spencer's, Leben Pensatori #X 2019, Free Denket, or whatever else all these worthy advocates of modern ideas like to call themselves. 19. And now, for the finishing touch, the owls in full light of day, ourselves again, the scarecrows that we owe it to ourselves to be today, friendship without friendship of the friends of solitude, the surplus of free will, and once again the perhaps in which I see you coming, you, the arrivants to come, you the arrivant thinkers, you the coming, the upcoming, das Kommenden, the new philosophers, but you whom I see coming, me, I who am already perhaps a little like you who are perhaps a little like us, a bit on our side, you the new philosophers, my readers to come, who will be my readers only if you become new philosophers, that is, if you know how to read me, in other words, if you can think what I write in my stead, and if you know how to countersign in advance or how to prepare yourself to countersign, always in imminent fashion, what you inspire in me here exactly, tell I poetically. Curious to the point of vice, investigators to the point of cruelty, with rash fingers for the ungraspable, with teeth and stomach for the most indigestible, ready for every task that demands acuteness and sharp senses, ready for every venture thanks to a superfluity of free will, dankenen Übershus von freiem Willen, with fore and back souls into whose ultimate intentions no one can easily see, with fore and backgrounds to whose end no foot may go, hidden under mantles of light. Conquerors even though we look like heirs and prodigals, collectors and arrangers from morn till night, misers of our riches and our full crammed cupboards, thrifty in learning and forgetting, inventive in schemata, sometimes proud of tables of categories, sometimes pedants, sometimes night owls of labor even in broad daylight, mietender Nachtulender Arbeit auch am hellen Tage, yes, even scarecrows when we need to be, and today we need to be, in so far, that is, as we are born, sworn. Jealous friends of solitude. Of our own deepest, most midnight, most midday solitude, unserer einen tiefsten Mitternachtlichsten, Mittaglichsten Einsamkeit, such a type of man are we free spirits. And perhaps you too are something of the same type, you coming men? You new philosophers? You endiviel like side out ihr etwas devon, ihr kommenden, ihr neuen Philosophin? Nietzsche's emphasis. 20. Community without community, friendship without the community of the friends of solitude. No appurtenance. Nor resemblance nor proximity. The end of oikiotes? Perhaps. We have here, in any case, friends seeking mutual recognition without knowing each other. One who calls and questions oneself is not even sure that the new philosophers will be part of the free spirits that we are. The rupture will perhaps be radical, even more radical. Perhaps those whom I am calling will be unrecognizable enemies. In any case, I am not asking them to be like me, like us, as the French translation we have quoted puts it. Friends of solitude, this must be understood in multiple fashion, they love solitude, they belong together, that is their resemblance, in a world of solitude, of isolation, of singularity, of non-appurtenance. But in this singular world of singularities, these sworn friends of solitude are conjurers. They are even called to be conjurers by one of the heralds. The one who says I but is not necessarily the first, though he is one of the first in our 20th century to speak this community without community. To speak to it and thereby, let us not hesitate to clarify this, to form or to forge it. And to do so in the language of madness that we must use, forced, all of us, by the most profound and rigorous necessity, to say things as contradictory, insane, absurd, impossible, undecidable as X without X, community of those without community, inoperative community, unavowable community, these untenable symptoms and arguments, illegible, of course, and even derisive, these inconceivable concepts exposed to the disdain of philosophical good conscience, which thinks it possible to hold out in the shade of the Enlightenment, where the light of the Enlightenment is not thought, where a heritage is misappropriated. For us there is no enlightenment other than the one to be thought. This secretless conjuration plots itself between day and night, between midday and midnight, in the risk of the perhaps, that is, in the already incalculable anticipation of this risk, this thought of risk which will be characteristic of the new philosophy. This already of the perhaps acts. We have already undergone the effects of its action, we have this in memory, do we not? It acts within itself, in immanent fashion, we will say, although this immanence consists too in leaving self. Leaving oneself as of oneself, which can be done only by letting the other come, which is possible only if the other precedes and informs me, only if the other is the condition of my immanence. Very strong and very feeble, the already of the perhaps has the paradoxical force of a teleiopoetic propulsion. Teleiopoesis makes the arrivants come, or rather, allows them to come, by withdrawing, it produces an event, sinking into the darkness of a friendship which is not yet autobiographical as it remains in the circular movement of its arrow, a boomerang that none the less relentlessly pursues its progress towards changing the place of the subject. Teleiopoesis also defines the general structure of political allocution, its lure and its truth. We have indeed come into a certain politics of friendship. Into great polities, not into the one with which the political scientists and the politicians, sometimes too the citizens of modern democracy, entertain us, the politics of opinion. For one should not believe that our perhaps belongs to a regime of opinion. That would be a case of credulousness, just an opinion, and a poor one at that. Our unbelievable perhaps does not signify haziness and mobility, the confusion preceding knowledge or renouncing all truth. If it is undecidable and without truth in its own moment, but it is, as a matter of fact, difficult to assign a proper moment to it, this is in order that it might be a condition of decision, interruption, revolution, responsibility, and truth. The friends of the perhaps are the friends of truth. But the friends of truth are not, by definition, in the truth, they are not installed there as in the padlock security of a dogma and the stable reliability of an opinion. If there is some truth in the perhaps, it can only be that of which the friends are the friends. Only friends. The friends of truth are without the truth, even if friends cannot function without truth. The truth, that of the thinkers to come, it is impossible to be it, to be there, to have it, one must only be its friend. This also means one must be solitary, and jealous of one's retreat. This is the anchoritic truth of this truth. But it is far from abstaining from afar from the political, and even if the anchorite plays the scarecrow, such a person over-politicizes the space of the city. Hence this remarkable redoubling of the perhaps, this time in the form of in all probability, wahrscheinlich genug, which responds to the question of knowing if, on their way or in the imminence of their arrival, the thinkers to come are friends of the truth. These friends of the truth that they will, perhaps, remain begin by denouncing a fundamental contradiction, that which no politics will be able to explain or rationalize, simply because it neither can nor has the right to do so, the contradiction inhabiting the very concept of the common and the community. For the common is rare, and the common measure is, a rarity for the rare, just as, not far from here, Baudelaire's man of the crowds thought it. How many of them are there? How many of us are there? The incalculable equality of these friends of solitude, of the incommensurable subjects, of these subjects without subject and without intersubjectivity. How can a democrat handle this friendship, this truth, this contradiction, and this measurelessness? I mean the democrat whom we know so well, who is really not familiar with such things. Above all, he is unfamiliar with the practice of putting truth in quotation marks. Let us listen, then. And first let us put into the present what the standard French translation deemed it necessary to render in a future tense. Those who are the future are on their way, now, even if these arrivants have not yet arrived, their present is not present, it is not in current affairs, but they are coming, they are arrivants because they are going to come. Ils seront means, they are what is going to come, and what is to come is in the present tense, it speaks, in French, to the presentation of the future, sometimes planned, sometimes prescribed. In paragraph 43 of Beyond Good and Evil, the truth of these friends seems to be suspended between quotation marks. Are they new friends of truth, and not, as in the French translation, seront-ils, will they be, sind es neue Freunde der Wahrheit, these coming philosophers, dies kommenden Philosophen? In all probability, c'est vraisemblable ou probable, wahrscheinlich genug, the French translations give here probably, thus losing this allusion to the true, for this response to the question of truth, of friendship for the truth, cannot be true or certain, certainly, it can only have a true semblance vraisemblance, but already orientated by friendship for the truth, for all philosophers have hitherto loved their truths. I have underlined hitherto, be sure we will come across its import again later. Their truths, theirs, without quotation marks this time, this is what the philosophers have loved. Is this not contradictory with truth itself? But if one must love truth, this is necessary, is it not? How will one love anything other than one's own truth, a truth that one can appropriate? Nietzsche's answer, but how will a democrat handle it? Far from being the very form of truth, universalization hides the cunning of all dogmatisms. Being common or being in common, a dogmatic stratagem, the cunning of the common sense of the community, what is placed in common can reason raisonner only in order to frame or set raisonner. And as for the apparently arithmetical question, the question of the number of friends, in which we have begun to perceive the Aristotelian dimension, the question of great numbers qua the political question of truth, we shall see that it does not fail to crop up here. For all philosophers have hitherto loved their truths, ihr Wahrheiten. But certainly, sicherlich aber, they will not be dogmatists. It must offend their pride, and also their taste, if their truth is supposed to be a truth for every man, which has hitherto, emphasis added, been the secret desire and hidden sense, Hintersinn, of all dogmatic endeavors. My judgment is my judgment, another cannot easily acquire a right to it, such a philosopher of the future may perhaps, veal liked, once again, say. One has to get rid of the bad taste of wanting to be in agreement with many, mit vielen Übereinstimmungen zu wollen. Good is no longer good when your neighbor takes it into his mouth. And how could there exist a common good, Gemeingut? The expression is a self-contradiction, what can be common has ever but little value. In the end it must be as it is and has always been, great things are for the great, abysses for the profound, shudders, shudder, also shivers or quivers or thrills, and delicacies, Zartheten, also fragilities and weaknesses, etc., for the refined, feinen, the delicate, the subtle, the weak also, the vulnerable, for the aristocracy of this truth of election is both that of force and weakness, a certain manner of being able to be hurt, and, in sum, tm ganzen Uendikersen, all rare things for the rare. Point 21. So that is what this philosopher of the future will say, perhaps. That, perhaps, is what he would say, the friend of truth, but a mad truth, the mad friend of a truth which ignores both the common and common sense, I, the living fool, the friend of a truth in quotation marks that reverses all the signs in one stroke. 3. This mad truth. The just name of friendship. It seems to me that the meditations of a man of state must center on the question of enemies in all its aspects, and he owes it to himself to have taken a keen interest in the saying of Xenophon, "The wise man will profit from his enemies." Consequently, I have collected the remarks I have recently made, in approximately the same terms, on this subject, and I will send them to you. I have abstained as much as possible from quoting what I had written in my political precepts, since I see that you often have this book in hand. 1. Plutarch. A good-natured hare wanted to have many friends. Many. You say, that is a major affair. A single friend is a rare thing in these parts. I agree, but my hare had this whim and didn't know what. Aristotle used to say to young Greeks upon entering his school, "My friends, there are no friends." Complacent, assiduous, always driven by zeal. He wanted to make everyone a faithful friend. And believed himself loved because he loved them. 2. Florian. Now, perhaps we are ready, now, to hear and understand the Nietzschean apostrophe, the cry of the living fool that I am, friends, there are no friends. Freunde, es gibt keine Freunde. Perhaps we are better exposed to it, there where its destination also depends on us. Its destiny, perhaps, rides on the event of a response that has come, like the responsibility of a countersignature, from its addressees. Who will come to countersign? What? How? How many? The apostrophe resounds in human, all too human. In the chapter of Friends 3 it also plays with a tradition deeper and wider than any of us could fathom, Aristotle, Montaigne, Plutarch, Graydon, Oraculo Manuel, Florian, and so many others awaiting us. Most often they appeal to a wisdom, and this wisdom usually derives its authority from a political experience. In any case, it draws from such experience political lessons, moralities, and precepts to be used by wise politicians. Once again, we will hear it, the provocation strikes and opens with a perhaps. It opens as much as it opens up, it breaks in. The irreducible modality of the perhaps always gives the opening note. Perhaps gives it as a sharp rap is administered. Perhaps gives it with the announcement of a first act or a first scene, but also as the only chance granted to the future. More precisely, the chance of the future as chance itself. Future there is, if there ever is, when chance is no longer barred. There would be no future without chance. The rap of the perhaps not only effects a catastrophic inversion, a reversal of the tradition, already paradoxical, "Oh my friends, there is no friend," it provokes the avowal of the opposite, the confession of an error that is not foreign to the truth. This is perhaps truth itself, a superior or more profound truth. And perhaps to each of us there will come the more joyful hour, when we exclaim, "Friends, there are no friends," thus said the dying sage. "Foes, there are no foes," say I, the living fool. Und viel leicht kommt jedem auch einmal the freudigere Stunde, wo sagt. Freunde, es gibt keine Freunde, so rief der Sterbend wise. Feinde, es gibt keinen Feind. Ruffich, der Lebentor. 4. Numerous roads promise to open up on a reading of this reversing renversant apostrophe, an overwhelming one, too, since it converts the friend into the enemy. Someone complains, in sum, about the disappearance of the enemy. Would it already have taken place? In any case, this person fears that it has, he recalls it, announces and denounces it as a catastrophe. We shall listen once again, at more or less regular intervals, to a double clamour, the 2 times and 2 voices, the 2 persons of this exclamation, he/I, he exclaimed/I exclaimed, past/present, dying/living, wisdom/madness. But a single cry answers the other, this is what the dying sage cried, this is what I cry, the living fool, etc., so rief der Sterbend wise, rough ich, der Leben Tor. That saying which Aristotle often repeated is, then, indeed one of someone who is dying, his last will and testament, already speaking from the place of death. A testamentary wisdom to which must be opposed, even at the price of madness, the exclaiming insurrection of the living present. The dying person addresses friends, speaking of friends to them, if only to tell them there are none. As for the living person, he addresses enemies, speaking to them of enemies, if only to tell them there are none. The dying person dies, turning towards friendship, the living person lives on, turning towards enmity. Wisdom on the side of death, and the past came to pass, the being past of the passerby. Madness on the side of life, and the present is, the presence of the present. This is far from the only time, as we have seen, that Nietzsche associates the thought of the friend-enemy or of the brother-enemy with madness, with sheer madness that begins by inverting all the senses of sense into their opposites. For sheer madness is a priori inscribed in the very sense of sense. The fool is already on the premises as a guest who would have preceded his host. He haunts him in advance, his shadow is watching in the darkness of all hospitality, human all too human is a fool addressing fools, his friends the fools. The book is literally dedicated to a corporation of fools, Narrenzoonfeed. The madness is the dedication and the signature at the end. The verse epilogue, the postlude, I Nachspiel, is entitled Among Friends, Unter Freunden, and it also addresses an apostrophe to them, the friends. He asks neither to be excused nor pardoned for this book of unreason, diesem unvernunftigen Buch, only for the kind of hospitality offered to mad arrivants. He requests only that they open the doors of their hearts to him, that they listen to him, welcoming him into their selves, that they put him up, honor him, and learn from him, in sum, a history of reason. Only a fool can tell this story, only he can know how to submit reason to reason, how reason becomes what it should have been, finally brought to its senses. Having said this, we are going to read the book's final lines and the envoy. It, too, is pronounced in the form of a salute or a leave-taking. A moment of separation with friends at last, friends who have become friends, and the testamentary connotation is not absent. All the more so given that in the middle of the epilogual nature of the apostrophe, that is, the beginning of the end, does not fail to appear. We shall have to climb the road separating us from the cemetery, till we reach the grave together. Friends, bis wir in the Grubstigen. /Freunde. If the address requests that we go beyond excuse and pardon, it still moves in the religious space of benediction or malediction. Unless this space would at last be opened by it. It conjures up malediction, Fluch, and pronounces benediction twice, Amen, und auf Wiedersehen, in offering the promised coming of the event, in exposing, rather, the arriving stance arrivance of the question of the perhaps, so soils Gestion. Sad face. Shall we do this, friends, again? Freunde. J.A. So soils Gestion. Amen. Und auf Wiedersehen. No excuses. No forgiving. You who laugh and joy in living. Grant this book, with all its follies, diesem unvernunftigen Buch. Ear and heart and open door. Friends, believe me, all my follies, mean unvemunfeed. Been a blessing heretofore. What I seek, what I discover, was ich such, was ich finde comma. Has a book contained it ever? Hail in me the guild of fools. Die Narrenzoonfeed. Learn what this fool's books, Narrenbuch, offense is. Reason coming to its senses. We vernunfeedkommt, Sir vernunfeed. Shall we, friends, do this again? Also, Freunde, soils Geschiehen? Amen. Und auf Wiedersehen. The envoy thus confirms that the friend cannot address anything other than a fool's discourse to his friends. The truth of friendship is a madness of truth, a truth that has nothing to do with the wisdom which, throughout the history of philosophy qua the history of reason, will have set the tone of this truth, by attempting to have us believe that amorous passion was madness, no doubt, but that friendship was the way of wisdom and of knowledge, no less than of political justice. Let us return now to enemies. There is no enemy, at paragraph 376 of Human All Too Human, 1. Let us recall only the following for the moment, that the reversal had been prepared by an avowal. By a sort of response to self, already, the same sage, the presumed author of O My Friends, when he was not yet dying, accepted in the prime of life to contradict himself. In any case, he consented to declaring to himself an error and an illusion while appealing, in sum, to responsibility. A responsibility which, following the more or less latent, and thus silent, logic of the argument, can be exercised only in silence, indeed, in secret, in a sort of counterculture of knowing how to keep silent. As though the sage were speaking silently to himself about silence, answering himself saying nothing, in order to appeal to responsibility. One must know how to reach such silence, they must learn how, und schweigen müssen sie gelernt haben. When one realizes this, and realizes in addition that all the opinions of one's fellow men, of whatever kind they are and with whatever intensity they are held, are just as necessary and unaccountable, unverantwortlich, as their actions, if one comes to understand this inner necessity of opinions originating in the inextricable interweaving of character, occupation, talent, environment, perhaps one will then get free of that bitterness of feeling with which the sage cried, "Friends, there are no friends. Freunde, es gibt keine Freunde." One will, rather, avow to oneself, Word sich viel mehr ingestahen, yes, there are friends, but it is error and deception regarding yourself that led them to you, and they must have learned how to keep silent in order to remain your friend. Und schweigen müssen sie gelernt haben dir Freund zu bleiben, for such human relationships almost always depend upon the fact that two or three things are never said or even so much as touched upon. If these little boulders do start to roll, however, friendship follows after them and shatters. Are there not people who would be mortally wounded if they discovered that their dearest friends actually know about them? Friendship does not keep silence, it is preserved by silence. From its first word to itself, friendship inverts itself, hence it says, saying this to itself, that there are no more friends, it avows itself in avowing that. Friendship tells the truth, and this is always better left unknown. The protection of this custody guarantees the truth of friendship, its ambiguous truth, that by which friends protect themselves from the error or the illusion on which friendship is founded, more precisely, the bottomless bottom founding of friendship, which enables it to resist its own abyss. To resist the vertigo or the revolution that would have it turning around itself. Friendship is founded, in truth, so as to protect itself from the bottom, or the abyssal bottomless depths. That is why friendship had better preserve itself in silence, and keep silent about the truth. Over the abyss, on the shifting ground of our friendships, how uncertain, unsecure, is the ground upon which all our alliances and friendships rest, how isolated, vereinsamt, solitary, insularized, solitarized, each man is, ibid, that is what you will say to yourself, with so much experience of misunderstandings, ruptures, hostile fleeings foots hostiles. So you had better keep silent about this truth of truth. The truth of truth is that the truth is there to protect a friendship that could not resist the truth of its illusion. Nietzsche affects a mystical tone when he puts forward aphoristic precepts and sentences, Sprüche, that he then names, in Latin, silentium. Asceticism, kenosis, knowledge of how to evacuate words to gain breathing space for friendship. Here again, Nietzsche thinks silence from the standpoint of friendship, as though silence itself could not be spoken about, as though it could not be spoken elsewhere than in friendship, by friendship. Speech ruins friendship, it corrupts by speaking, degrades, belittles, undoes the speech, veredet, of friendship, but this evil is done to it on account of truth. If silence must be kept among friends, concerning friends, this is just as much so as not to tell the truth, a murderous truth. Silentium. One should not talk, reden, about one's friends, otherwise one will talk away the feeling of friendship, sonst veredet man sich das Gefühl der Freundschaft. 5. Not that friends should keep silent, among themselves or on the subject of their friends. Their speech would perhaps have to breathe with an implied silence. This is nothing other than a certain way of speaking, secret, discreet, discontinuous, aphoristic, elliptic, just in disjointed time to avow the truth that must be concealed, hiding it, because it is deadly, to save life. To avow or not to avow, what difference does it make, since the avowal consists in hiding the truth even more safely? What is the truth of a confession? Not the veracity of what it says, but its confessional truth. At least for the time being, let us speak this moment of avowal, for perhaps the day of joy will come when the living fool, that I am, will dare to exclaim, there is no enemy. This day of joy, as we recall, will be one of a shared rejoicing, Mitfreude, not fellow suffering, Mitleid. For there would then be two communities without community, two friendships of solitude, two ways of saying to oneself, keeping silent, keeping it hushed, that solitude is irremediable and friendship impossible, two ways for desire to share and to parcel out the impossible, one would be the compassionate and negative way, the other affirmative, which would attune and join two disjointed rejoicings jourissences conjugated at the heart of the dissociation itself, heterogeneous allies, affirmed, perhaps affirmed in total darkness. An ecstatic rejoicing but one without plenitude, a communion of infinite wrenching. In the meantime, in the course of the first avowal's moment, which still belongs to the community of compassion, you had better keep silence to preserve what remains of friendship. And as the friends know this truth of truth, the custody of what cannot be kept, they had better keep silent together. As in a mutual agreement. A tacit agreement, however, whereby those who are separated come together without ceasing to be what they are destined to be, and undoubtedly what they more than ever are, dissociated, solitarized, singularized, constituted into monadic aldeerethes, varian samt, where, as the phenomenologist says, what is proper to the alter ego will never be accessible, as such, to an originarily bestowing intuition, but only to an analogical representation. These two are not in solidarity with one another, they are solitary, but they ally themselves in silence within the necessity of keeping silent together, each, however, in his own comber. This is, perhaps, a social bond, a contemporaneity, but in the common affirmation of being unbonded, an untimely being alone and, simultaneously, in joint acquiescence to disjunction. How can you be together to bear witness to secrecy, separation, singularity? You would have to testify where testimony remains impossible. You would have to witness the absence of attestation, and testify in behalf of that absence, as Blanquat says, speech still to be spoken beyond the living and the dead, testifying for the absence of attestation. 6. How can one be silent, one and the other, one the very other l'un et l'autre même? This miteinander schweigen can always come to ruin our ontological assurances, our common sense, our concept of the concept, the one of the common that has always commanded our thought as well as our politics of friendship. How can a politics of separation be founded? Nietzsche dares to recommend separation, he dares to prescribe distancing in the code excluding distance, in this very distance, and as if he were provoking it, in the language that remains as much that of friendship as that of politics, of state, of family, affinity, kinship, verwandtschaft, appurtenance, the co-appurtenance of identity, Zusammenhörigkeit. In parting, I'm scheiden. It is not in how one soul approaches another but in how it distances itself from it that I recognize their affinity and relatedness, Verwandtschaft und Zusammenhörigkeit. Point 7. What is keeping silent? Keeping silent among friends, unter Freunden, in the rupture, I'm scheiden, in the interruption that substitutes, as it must, for in silence, everything must be possible, testimony for know-how, faith for the test, fidence for demonstration, the perhaps for certainty, the other for the same, friendship for calculation, etc. The imperative and the enigma of the sense of decency pudor are not far off. We shall link them in a moment to the perhaps, to the truth and to the question of sexual difference, in Nietzsche's writing, his silence, his erasure without erasure. Perhaps this is an altogether different way of thinking the among, of apprehending the among friends, from within the silence of friends, and not the opposite. A particular among would be incommensurable to all others. This is when the end begins, the incipit of the epilogue, the advent of the first verses of the Knox peal whose second stanza we quoted. Silence among friends will not work without laughter, and laughter bares its teeth, as does death. And the more evil it is, the better. Doing and laughing, Machen/Lachen, doing evil and laughing at evil, making each other laugh about evil. Among friends. Not laughing evil away, but making ourselves laugh at evil. Among friends. You will not, perhaps, have failed to register the fact that we are writing and describing friends as masculine, neuter masculine. Do not consider this a distraction or a slip. It is, rather, a laborious way of letting a question furrow deeper. We are perhaps born from the very first step by and towards this question, what is a friend in the feminine, and who, in the feminine, is her friend? Why do our philosophers and our religions, our culture, acknowledge so little irreducible right, so little proper and acute signification, in such grammar? In an unpublished passage of Beyond Good and Evil, precisely around paragraph 2 on the dangerous perhaps of the new philosophers which we were questioning above, Nietzsche will have bequeathed us a certain number of unasked sentences. They take the movement of truth up into the folds of a veil, and this is always truth suspended between inverted commas, the veiled truth of decency, as Nietzsche often says. But some of these phrases also inscribe the perhaps, which is never dissociated from veiled decency, in a staging of feminine seduction where it would be arduous to distribute place, praise, and blame. The veil, and decency too, may signify the absence of courage. In the first draft, in the insistent mode of perhaps, and not far from the dangerous perhaps, we can read, for example, but who has the courage to look on these truths without a veil? Perhaps there exists a legitimate decency before these problems and possibilities, perhaps we are mistaken about their value, perhaps we all thereby obey this will, emphasis added. A second draft contains two unasked conclusions. One, but who is willing to concern himself with such perhaps? That violates good taste, especially virtue. When truth becomes scandalous to this point and renounces all decency, one must recommend prudence before that lady. 2. Perhaps. But who is willing to concern himself with these dangerous perhaps? That violates good taste, and also virtue. When truth becomes scandalous to this point, when this unscrupulous lady divests herself of her veils to this point and renounces all decency, away. Away with this seductress. May she henceforth go her own way. One can never be too prudent with a lady like that. You may tell me with a wink that one is better off associating with a humble and modest error, with a nice little lie. 8. How much of a chance would a feminine friend have on this stage? And a feminine friend of hers, among themselves? See below. Among friends. Epilogue. 1. Fine to lie in quiet together. Finer still to join in laughing. Schonists, miteinander schweigen. Schöner, miteinander lachen. Underneath a silken heaven. Lying back among the grasses. Join with friends in cheerful laughing. Lieblich laut mit Freunden lachen. Showing our white teeth together. Am I right? Let's lie in quiet. Am I wrong? Let's join in laughing. And in being aggravating. Aggravating, loudly laughing. Schlimmer machen, schlimmer lachen. Till we reach the grave together. Bis wir in the Grube steigen. Not all silences chime together. Each time the quality, the modality, of the keeping quiet together eludes a common measure. Here, we have just apprehended the moment when the keeping silent of compassion broke into laughter, into a resounding laughter but without a word, still silent, aphonic in the sonority of its break into laughter, into the hysterical laughter of rejoicing among friends. The question is one of tonality. Stimmung changes everything. Beyond the concept, even if it is the same one, and even if it becomes undecidable, Stimmung suspends or terrifies oppositions, converts the antithesis into its antithesis, friend into enemy, love into hate, etc. There is little room for laughter in Heidegger. Nevertheless, if this subject did not result in too long a detour, we might recognize in the very possibility of the silence, the keeping silent, the discretion, the secret of Schweigen or Verschwiegenheit, which Heidegger, as early as Senuendizeit being and time, paras 34 and 60, analyses at the heart of speech. Finding the resource of its own silence in the possibility of speaking, that which thus keeps silent belongs from then on to truth, more precisely, to one of the essential modes, to wit, speech or discourse, read, of opening or disclosedness, Erschlossenheit, disclosedness to truth, that is, of truth in which Dasein is, a Dasein originarily responsible, indebted, or responsibilizable, skoldig, but in a truth that is every bit as originarily an untruth, but Dasein is. Equiprimordially gleichersprunglich in the untruth. Point 9. We could demonstrate, and we would like to attempt this elsewhere, that this equiprimordiality of truth and untruth, like that of all the apparently opposite possibilities that are inextricably linked to it, destabilizes all the conceptual distinctions that seem to structure the existential analytic, dooming its logic to an Unheimlichkeit marking each of its decisive moments. In truth, it undoes, disidentifies, the identification of every concept. It appeals to a thinking beyond the concept, but a fortiori beyond intuition. It surpasses reason, but a fortiori the understanding too. This thought, always supposing that the name fits the named and retains its validity beyond these final frontier oppositions, always supposing a proper name could be found for it in any singular language, always supposing that it still speculates, this excessive thought belongs as little to the disinterested or theoretical, even discursive, order of philosophical speculation as the unchained desires of love and hate, friendship and enmity, when they unite in death, at any moment, in the taste of each of our desires. Defying all oppositions, this Unheimlichkeit would here suffice to usher in, between friend and enemy, every and all conversion, inversion, and revolution retournements. It lodges the enemy in the heart of the friend, and vice versa. Why do we say it lodges the other, the stranger, or the enemy? Because the word unheimlich is not unfamiliar, though it speaks precisely to the stranger, to the intimacy of the hearth and familial lodgings, to the oikiotes, but above all because it provides a place, in a troubling way, for a form of welcome in itself that recalls the haunt as much as the home, Unterkunft, lodgings, shelter, hospitable habitat, said the epilogue we cited above, and in a moment we will hear the voice of the friend as the voice of the spectre. The fact that in its very depth the keeping silent of Senuendizeit never laughs will one day indicate to us one of the places for hearing once again the colloquy between Nietzsche and Heidegger, what there is among those friends as well as among those enemies. We have just focused our attention on the avowed error, the endured illusion at the beginning of paragraph 376 of Human All Too Human, of Friends. The logic of avowal will justify, at the end of the paragraph, the inversion, or conversion, the hour of joy that will come perhaps. This logic prepares the fool's response, my living fool's cry and the clamour of what could be called the call to the enemy, enemies, there is no enemy. Can and alas, or and if only there could be enemies, or again, instead of bewailing the friend, bewail the enemy, be inferred from this call? Perhaps. In all these hypotheses, this call to the enemy ipso facto converts the enemy into the friend. You must love your enemies, sein Feinde lieben, even if you pretend to love them, but no longer in a Christian fashion. And the friend is asked to convert himself into an enemy. No concept, nor any insurance contract between word and concept, vocable and meaning, is more stable, more reliable, bios, as Aristotle would say. This conversion, then, will allow us no respite. We will never have done with it. In a modest book or elsewhere, for this interminability is no accident, one cannot, any more than one must not, have done with it. This is not a surpassable moment. It remains the structural condition of that which it must yet survive in making it possible, the sentence, the decision, the responsibility, the event, death itself. Hence, we shall not finish with it. But the first reason that makes us wary of the opposition between the dying sage and the living fool, and discourages any dwelling on the stabilized distinction between friends, there is no friend, and enemies, there is no enemy, is that one apostrophe can always feign to be the other. The dying sage can play fools, he can play the fool, and the fool can pretend to be wiser and deeper in death's throes than the Greek philosopher that he has summoned to bear witness. The face of the fool can be a mask. Behind the mask, a sage wiser than the sage. Fundamentally, from one address to the other, the same person is speaking, him, me, and language liberates the substitution, I is me, but an I is a him. One is the other. One guards and guards himself from the other. One does violence to oneself, becoming violence. Here again the infinite build-up Schurencher, also a raising of the stakes, a build-up that does not even need an author's intention, or a deliberate decision, it is carried away, it carries itself away, it throws itself into turmoil with the disidentification of concepts and terms that we are analyzing right now. But, no doubt by a stroke of luck, it happens that in another place, rather at one remove from here, Nietzsche himself seems to gloss these two sayings of the sage and the fool, the dying and the living, his saying and mine. He affects, perhaps, to provide us with a key for a reading of the score. Again it is in the Vermischt Meinungen Spruch, paragraph 246. The French translation of the tide of this short section has, the sage passing himself off as a fool, der Weise sich als Narren gebend, the sage giving himself up as a fool, the sage when he intends to give himself up for a fool, when he agrees to present himself as that which he is not. I prefer to keep, in its literality and playfulness, the reference to the present, the gift, to giving oneself up as. For the simulacrum of the sage knows how to offer himself, he makes a gift, he makes himself into a gift, inspired by a generous friendship. He thereby gives the good to avoid doing evil to his Umgebung, his entourage, milieu, relatives. And he feigns, lies, disguises, or masks himself, out of friendship for mankind, out of Menschenfreundlichkeit. Philanthropy once again, humanity, sociability. Here is the English translation which we will modify or compare with the words of the original version only when we consider it especially indispensable. Paragraph 246. The wise man pretending to be a fool. The wise man's philanthropy, die Menschenfreundlichkeit, sometimes leads him to pose as excited, angry, delighted, sich erregt, erzürnt, erfreut, so that the coldness and reflectiveness of his true nature, of his true essence, sens waren wessens, shall not harm those around him. Original emphasis. Lie, mask, dissimulation, the simulacrum bestows. It also provokes vertigo, the sage, for friendship's sake, this is what makes him a sage, takes on the disguise of the fool, and, for friendship's sake, disguises his friendship as enmity. But what is he hiding? His enmity, for the coldness and lucidity of his true nature are to be feared only where they may hurt and reveal some aggressivity. In sum, the sage presents himself as an enemy in order to conceal his enmity. He shows his hostility so as not to hurt with his wickedness. And why does he take such pains? Out of friendship for mankind, philanthropic sociability. His pose, sich stillen, consists, in the sheer difference between hot and cold, exalted anger and icy lucidity, in feigning to be precisely what he is, in telling the truth to conceal the truth and especially to neutralize its deadly effect, to protect others from it. He loves them enough not to want to do them all the evil he wants for them. He loves them too much for that. And what if tomorrow a new political wisdom were to let itself be inspired by this his wisdom, by this manner of knowing how to lie, dissimulate, or divert wicked lucidity? What if it demanded that we know, and know how to dissimulate, the principles and forces of social unbinding de liaison, all the menacing disjunctions? To dissimulate them in order to preserve the social bond and the Menschenfreundlichkeit? A new political wisdom, human, humanistic, anthropological, of course. A new Menschenfreundlichkeit pessimistic, skeptical, hopeless, incredulous. A new virtue, from that point on? The Nietzschean thought of virtue will not be simplified here. So very many apparently heterogeneous propositions would have to be not only reread but harmonized. The immense but rigorously coherent medley of Zarathustra's addresses to his brothers would also, and this would be an awesome and hitherto unaccomplished feat, have to be taken into account. Addresses to his friends who are also brothers. This consequence, in its shimmering mobility, its untenable instability, appears no less rigorous even though it is not systematic, not philosophical, moral, or theological. Its expository mode can never be reduced to what it nevertheless also is, the discipline of a psychology, a prophecy, a poetics. Our hypothesis is that the genre, the mode, the rhetoric, the poetics, and the logic to which Zarathustra's songs belong, of the friend, of the bestowing virtue, of the virtuous, of the belittling virtue, examples of what interests us here, could be determined, following old or new categories, only from the place of the very thing that is said there, in this specific place, about friendship and virtue, fraternity, and the saying of what is said there, in that way. We shall consider these passages when the time comes. This said and this saying call for a new type of address. They claim as much, in any case, teleopoetically. To take saying and the virtue of speaking about virtue seriously is to acknowledge the address of a vocation, the brothers, past, present or to come, for whom Zarathustra destines such a harangue on friendship and on virtue, an ever evil virtue. The brothers. Why the brothers? The addressees, as always, lay down the law of genre. We must meditate upon this, the addressees are brothers, and their coming virtue remains virile. The Gay Science, para 169, says that declared enemies are indispensable for men who must rise to the level of their own virtue, virility, Männlichkeit, and cheerfulness. We shall return to this later, then. But to confine ourselves here to the barest schema, let us note that the motive of virtue is never discredited, no more so than the word virtue, in its Greek or Judeo-Christian cultural context. Virtue is regularly reaffirmed by Nietzsche according to a logic or a rhetoric that can be interpreted in at least three ways, at least three when the question concerns the author of our new infinite, which never ceased to designate in this way a world that had become infinite again since opening for us onto an infinity of interpretations. 10. 1. The deliberate perversion of the heritage, the opposite meaning under the same word. 2. The restoration of a meaning perverted by the inherited tradition, Greek, Jewish, or Pauline Christian. 3. Or a hyperbolic build-up, more Greek or more Judeo-Christian than the Greek or the Judeo-Christian. For this reason, one must not hesitate to take the path to a Christian virtue, weg zu einer Christlichen Tugend. 11. To learn from one's enemies is the best path to loving them, for it puts us in a grateful mood towards them. One suspects that this is not the most Christian way of going down such a path, nor of thinking the unconscious of virtues. This again is a question of path, of progress along a path, of steps, gait, a way of walking, rather than a question of content. For there are unconscious virtues, this, morality and philosophy could never admit, and like visible virtues, like those that one believes to be visible, these invisible virtues follow their own course, Gehirnausgang, with Nietzsche's emphasis, but a wholly different course. 12. This difference comes to light only under a microscope, a divine microscope capable of perceiving delicate sculptures on the scales of reptiles. Hence we will not be too surprised, alongside this praise of enmity or these calls to the enemy, to see Nietzsche honoring friendship, the good friendship, even the Greek brand, and sometimes beyond the things people call love. Good friendship supposes disproportion. It demands a certain rupture in reciprocity or equality, as well as the interruption of all fusion or confusion between you and me. By the same token it signifies a divorce with love, albeit self-love. The few lines defining this good friendship 13 mark all these lines of division. Good friendship can be distinguished from the bad only in eluding everything one believed one could recognize in the name friendship. As if it were a question of a simple homonym. Good friendship is born of disproportion, when you esteem or respect, tet, the other more than yourself. Nietzsche points out that this does not mean that one loves more than oneself, and there is a second division, within lovance, between friendship and love. Good friendship certainly supposes a certain air, a certain tinge, Anstrich, of intimacy, but one without actual and genuine intimacy. It commands that we abstain wisely, prudently, weislich, from all confusion, all permutation between the singularities of you and me. This is the announcement of the community without community of thinkers to come. Is such a friendship still Greek? Yes and no. Does this question make sense? Yes and no. If what Nietzsche understands here under the name friendship, if what he wants to have us hear and understand or give us to hear and understand for the future still chimes with philia but is already no longer Greek, then this is another way of suggesting that this experience, with the help of no other, forbids us to place trust in some presumed unity of Greek culture, with respect to this point as to that of so many others. Nietzsche knows better than anyone, when he writes in honor of friendship 14 that he is speaking Greek and that his argument, illustrated with a tale, portrays a Greek possibility. He honors it, precisely. But the tale reveals an internal contradiction in the Greek concept of friendship, the Greek virtue of friendship, more precisely, in its philosophical concept, as it could be implemented in a philosopher's life. Nietzsche notes that in antiquity the feeling of friendship was the highest, more elevated than the most celebrated pride of the sages, who boasted of their independence, autonomy, and self-sufficiency. Certainly, this unique feeling seemed to be indissociable from this pride, this freedom of self-determination from which it thus stemmed. Now the tale, setting face to face a king and a philosopher, a Macedonian king and a Greek philosopher, tends to mark a split between this proud independence, this freedom, this self-sufficiency that claims to rise above the world, and a friendship which should agree to depend on and receive from the other. The Athenian philosopher disdains the world, refusing as a result the king's gift, Jacques, of a talent. What, demanded the king? Has he no friend? Nietzsche translates, the king meant that he certainly honored the pride of a sage jealous of his independence and his own freedom of movement, but the sage would have honored his humanity better had he been able to triumph over his proud self-determination, his own subjective freedom, had he been able to accept the gift and the dependency, that is, this law of the other assigned to us by friendship, a sentiment even more sublime than the freedom or self-sufficiency of a subject. The philosopher discredited himself in his ignorance of one of the two sublime sentiments, in truth the more elevated of the two. A logic of the gift thus withholds friendship from its philosophical interpretation. Imparting to it a new twist, at once both gentle and violent, this logic reorientates friendship, deflecting it towards what it should have been, what it immemorially will have been. This logic calls friendship back to non-reciprocity, to dissymmetry or to disproportion, to the impossibility of a return to offered or received hospitality, in short, it calls friendship back to the irreducible precedence of the other. To its consideration prevenance, thoughtfulness of and for that which comes before. But is there more or less freedom in accepting the gift of the other? Is this reorientation of the gift that would submit friendship to the consideration of the other something other than alienation? And is this alienation without relation to the loss of identity, of responsibility, of freedom that is also translated by madness, this living madness which reverses, perverts or converts, good, sense, makes opposites slide into each other and knows very well, in its own way, in what sense the best friends are the best enemies. Hence the worst. What concept of freedom, and of equality, are we talking about? And what are the political consequences and implications, notably with regard to democracy, of such a rupture in reciprocity, indeed, of such a divorce between two experiences of freedom that pride themselves on being respectively the hyperbole of the other? With regard to democracy and with regard to justice? For we would be tempted to match Nietzsche's gesture, as we have just seen it in outline, to the call he seems to be making for another justice, the one soon to be within reach of the new philosophers, the arrivants, the one already within their reach, since these arrivants, who are still to come, are already coming. But what is needful is a new justice, Sondamin nui gerechtigkeit tut not, 15. Just as we lack, it is the same sentence, the same need, the same exigency, new philosophers. The anchor must be raised with you, philosophers of a new world, for there is more than one Carlyn a plus Dion, in a search for a justice that would at last break with sheer equivalence, with the equivalence of right and vengeance, of justice as principle of equivalence, right, and the law of eye for eye, an equivalence between the just, the equitable, gerecht, and the revenged, gerecht, that Nietzschean genealogy has relentlessly recalled as the profound motivation of morality and of right, of which we are the heirs. What would an equality then be, what would an equity be, which would no longer calculate this equivalence? Which would, quite simply, no longer calculate at all, and would carry itself beyond proportion, beyond appropriation, thereby exceeding all reappropriation of the proper? This disappropriation-depropriation would undoubtedly beckon to this other love whose true name, says Nietzsche in conclusion, whose just name is friendship, ihr rechter name ist Freundschaft. Point 16. This friendship is a species of love, but of a love more loving than love. All the names would have to change for the sake of coherence. Without being able to devote to it the careful reading it deserves, let us recall that this little 2-page treatise on love denounces, in sum, the right to property. This property right is the claim revendication of love, at least, of what is thus named. The vindictive claim of this right can be deciphered throughout all the appropriative maneuvers of the strategy which this love deploys. It is the appropriating drive, Trieb, par excellence. Love wants to possess. It wants the possessing. It is the possessing, cupidity itself, Habsucht, it always hopes for new property, and even the very Christian love of one's neighbor, charity, perhaps, would reveal only a new lust in this fundamental drive. Our love of our neighbor, is it not a lust for new possessions? Unser Nächstenliebe, ist sie nicht ein Drang nach neuem Eigentum? This question is doubly important. In contesting the Christian revolution of love as much as the Greek philosophical concept of friendship, and just as much the norms of justice that depend on them, its target is the very value of proximity, the neighbor's proximity as the ruse of the proper and of appropriation. The gesture confirms the warning accompanying the discourse on good friendship, not to give in to proximity or identification, to the fusion or the permutation of you and me. But, rather to place, maintain, or keep an infinite distance within good friendship. The very thing that love, that which is thus named, love between the sexes, egotism itself, jealousy which tends only towards possession, besitzen, is incapable of doing. Is this to say that friendship, rightly named, will carry itself beyond eros? Beyond eros in general? Or beyond love between two sexes? Nietzsche does not unfold these questions in this form. But let us not conceal their radically, which can become disquieting, particularly given the motive of the new or of the future that we perhaps too often trust as if it were univocal, simply opposed to the form of repetition and the work of the arch-ancient. For Nietzsche sees this drive of appropriation, this form always pushing for new property, at work everywhere, including where love loves in view of knowledge, of truth, of the novelty of the new, of all new reality in general, our love of our neighbor, is it not a lust for new possessions? And likewise our love of knowledge, of truth, and altogether any lust for what is new? Und überhaupt all jener Drang nach Neuigkeiten. If new always means, again and again, once again, anew, the appropriative drive, the repetition of the same drive to appropriate the other for oneself, the truth, being, the event, etc., what can still take place anew? Anew. What remains to come? And what will become of our just impatience to see the new coming, the new thoughts, the new thinkers, new justice, the revolution, or the messianic interruption? Yet another ruse. Once again the desire of appropriation? Yes. Yes, perhaps. And you must be coherent with this response. You must acquiesce to this principle of ruin at the heart of the most utterly new. It could never be eluded or denied. And yet, at the heart of this acquiescence, just when a yes could be proffered to the principle of ruin, beyond knowledge and truth, precisely, an empty place would be left by Nietzsche as we would perhaps like to read him, a place open for that which can perhaps still take place, by chance. Favorable to friendship and like friendship, the friendship that would then deserve its just name. More precisely, favorable to the love whose just name would be friendship. Because the adequation between the concept, the name, and the event could never be assured. Its appropriateness just res would not be regulated by the necessity of any knowledge. Perhaps, one day, here or there, who knows, something may happen between two people in love, who would love each other lovingly, is this still the right word, in such a way that friendship, just once, perhaps, for the first time, another perhaps, once and only once, therefore for the first and last time, perhaps, will become the correct name, the right and just name for that which would then have taken place, the condition being that it take place between two people, as Nietzsche specifies. But how can you adjust a name to what could take place only once, perhaps, for the first and last time? In other words, and in a much more general way this time, how can you name an event? For this love that would take place only once would be the only possible event, as an impossible event. Even if the right name for this unique love were to be found, how would you convince everyone else of its appropriateness? And what about the task of convincing the partner, at the moment of the act in which this love would essentially consist, that of giving him or her the name? There would be no better way of honoring this chance than by quoting Nietzsche, was als Liebe genannt word. But let us not quote him without underscoring in advance a point of logic, rhetoric, or onomastics, what might, then, very well happen, by chance, between two in love, would cause no ripple in the calm waters of semantics. There would be no substituting or opposing, of one concept for another, one name for another, a friendship for a non-friendship, a friendship for an enmity, or a friendship for love. No, the new that will perhaps come will be radically new, who knows? But it might also take on the form of a development or a prolongation, Fortsetzung, of love. It would then be a new form of lovance, of the becoming friendship of love, under the same name, but this time under the right same name, just for once, just this one time, adjusted rather to an incomparable time, unique and without a concept, at a particular date, between two. The friendship of these friends, if there are any of this kind, should their friendship take place one fine day, in the chance of a moment, an instant, with no assurance of duration, without the firm constancy of Aristotelian philia, this would be the condition of an improbable alliance in the thought of the perhaps. And since this thought to come is not a philosophy, at least, not a speculative, theoretical, or metaphysical philosophy, not an ontology and not a theology, neither a representation nor a philosophical consciousness, at stake would be another experience of the perhaps, of thought as another experience of the perhaps. Hence another way of addressing oneself to the possible. Such a possible would no longer belong to the space of this possible, to the possibility of the possible whose concept would have assured its constancy, through so many mutations, from Aristotle to Hegel and Bergson. In order to open oneself to this other possibility of the possible, the word experience itself would have to refer to another concept, and attempt to translate itself, if this other possibility were possible, into a political language. The price to pay, if this were necessary, would be having to change the meaning of the word political. In other words, one would have to change politics. Such a change to come is perhaps underway. But let us not be blind to the aporia that all change must endure. It is the aporia of the perhaps, its historical and political aporia. Without the opening of an absolutely undetermined possible, without the radical abeyance and suspense marking a perhaps, there would never be either event or decision. Certainly. But nothing takes place and nothing is ever decided without suspending the perhaps while keeping its living possibility in living memory. If no decision, ethical, juridical, political, is possible without interrupting determination by engaging oneself in the perhaps, on the other hand, the same decision must interrupt the very thing that is its condition of possibility, the perhaps itself. In the order of law, politics, or morality, what would rules and laws, contracts, and institutions indeed be without steadfast, bios, determination, without calculability, and without violence done to the perhaps, to the possible that makes them possible? We insist on the decision in order to introduce the aporia in which all theory of decision must engage itself, notably in its apparently modern figures, for example, that of Schmittian decisionism, of its right-wing or left-wing or even neo-Marxist heritage, which we will take up later. Such a decisionism, as we know, is a theory of the enemy. And the figure of the enemy, condition of the political as such, takes shape in this century against the backdrop of its own loss. We would be losing the enemy, and thereby the political. But since when? The aporia of the event intersects with, but also capitalizes or overdetermines, the aporia of decision with regard to the perhaps. There is no event, to be sure, that is not preceded and followed by its own perhaps, and that is not as unique, singular, and irreplaceable as the decision with which it is frequently associated, notably in politics. But can one not suggest without a facile paradox, that the eventness of an event remains minimal, if not excluded, by a decision? Certainly the decision makes the event, but it also neutralizes this happening that must surprise both the freedom and the will of every subject, surprise, in a word, the very subjectivity of the subject, affecting it wherever the subject is exposed, sensitive, receptive, vulnerable and fundamentally passive, before and beyond any decision, indeed, before any subjectivation or objectivation. Undoubtedly the subjectivity of a subject, already, never decides anything. Its identity in itself and its calculable permanence make every decision an accident which leaves the subject unchanged and indifferent. A theory of the subject is incapable of accounting for the slightest decision. But this must be said a fortiori of the event, and of the event with regard to the decision. For if nothing ever happens to a subject, nothing deserving the name event, the schema of decision tends regularly, at least, in its ordinary and hegemonic sense, that which seems dominant still in Schmittian decisionism, in his theory of exception and of sovereignty, to imply the instance of the subject, a classic, free, and willful subject, therefore a subject to whom nothing can happen, not even the singular event for which he believes to have taken and kept the initiative, for example, in an exceptional situation. But should one imagine, for all that, a passive decision, as it were, without freedom, without that freedom? Without that activity, and without the passivity that is mated to it? But not, for all that, without responsibility? Would one have to show hospitality to the impossible itself, that is, to what the good sense of all philosophy can only exclude as madness or nonsense, a passive decision, an originarily affected decision? Such an undesirable guest can intrude into the closed space or the home ground of common sense only by recalling, as it were, so as to derive authority from it, an old forgotten invitation. It would thus recall the type or the silhouette of the classic concept of decision, which must interrupt and mark an absolute beginning. Hence it signifies in me the other who decides and rends. The passive decision, condition of the event, is always in me, structurally, another event, a rending decision as the decision of the other. Of the absolute other in me, the other as the absolute that decides on me in me. Absolutely singular in principle, according to its most traditional concept, the decision is not only always exceptional, it makes an exception for / of me. In me. I decide, I make up my mind in all sovereignty, this would mean, the other than myself, the me as other and other than myself, he makes or I make an exception of the same. This normal exception, the supposed norm of all decision, exonerates from no responsibility. Responsible for myself before the other, I am first of all and also responsible for the other before the other. This heteronomy, which is undoubtedly rebellious against the decisionist conception of sovereignty or of the exception, Schmidt, does not contradict, it opens autonomy onto itself, it is a figure of its heartbeat. It matches the decision to the gift, if there is one, as the other's gift. The aphoretic question what can to give in the name, to give to the name of the other mean, 17 could translate into the question of the decision, the event, the exception, sovereignty, and so on. To give in the name of, to give to the name of, the other is what frees responsibility from knowledge, that is, what brings responsibility unto itself if there ever is such a thing. For yet again, one must certainly know, one must know it, knowledge is necessary if one is to assume responsibility, but the decisive or deciding moment of responsibility supposes a leap by which an act takes off, ceasing in that instant to follow the consequence of what is, that is, of that which can be determined by science or consciousness, and thereby frees itself. This is what is called freedom, by the act of its act, of what is therefore heterogeneous to it, that is, knowledge. In sum, a decision is unconscious, insane as that may seem, it involves the unconscious and nevertheless remains responsible. And we are hereby unfolding the classic concept of decision. It is this act of the act that we are attempting here to think, passive, delivered over to the other, suspended over the other's heartbeat. For a few sentences earlier on, its heartbeat had to be necessarily accorded thus, as the heartbeat of the other. Where I am helpless, where I decide what I cannot fail to decide, freely, necessarily, receiving my very life from the heartbeat of the other. We say not only heart but heartbeat, that which, from one instant to another, having come again from an other of the other to whom it is delivered up, and this can be me, this heart receives, it will perhaps receive in a rhythmic pulsation what is called blood, which in turn will receive the force needed to arrive. The reader will have sensed that this is what I would be tempted to call lovance, love in friendship, lovance beyond love and friendship following their determined figures, beyond all this book's trajectories of reading, beyond all ages, cultures, and traditions of loving. This does not mean that lovance itself can take place figurelessly, for example, the Greek philia, courtly love, such and such a great current, as we call it, of mysticism. But a lovance cuts across these figures. Providing you open yourself, trembling, onto the perhaps. We shall undoubtedly return to this point, directly or indirectly. That is what can take place, if one thinks with a minimum of coherence the logic of the perhaps. This is, rather, what can happen to logic following the experience of the perhaps. That is what may happen to experience, perhaps, and to the concept of experience. That is what could happen, if hope for such a thing were possible, among friends, between two or more, but how many, who love each other. In speaking like this, saying that love or friendship is improbable, I am saying nothing, I am neither stating nor describing anything. First of all because it is not certain that something of the sort exists, that anything ever exists outside of what I have to say about it, which you are reading perhaps in your own way, and this is precisely what I mean in drawing the perhaps into this free zone, where we can rely on nothing, nor count how many of us there are. Next, because no predication, no judgment of attribution, we have now seen this in sufficient depth, can measure up to what lets itself be thus marked, indeed, signed, by such a perhaps. I am saying nothing, then, that can be said or is sayable. And yet my saying, the declaration of love or the call to the friend, the address to the other in the night, the writing that does not resign itself to this unsaid, who could swear that they are consigned to oblivion simply because no said can speak them exhaustively? The response no longer belongs to me, that is all I wanted to tell you, my friend the reader. And without knowing any longer if the rare or the numerous is preferable, I assume responsibility for speaking rightly, justly, on this point, up until now, up to the point when I am no longer responsible for anything. Hence the point from which all responsibility is announced. This is undoubtedly only an active and hazardous, perhaps momentary, interpretation, of what Nietzsche thus said one day about chance, about the unknown factor, the here and there of favor, of a sort of species of love, of the continuation or the follow-up to love, of a future for love the like of which it is not known if anyone will have ever had the experience. This is the conclusion of the things people call love and, like a certain Aristotle, an Aristotle whose oligarchical recommendations no one, not even Nietzsche or Blanc-18 will ever have disavowed, this conclusion pronounces something of a sentence on number. One must think and write, in particular as regards friendship, against great numbers. Against the most numerous who make language and lay down the law of its usage. Against hegemonic language in what is called public space. If there were a community, even a communism, of writing, it would above all be on condition that war be waged on those, the greatest number, the strongest and the weakest at the same time, who forge and appropriate for themselves the dominant usages of language, leaving open the question of knowing if the greatest force, in a word, hegemony or dynasty, is on the side of the greatest number, and if, as always according to Nietzsche, the greatest force be not on the side of the weakest, and vice versa. Cicero, as we recall, also explained in his own way this transmutation of weak into strong, dead into living, etc., and precisely as a history of friendship. This commutability is never alien to that which destabilizes the friend-enemy opposition. What, then, can the true name be? Of what friendship can it be the right name? Is it only a name? Is it nameable, that which it is wearing itself out trying to name? As we were saying, it would be better now to quote Nietzsche, to honor this chance. At this point linguistic usage has evidently been formed, haben, den Sprachgebrauch gemacht, by those who did not possess but desired the unfulfilled, those that covet out of need, die nicht the Sitzenden und Begeranden. Probably, there have always been too many of these, immer sehr viel. Those to whom much possession and satiety were granted in this area have occasionally, here und made some casual remark about the raging demon, as that most gracious and beloved of all Athenians, Sophocles, did, but Eros has always laughed at such blasphemers, they were invariably his greatest favorites, sein größten Liebling. Here and there, here und on earth we may encounter a kind of continuation of love, eine Art Fortsetzung der Liebe, in which this possessive craving of two people for each other, beider genes have such dich verlangens wir Personen nach einander, gives way to a new desire and lust for possession, einer neuen Begierde und have such, a shared higher thirst Nietzsche's emphasis, einem gemeinsamen höheren Durchsein for an ideal above them. But who knows such love? Who has experienced it? Its right name is friendship, ihr rechter name ist Freundschaft. Questions remain. In this semantic upheaval, why these words and not others? And what do reciprocal and common and ideal and higher and right mean? What does the adjective just or right mean for all these words? Friendship as a just name? Or enmity, supposing, precisely, that is its opposite? To take an example and to put these questions differently, what does Blake mean? Heartbroken, let down in a friendship he believes betrayed. 19 He asks or pretends to ask Haley, his friend, to become his enemy, do be my enemy, but he ordains it also, since the phrase is in the imperative voice, in the name of friendship, for love of friendship, for friendship's sake. A last fidelity to some specter of lost friendship? A living enemy, the friend would remain today more present, and more faithful in some than under his misleading features, in the figure or the simulacrum of the unfaithful friend. There would be more attentive friendship, singular attention and consideration in attention full of hatred. The enemy is then my best friend. He hates me in the name of friendship, of an unconscious or sublime friendship. Friendship, a superior friendship, returns with the enemy. There would be an enemy's fidelity. The two concepts, friend/enemy, consequently intersect and ceaselessly change places. They intertwine, as though they loved each other, all along a spiraled hyperbole. The declared enemy, Blake declares the enemy by ordering him to declare himself, "Be my enemy." The true enemy is a better friend than the friend. For the enemy can hate or wage war on me in the name of friendship, for friendship's sake, out of friendship for friendship. If in some he respects the true name of friendship, he will respect my own name. He will hear what my name should, even if it does not, properly name, the irreplaceable singularity which bears it, and to which the enemy then bears himself and refers. If he hears my order, if he addresses me myself, he respects me, at hate's distance, me, beyond my own consciousness. And if he desires my death, at least he desires it, perhaps, him, mine, singularly. The declared friend would not accomplish as much in simply declaring himself a friend while missing out on the name, that which imparts the name both to friendship and to singularity. That which deserves the name. Every time, then, the issue involves the name. The name born. The name which is imparted. The person imparting the name to the person to whom the name is handed down. The issue involves reference and respect. Each time, it involves what declaring means: war, love, friendship. The difference between the two declarative regimes hesitates at this point between two truths, two logics of negation and denial, as between a logic of lying and a logic of the unconscious. These two logics cannot help but haunt one another, and share and separate even the concept of this haunting at work in the language of our time. Hence, every time, a concept bears the phantom of the other. The enemy the friend the enemy. In order to hear and understand this Blakean vocative, "Do be my enemy for friendship's sake," one would have to do justice one day to the incessant return of his ghosts, of which there are so many in Blake, as well as to the infinite partition of all his divided spectres. Respect for the spectre, as Mary Shelley would say. Singularly, to all the spectres of Jerusalem, half friendship is the bitterest enmity, his spectre also divided. But still the spectre divided, and still his pain increased, in pain the spectre divided. And thus the spectre spoke, "Wilt thou still go on to destruction? Till thy life is all taken away by this deceitful friendship." 20. 4. The phantom friend returning. In the name of democracy. Friends as ghosts, die Freunde als Gespenster. If we greatly transform ourselves, those friends of ours who have not been transformed become ghosts of our past. Their voice comes across to us like the voice of a shade in a frightfully spectral manner, Schatten as though we were hearing ourself, only younger, more severe, less mature. 1. Nietzsche. We may wonder why democracy was unable to forge a specific language for itself. Nowhere else is the dissociation between the reality and name of democracy earned as far. So, attacking democracy with its own weapons. 2. Nicole Laurence. We would, however, hesitate on the edge of a fiction. The world would be hanging on a sort of elementary, borderless hypothesis. A general conditionality would spread over all certainties. The virtual space and time of the perhaps would be in the process of exhausting the force of our desires, the flesh of our events, the uttermost life of our lives. No, they would not be in the process of exhausting us, for the very presence of such a process would be reassuring and still too effective. No, they would be on the verge of success, and this imminence would suffice for their victory. It would suffice, not in the task of standing in opposition to this force and this life, nor in that of contradicting them, or even harming them, but, worse still, of making them possible, thereby making them simply virtual. From this virtuality they could never escape, even after their effectuation. This would, then, by the very fact, render them impossible, to the point of rendering their presumed reality simply possible. The modality of the possible, the unquenchable perhaps, would, implacably, destroy everything, by means of a sort of self-immunity from which no region of being, physis or history would be exempt. We could, then, imagine a time, this particular time. In any case we would not have any other at our disposal, but we would hesitate to say this particular time, for its presence, here and now, and its indivisible singularity, would give rise to doubt. We would want to reappropriate for ourselves, here and now, even this hesitation, even the virtualizing, suspenseful abeyance of this epoch, in order to do it in, to open it in a single stroke onto a time that would be ours, and only ours, the contemporary, should such a thing ever present itself. But we would not dare to give it a name. For fear of virtualizing even more, both our desires and our events, precisely on account of this abeyance. Nothing there could any longer be recognized, neither a moment nor a state, not even a transition. This would be an unprecedented time, a time which, reserving itself in the unique, would then remain without relation to any other, without attraction or repulsion, nor living analogy. Without even this friendship for itself, nor this enmity, without the love or the hate that would make this time appear as such. But absolutely without indifference. A time said to be contemporary that would be anything but contemporary, anything, except proper to its own time. It would resemble nothing, nor would it gather itself up in anything, lending itself to any possible reflection. It would no longer relate to itself. There would, however, be absolutely no indifference. It would not be, in other words, it would not be present, either with the other or with itself. Should it present itself, should it with some word, say I, its speech could only be that of a madman, and if it described itself as living, this would again be, and more probably than ever, a sign of madness. One would then have the time of a world without friends, the time of a world without enemies. The imminence of a self-destruction by the infinite development of a madness of self-immunity. And anyone who would say, "Oh my friends, there are no friends," and again, "Oh enemies, there is no enemy," would convince us, following a cool, directly logical analysis of his statements, that he does not yet have a friend, but already no longer has an enemy. Or conversely, at the present time. This would be, perhaps, as if someone had lost the enemy, keeping him only in memory, the shadow of an ageless ghost, but still without having found friendship, or the friend. Or a name for either. If we were not wary, in determining them too quickly, about precipitating these things towards an excessively established reality, we might propose a gross example, among an infinity of others, simply to set a heading, since what a naive Skanzian dates from the fall of the Berlin Wall, or from the end of communism, the parliamentary democracies of the capitalist Western world would find themselves without a principal enemy. The effects of this destructuration would be countless. The subject in question would be looking for new reconstitutive enmities, it would multiply little wars between nation-states, it would sustain at any price so-called ethnic or genocidal struggles, it would seek to pose itself, to find repose, through opposing still identifiable adversaries, China, Islam. Enemies without which, as Schmidt would have said, and this is our subject, it would lose its political being, it would purely and simply depoliticize itself se depoliticirate. These are questions we therefore murmur to ourselves, the whisper of the aforementioned fiction, just for a start, without an enemy, and therefore without friends, where does one then find oneself, qua self? Ous trouver soi-même? With whom? Whose contemporary? Who is the contemporary? When and where would we be, ourselves, we, in order to say, as in Nietzsche's unbelievable teleiopoesis, we and you. Let us call these questions fictive questions, to recall an evidence of common sense. I can address them, these anguished, but abstract and fleshless questions, only to an addressee. I can only throw them out towards a reader, whoever he may be. I can only destine them with the precipitative supposition of a we that, by definition and by destination, has not yet arrived to itself. Not before, at the earliest, the end and the arrival of the sentence whose very logic and grammar are improbable. For the I that feigns to address these fictive questions finds itself comprised and determined in advance by the fact that it belongs to the most suspended we of this supposed contemporaneity. It is the arrow of this teleiopoesis that we have been following, waiting for, preceding for such a long time, the long time of a time that does not belong to time. A time out of joint. Let us start again. We had just attempted, in the preceding chapter, a first interpretation. One among an infinite number of other possible ones, as Nietzsche himself said one day, an interpretation of one of his sayings, the exegesis of a fiction or an apostrophe, in memory of Montaigne, who said it himself as the heir of Aristotle and Cicero, in the great unending maieutic tradition of Lysis, e periphilias, maieuticos. Let us not forget that Lysis begins with the scene of a proper name which cannot at first be pronounced. Who is the loved one? Will his name be cited? Will he be called by his name for the first time? Everything in the political question of friendship seems to be suspended on the secret of a name. Will this name be published? Will tongues be untied, and will the name be delivered over to public space? Will a public space be opened up? Centuries later, as we shall see, between Montaigne and La Boétie, the birth of friendship, the knowledge of the name and the question of public space will be caught up in the same knot. Here, the proper name to be quoted, Lysis, is not just any name. And it involves a knot. Maieutic as an effect of analysis in English in the original, the Lysis quotes within itself its homonym, thereby tying itself to the common name, Lysis, which designates, as if by chance, unbinding, detachment, emancipation, untangling, the tie undone or dissolved by analysis, solution, indeed, absolution, even solitude. Here we have an inaugural dialogue on friendship. Now, what is it called? Have we given it a thought? Its title quotes a proper name which commonly describes a knot undone, while engaging you in the analysis of what it means to be solitary. Quoted quotations, then, on the subject of the possibility of quoting great friends, the true ones. Even if there are more than two of them, the model, exemplar, will most often be furnished by a twosome, by some great couples of friends. Always men. Well, more often than not, and that is what counts, it is of them that one speaks, the two of them, it is the twosome that is kept in memory and whose legend is archived. Our culture, our school, our literature are the theater of these couples, and the posterity of these great friends. La Boétie knew that in advance, that is what he promised for the two of them, before evoking a secret pact of nature, the paternal sap and the change in name. Should destiny so desire, be assured that posterity will place our names on the list of celebrated friends. Point 3. The interpretation involved here remains, there can be no doubt about it, insufficient and preliminary with regard to so many heritages, notably with regard to the Nietzschean corpus, an abundant, aphoristic, and apparently unstable body of work. Our approach remains prudent and modest before this boundless provocation. We remain almost speechless before this demanding but, in its successive or simultaneous postulations, elusive indictment. Now, despite or on account of these precautions, such a reading may perhaps seem too philological, micrological, readerly, complacent, too, with the time it allows itself when matters are urgent, at just the moment when one should no longer wait. At a moment when our world is delivered over to new forms of violence, new wars, new figures of cruelty or barbarity, and not always to this just and necessary barbarity that Benjamin sometimes called for against the other, the barbarity of the old culture, at a moment when hostilities are breaking out, no longer resembling the worst that we have ever known, the political and historical urgency of what is befalling us should, one will say, tolerate less patience, fewer detours and less bibliophilia discretion. Less esoteric rarity. This is no longer the time to take one's time, as a number of our well-intentioned contemporaries must no doubt think, as if we had ever been allowed to take our time in history, and as if absolute urgency were not the law of decision, the event, and responsibility, their structural law, which is inscribed a priori in the concept. Centuries of preparatory reflection and theoretical deliberation, the very infinity of a knowledge, would change nothing in this urgency. It is absolutely cutting, conclusive, decisive, here trending, it must interrupt the time of science and conscience, to which the instant of decision will always remain heterogeneous. It is, nevertheless, true that we feel called upon, live, to offer answers or to assume immediate responsibilities. It is also true that these answers and responsibilities seem to be inscribed more naturally in the space of political philosophy. This is true, it will always be true, and in this respect we will always be in a state of lack and default. Our answers and our responsibilities will never be adequate, never sufficiently direct. The debt is infinite. Urgent because infinite. A priori infinite for a finite being, as soon as a duty, if there is one, presents itself to it. Without pretending to offer a defense or an adequate justification of our approach in this matter, let us nevertheless risk a limited hypothesis, questioned at once for itself and as a symptomatic effect. The event of the text signed Nietzsche appears to us to mark, in already being a part of it, a mutation in the field of the political and of the community in general. No doubt Nietzsche is not the only one to have signaled this mutation. This is why we precisely speak, at least provisionally, of a field, even if the identity and closure of this field constitute precisely what is, from now on, most problematic. But who more or better than Nietzsche, who more thematically than he, would have called the politics and history of the world a history of the political, as political history, in its link to loving, precisely, to friendship as well as to love, more precisely, to the Greek, Jewish, and Christian history of this link, of the binding and unbinding of this link. And thus to enmity, hatred, hostility and war? In other words, who would have better named our history, our memory, our culture, if there is one and if it is one? Who will have better represented what is happening to our world, what is happening to us, what is happening to us by affecting even the possibility of saying we, and precisely, concerning the political example of the friend/enemy opposition? Who better than he, from this point of view, will have represented the massive and molecular movement which, at the end of the last century, set out to agitate all the atoms, conceptual ones or not, the more or less semantic elements, of this unclosed ensemble? Who, if not Nietzsche, set out to overturn, to contest, even their elementary identity, to dissolve what is irreducible to analysis in them, to show the ineluctable necessity of this perversion which made opposites pass into one another, the friend into the enemy, the strong into the weak, the hegemonic into the oppressed, and so forth? And who brought it off, then, in an ensemble, or field, but one henceforth without an assignable limit, without assured and reassuring ground, but all the more finite for this very fact, perhaps in a world, but in a world which suddenly no longer holds together, which has split asunder, no longer closes, is no longer within it, and appears to be delivered over to what resembles a chaotic madness, to disorder and randomness. Certainly this mutation does not belong only to the order of discourse or to that of the text, in the narrow, ordinary, and outdated sense of these terms. It is not only philosophical, speculative, or theoretical. Multiple, expandable, and protean as it may be, the corpus of a singular individual named Nietzsche could not be its sole witness, even less contain it. As is the case in any mutation, this one is never exempt from repetition, but according to us, it would have affected the unity of this field, its closure as well as all the organizing concepts of something like a political community. Although this affirmation does not rely on any assured contemporaneity, we belong, this is what we take the risk of saying here, to the time of this mutation, which is precisely a harrowing tremor in the structure or the experience of belonging. Therefore of property, of communal belonging and sharing, religion, family, ethnic groups, nations, homeland, country, state, even humanity, love and friendship, loveance, be they public or private. We belong to this tremor, if that is possible, we tremble within it. It runs through us, and stops us dead in our tracks. We belong to it without belonging to it. Within it we hear the resonant echo of all the great discourses. We have already named those of Bouteille, Blancot, and Nancy, for example, but there are others, still so many others, far removed and quite close to us, where they assume the risk and the responsibility, but also where they give themselves over to the necessity of thinking and formalizing, so to speak, absolute dislocation, borderless disjoining, when these thinkers point to these obscure plights, sometimes according to the time, without duration of a thunderbolt, sometimes following the regular revolutions of a watchtower, always emitting mad and impossible pleas, almost speechless warnings, words that consume themselves in a dark light, such as these typical and recurrent symptoms: relation without relation, community without community, the community of those without community, inoperative community, unavowable communism or community, and all the X without X, whose list is, by definition, endless, finite in its infinitude. Yes, these warnings turn endlessly. Yes, like searchlights without a coast, they sweep across the dark sky, shut down or disappear at regular intervals and harbor the invisible in their very light. We no longer even know against what dangers or abysses we are forewarned. We avoid one, only to be thrown into one of the others. We no longer even know whether these watchmen are guiding us towards another destination, nor even if a destination remains promised or determined. We wish only to think that we are on the track of an impossible axiomatic which remains to be thought. Now, if this axiomatic withdraws, from instant to instant, from one ray of the searchlight to another, from one lighthouse to the next, for there are numerous lighthouses, and where there is no longer any home these are no longer homes, and this is what is taking place, there are no longer any homes here. This is because darkness is falling on the value of value, and hence on the very desire for an axiomatic, a consistent, granted or presupposed system of values. Now, what would a history, a science, or a historical action purporting to be resolutely and ingeniously extra-discursive or extra-textual actually do? What would a political history or philosophy, at last realistic, in truth do, if they did not assume, so as to be confronted by and to account for the extreme formalization, the new aporias, the semantic inconstancy, all the disquieting conversions that we have just seen operating in these signals? What else could they do without attempting to read all the apparently contradictory possibles, relation without relation, community without community, etc., that these sophisticated discourses impose on our memory? Let us answer, they could do very little, almost nothing. They would miss the hardest, the most resistant, the most irreducible, the othermost of the thing itself. Such a political history or philosophy would deck itself out in realism just in time to 611 short of the thing, and to repeat, repeat and repeat again, with neither consciousness nor memory of its compulsive droning. For in the end, what does the fact that we may henceforth speak of and with these signals say about what is taking place in the world? The fact that we must speak in this way? The fact that the convincing, rigorous, ineluctable voice of necessity, its most responsible voice, too, resounds in just this way? For example, what has become of the real structure of the political, that of political forces and domination, the relations of strength and weakness, the social bond, the marks and the discourse that give it form, to allow us to speak of them in such a way today, seriously and solemnly? What has this reality become, but what was it in the first place, if that which goes beyond the understanding may now be heard and understood? Better yet, for it now to appear the most consistent? For it to be necessary for us to speak in this manner? For us to feel obliged to speak precisely in such a paradoxical, aphoretic, impossible manner of community, law, equality, the republic, and democracy? Fraternity. Of friendship, in sum, or enmity, given that the meaning of this thing is implicit throughout, in each of these words. Were we even to trust the still so crude concepts of effect or symptom, in speaking of those sorts of things, it should not be forgotten that these things texts consist precisely in a radical contestation of the traditional schemes of causality and signification, confronting us ceaselessly with the irreducibility of that which lies beyond this very discourse, the other, the event, singularity, power/weakness, differential force, the world, and so forth. How can one read these discourses as discourse, these writings, if you like, those of Bouteille, Blancot, Nancy, and others, all those whose advent Nietzsche's text, this is what we have wished to demonstrate, announces, or rather calls for, bringing law and disorder into the secret of this call, already bringing about what has yet to come, in the same teleopoetic sentence. Even if they were considered as derivable effects or symptoms, we would still have to analyze and formalize that possibility pertinently. Pertinently, and if possible, but that is exactly what the question is all about, exhaustively. Its complete formalization would be necessary not only to determine of what these texts are the symptomatic effect, but one would have to know of what this supposed cause, the thing, the real itself, will have been capable. To account for a symptom effect from within that of which it is supposed to be the symptom effect, one must, first of all, attempt to read it in the language in which it speaks, even if the account is not limited to such a reading. Reading also consists in not being thus limited, from one trace to the next. Otherwise, the reality of this real or the history of this thing that one is claiming or that one has distinguished in the reading would remain both undetermined and imaginary. We know only too well how often this happens in the discourse, for let us not forget that theirs is a discourse as well, of countless realistic champions of the historical referent and actuality effectivite. It is, therefore, with this concern in mind that we embark on what looks like a long detour, the first step of which was taken long ago. With this concern in mind we shall outline once again a more directly political reading, if you like, of Nietzsche's vocative phrase, "O enemies," as the teleopoesis that regularly turned the friend into an enemy, and vice versa, with the risk of spectralizing, others would say, of losing, both. We have lost the friend, as it is said in this century. No, we have lost the enemy, another voice says, in this same waning century. Both voices speak of the political, and that is what we wish to recall. They speak, in sum, of a political crime of which it is no longer known. This is a question of borders, if it is to be defined in the order of the political, for instance, when there is assassination, torture, or terrorism in a given political state for political reasons, or if it is a crime against the political itself, when in one way or another it puts to death that without which a political crime could no longer be defined or distinguished from other sorts of crimes, when appeal to political reason or to some critique of political reason would no longer be possible. Following this hypothesis, losing the enemy would not necessarily be progress, reconciliation, or the opening of an era of peace and human fraternity. It would be worse, an unheard of violence, the evil of a malice knowing neither measure nor ground, an unleashing incommensurable in its unprecedented, therefore monstrous, forms, a violence in the face of which what is called hostility, war, conflict, enmity, cruelty, even hatred, would regain reassuring and ultimately appeasing contours, because they would be identifiable. The figure of the enemy would then be helpful, precisely as a figure became of the features which allow it to be identified as such, still identical to what has always been determined under this name. An identifiable enemy, that is, one who is reliable to the point of treachery, and thereby familiar. One's fellow man, in sum, who could almost be loved as oneself, he is acknowledged and recognized against the backdrop of a common history. This adversary would remain a neighbor, even if he were an evil neighbor against whom war would have to be waged. Among all the possible political readings of Nietzsche's phrase, we are on the verge of giving precedence to one, specifically where, at least apparently, it would lead back to a tradition already in modernity. One which the 20th century would certainly have replayed, and would replay again under new conditions, between two world wars and from one mutation to another of its post-war periods. But it would lead back to a tradition of modernity which, in a naturally differentiated and complicated fashion, goes back at least to Hegel. This tradition takes on systematic form in the work of Carl Schmitt, and we believe it is necessary to dwell temporarily on it here. At length, but temporarily. Certainly on account of the intrinsic interest of Schmitt's theses, their originality, where they seem, however, as ragingly conservative in their political content as they are reactive and traditionalist in their philosophical logic. But also on account of their heritage. Their paradox and equivocally are well known. Is it fortuitous that the same filiation unites several right-wing and left-wing, Marxist, post-Marxist, and neo-Marxist families? 4. First reminder, for Schmitt, it is indeed nothing more and nothing less than the political as such which would no longer exist without the figure of the enemy and without the determined possibility of an actual war. Losing the enemy would simply be the loss of the political itself, and this would be our century's horizon after 2 world wars. And today, how many examples could be given of this disorientation of the political field, where the principal enemy now appears unidentifiable? The invention of the enemy is where the urgency and the anguish are. This invention is what would have to be brought off, in sum, to repoliticize, to put an end to depoliticization. Where the principal enemy, the structuring enemy, seems nowhere to be found, where it ceases to be identifiable and thus reliable, that is, where the same phobia projects a mobile multiplicity of potential, interchangeable, metonymic enemies, in secret alliance with one another, conjuration. Here is the Schmittian axiom in its most elementary form: the political itself, the being political of the political, arises in its possibility with the figure of the enemy. It would be unfair, as is often done, to reduce Schmitt's thought to this axiom, but it would nevertheless be indispensable to his thought, and also to his decisionism, his theory of the exception and sovereignty. The disappearance of the enemy would be the death knell of the political as such. It would mark the beginning of depoliticization, in Politisierung, the beginning of the end of the political. Facing this end, at the eschatological edge of this imminent death, at the moment when the political has begun to expire, the Christian sage or the fool might say, with a sigh, alas, there is no enemy. Es gibt keinen Feind. But then, to whom would he address himself? Enemies. Feinde, to which enemies? Perhaps to his political enemies with whom he would still share that love of war outside the horizon of which, according to Schmitt, there is no state. But perhaps he would also be addressing the enemies of the political, the ultimate enemies, the worst of them all, enemies worse than enemies. At any rate, the Schmittian axiom is also posited in a Nietzschean posterity. The fact that it is attuned to a fundamentally Christian politics is certainly not insignificant, even if in many respects this is considered secondary. In the concept of the political 5, Schmitt, whose massively attested Nazism remains as complex and overdetermined as his relation to Heidegger, Benjamin, Leo Strauss 6 etc., claims to have pinpointed the determining predicate, the specific difference of the political. He writes, for example, the specific political distinction, die spezifische politische Unterscheidung, to which political actions and notions can be reduced, is the distinction, Unterscheidung, between friend and enemy. 7. If the distinction or the differential mark, Unterscheidung, if the determination of the political, if the political difference itself, die politische Unterscheidung, thus amounts to a discrimination, Unterscheidung, between friend and enemy, such a dissociation cannot be reduced to a mere difference. It is a determined opposition, opposition itself. This determination specifically assumes opposition. Should that opposition erase itself, and war likewise, the regime called politics loses its borders or its specificity. Schmidt draws a great number of consequences from this axiom and these definitions, notably with regard to a certain depoliticization. There would be an essential risk for modern humanity tout court, which, qua humanity, ignores the figure of the enemy. There is no enemy of humanity. A crime against humanity is not a political crime. Alas, for humanity qua humanity, there is not yet, or already no longer, any enemy. Anyone who takes an interest in humanity qua humanity has ceased, according to Schmidt, to talk about politics, and should realize it. Is the person leveling this warning at us too much the sage or too much the fool? Schmidt claims that he has awakened a tradition that was beginning to lull. Whether we can substantiate them or not, some of his remarks must claim our attention here. We should underscore two of them. They deal on the one hand with the opposition public/private, and on the other with a certain concept of ethics. Let us begin with the first. The second will be taken up much later. Although he does not propose equivalence or symmetry for the friend, one of the opposing terms of the discrimination, Unterscheidung, Schmidt considers that the enemy has always been esteemed a public enemy. The concept of a private enemy would be meaningless. Indeed, it is the very sphere of the public that emerges with the figure of the enemy. One may or may not share these hopes and pedagogic ideals. But, rationally speaking, it cannot be denied that nations continue to group themselves according to the friend and enemy opposition, that this opposition still remains actual today, and that it subsists in a state of real virtuality, als reale Möglichkeit, for every people having a political existence. Hence the enemy is not the competitor or the adversary in the general sense of the term. Neither is he the personal, private rival whom one hates or feels antipathy for. The enemy can only be an ensemble of grouped individuals, confronting an ensemble of the same nature, engaged in at least a virtual struggle, that is, one that is effectively possible, feind ist nur in wenigstens eventuell, der realen Möglichkeit nach Kampf und Gesamtheit von Menschen die einer ebensolchen Gesamtheit gegenübersteht. Point 8. We have cited the letter of the last sentence of the original, slightly abused in the French translation, because the most obscure zone of the difficulty is enclosed therein. This last sentence points up in fact, but furtively, almost elliptically, as if it were self-evident, the innermost spring of this logic, the passage from possibility to eventuality, which is here specified as minimal eventuality, and from eventuality to effectivity actuality, which in the sentence is named real possibility, reale Möglichkeit. This passage takes place, it rushes into place, precisely where the abyss of a distinction happens to be filled up. The passage consists in fact in a denial of the abyss. As always, the tank is replenished in the present, with presence le plein se fait au present, in the name of a present, by allegation of presence, here, in the form of a present participle, Kampfend. Schmidt emphasizes this present participle, as if to point to the sensitive spot of the operation, with an attentiveness which the translation, unfortunately, has passed over. As soon as war is possible, it is taking place, Schmidt seems to say, presently, in a society of combat, in a community presently at war, since it can present itself to itself, as such, only in reference to this possible war. Whether the war takes place, whether war is decided upon or declared, is a mere empirical alternative in the face of an essential necessity. War is taking place, it has already begun before it begins, as soon as it is characterized as eventual, that is, announced as a non-excluded event in a sort of contingent future. And it is eventual as soon as it is possible. Schmidt does not wish to dissociate the quasi-transcendental modality of the possible and the historico-factual modality of the eventual. He names now the eventuality, wenigstens eventuell, now the possibility, Möglichkeit, without thematizing the criterion of distinction. No account of this distinction is taken in the French translation. Point 9. As soon as war is possible eventual, the enemy is present, he is there, his possibility is presently, effectively, supposed and structuring. His being there is effective. He institutes the community as a human community of combat, as a combating collectivity, Kampfendgesamtheit von Menschen. The concept of the enemy is thereby deduced or constructed a priori, both analytically and synthetically, in synthetic a priori fashion, if you like, as a political concept or, better yet, as the very concept of the political. From then on, it is important that the concept be purified of all other dimensions, especially of everything opposed to the political or the public, beginning with the private, anything that stems from the individual or even the psychological, from the subjective in general. In fact, this conceptual prudence and rigor are bound to imply, as is always the case, some sort of phenomenological procedure. Following what resembles at least an eidetic reduction, all facts and all regions that do not announce themselves as political must be put in parentheses. All other regional disciplines, all other knowledge, economic, aesthetic, moral, military, even religious knowledge, must be suspended, although the theological political tradition has to remain in operation for essential reasons. This is well known, but we shall return to it later. In this apparently secular thought of the political point 10, this prudence, at once phenomenological and semantic, is often difficult to respect, but the stakes involved, for Schmidt, are decisive. This prudence sometimes receives authorization, at least in the concept of the political, from a distinction first marked in two languages, Latin and Greek, hostis/inimicus, polemio/ekthros, as though the distinction of the political could not be properly formulated in more than two idioms, as if other languages, even the German language, could not have as clear an access to the distinction. But whether Schmidt allows himself this linguistic reference or whether it is used as a convenient pedagogic tool is difficult to say. He may well do both at the same time, as though the whole history of the political, that is, the rigorous determination of the enemy, sealed here or there, in a linguistic felicity, a universal necessity forever irreducible to it. In fact, following the publication of his book in 1932, Schmidt more than once returned to re-examine this linguistic limitation, in a context we shall specify in a moment. Would the question still be, as it always is, that of the right name, as Nietzsche would say? The question of the right name of friendship or of its supposed antithesis, enmity. We, speakers of Latin that we are, would have to understand, in adjusting our language on this point, that the antithesis of friendship in the political sphere is not, according to Schmidt, enmity but hostility. First consequence, the political enemy would not inevitably be inimical, he would not necessarily hold me in enmity, nor I him. Moreover, sentiments would play no role, there would be neither passion nor affect in general. Here we have a totally pure experience of the friend-enemy in its political essence, purified of any affect, at least of all personal affect, supposing that there could ever be any other kind. If the enemy is the stranger, the war I would wage on him should remain essentially without hatred, without intrinsic xenophobia. And politics would begin with this purification. With the calculation of this conceptual purification. I can also wage war on my friend, a war in the proper sense of the term, a proper, clear and merciless war. But a war without hatred. Hence a first possibility of semantic slippage and inversion, the friend, amicus, can be an enemy, hostis, I can be, hostile towards my friend, I can be hostile towards him publicly, and conversely I can, in privacy, love my enemy. From this, everything would follow, in orderly, regular fashion, from the distinction between private and public. Another way of saying that at every point when this border is threatened, fragile, porous, contestable, we thus designate so many possibilities that our time is accentuating and accelerating in countless ways, the Schmidtian discourse collapses. It is against the threat of this ruin that his discourse takes form. It defends itself, walls itself up, reconstructs itself unendingly against what is to come, it struggles against the future with a prophetic and pathetic energy. But it is also from within this threat, from within the dread that it seems to provoke in this traditionalist and Catholic thinker of European law, that he is able to see coming, better than so many others, the force of the future in this threatening figure. This reactive and unscrupulous dread is often presented in the rigor of the concept, a vigilant, meticulous, implacable rigor inherited from a tradition, moreover, that this entire discourse intends to serve and repeat, in order to put it up against the novelty of what is coming and to see, so it would seem, that it carries the day with the energy of a last-ditch effort. If one is not to lose the enemy, one must know who he is, and what, in the past, the word enemy always designated, more precisely, what it must have designated. No, what it should have designated. The enemy is solely the public enemy, nur der öffentliche Feind, because everything that has a relationship to such a collectivity of men, particularly to a whole nation, becomes public by virtue of such a relationship. The enemy is hostis, not inimicus in the broader sense, polemios, not ecthros. As German and other languages do not distinguish between the private and political enemy, many misconceptions and falsifications are possible. The often quoted "love your enemies," Matt 5:44, Luke 6:27, reads "diligite hostes vestros, agape tu ecthrosumen and not diligite inimicus vestros." No mention is made of the political enemy. Never in the 1,000-year struggle between Christians and Muslims did it occur to a Christian to surrender rather than defend Europe out of love toward the Saracens or Turks. The enemy in the political sense need not be hated personally, and in the private sphere only does it make sense to love one's enemy, that is, one's adversary. 11. We could say a great deal today, among so very many other analogous indications that abound in Schmidt's text, on the choice of this example. Islam would remain an enemy even though we Europeans must love the Muslims as our neighbors. At a determining moment in the history of Europe, it was imperative not to deliver Europe over to Islam in the name of a universal Christianity. You are obliged, you will always have been obliged, to defend Europe against its other without confusing the genres, without confusing faith and politics, enmity and hostility, friendship and alliance or confusion. However, a coherent reading of this example should go further. Today more than ever such a reading should take into account the fact that all the concepts of this theory of right and of politics are European, as Schmidt himself often admits. Defending Europe against Islam, here considered as a non-European invader of Europe, is then more than a war among other wars, more than a political war. Indeed, strictly speaking, this would be not a war but a combat with the political at stake, a struggle for politics. And this holds even if it is not necessarily a struggle for democracy, which is a formidable problem in any reading of Schmidt. From then on the front of this opposition is difficult to place. It is no longer a thoroughly political front. In question would be a defensive operation destined to defend the political, beyond particular states or nations, beyond any geographical, ethnic, or political continent. On the political side of this unusual front, the stakes would be saving the political as such, ensuring its survival in the face of another who would no longer even be a political enemy but an enemy of the political, more precisely, a being radically alien to the political as such, supposing at least that, in its purported purity, it is not Europeanized and shares nothing of the tradition of the juridical and the political called European. Although it can never be reduced to a question of language or discourse, the differentiated rooting of this friend-slash-enemy opposition in certain idioms could never be considered accidental or extrinsic. It recalls the too evident fact that this semantics belongs to a culture, to structures of ethnic, social, and political organization in which language is irreducible. One would then have to follow closely 12 all the difficulties encountered by Schmidt in the justification of his terminological distinctions. Schmidt returns to this difficulty as if in passing, but regularly, in footnotes that one may be tempted to read as second thoughts, or at least as signs of worry. The Greek distinction, polemios/ekthros, is sustained only with a brief reference to the Republic, v. 470, where Plato opposes war strictly speaking, polemos, to civil war, to rebellion, or to uprising, stasis, point 13 without specifying what type of relationship or connection this is. Schmidt recalls Plato's insistence on the distinction bound, verbunden, to that of two sorts of enemies, polemios and ekthros, that is, the distinction between polemos, war, and stasis, riot, uprising, rebellion, civil war. He adds, in Plato's eyes, only a war between Greeks and barbarians, natural enemies, is actually a war, wirklich Krieg, whilst struggles, die Kämpfe, between Greeks are of the order of stasis, internecine quarrels. The dominant idea here is that a people cannot wage war on itself, and that a civil war is never but a rending of self, but would perhaps not signify the formation of a new state, or even of a new people. 14. This last hypothesis seems hardly Platonic. In any case, it would seem to us, not literally so and not in this context. Plato does say, in fact, that the Greeks, where there is a disagreement differend, diaphora, between themselves, consider it an internal discord, stasis, since it is quasi-familial, os oikios, but they never bestow on it the name of war, polemos, 471a. It is true that between themselves, the Greeks always end up in reconciliation, a theme that reappears in Manichaeus, and never seek either to subjugate or to destroy. They attack only the causes, the authors of the disagreement, that is, a specification upon which, from different points of view, we shall not cease to insist, the few in number. But if Plato indeed says that the barbarians are natural enemies, and that, as we will read, the Greeks are by nature friends among themselves, he does not conclude, for all that, that civil war, stasis, or enmity between Greeks is simply outside of nature. He invokes an illness, which is something else again. Above all, far from being satisfied with the opposition on which Schmidt relies so heavily, the Republic indeed prescribes its erasure. In this case, it is indeed recommended that the Greeks behave towards their enemies, the barbarians, as they behave today among themselves. This prescription is laid down like a law. I, he said, agree that our citizens ought to deal with their Greek opponents in this wise: semblable deut et re, their policy must be similar, homologo autodine, while treating barbarians as Greeks now, os non, treat Greeks. Let us then lay down this law also, Tithamen decai tuton tun namen, for our guardians, that they are not to lay waste the land or burn the houses. Let us so decree, Timon, he said, and assume that this and our preceding prescriptions are right. 471 BC translation modified. Although Schmidt, to my knowledge, does not do so, never with sufficient precision, in any case, it must also be recalled that we are dealing with the very famous passage in which, in view of what is proper to justice, diakaosun, and to injustice, adikia, Plato excludes the possibility of realizing this ideal state as long as philosophers do not reign over it, as long as the kings and sovereigns, the dynasts who dispose of power, are not philosophers, 473 CD, that is, as long as philosophia is not bound to political power, synonymous, if you will, with dunamis politique, in other words, as long as justice is not bound to power, as long as justice is not one with force. As long as this unity remains out of reach, that is, forever, the conceptual unities that depend on it, in fact, every one that Plato proposes or recalls, remain ideal entities. No empirical language is in fact fully adequate to it. This improbability does not rule out, on the contrary, it commands, as we know if we follow Plato, the perfectly rigorous description of these pure structures of the ideal state, for they give their meaning, legitimately and on principle, to every concept, and hence to every term, of political philosophy. It is no less the case that the distinction polemios/ekthros, considered precisely in its purity, already implies a discourse on nature, physis, that makes us wonder how Schmidt, without looking into the question more closely, could incorporate it into his general theory. Let us never forget that the two names that Plato is intent on keeping should name rigorously, in their ideal purity, two things that are in nature. These two names, polemos and stasis, are in fact assigned to two kinds of disagreement, contestation, disaccord, diaphora. The disagreement, diaphora, between those who share kinship ties or origins, oiki and kaisiggenes, family, household, intimacy, community of resources and of interests, familiarity, etc., is stasis, the discord or war that is sometimes called civil. As for the diaphora between foreigners or foreign families, alatrian kai othniion, it is sheer war, polemos. The naturalness of the bond uniting the Greek people or the Greek race, Hellenican genos, always remains intact in entami, in polemos as well as in stasis. The Greek genos, lineage, race, family, people, etc., is united by kinship and by the original community, oiki and kaisiggenes. On these two counts it is foreign to the barbarian genos, to de barbarico othniion te kai alatrian, 470 c. As in every racism, every ethnocentrism, more precisely, in every one of the nationalisms throughout history, a discourse on birth and on nature, of phases of genealogy, more precisely, a discourse and a phantasm on the genealogical phases, regulates, in the final analysis, the movement of each opposition, repulsion and attraction, disagreement and accord, war and peace, hatred and friendship. From within and without. This phases comprises everything, language, law, politics, etc. Although it defines the alterity of the foreigner or the barbarian, it has no other. We shall then say that Greeks fight and wage war with barbarians, and barbarians with Greeks, and are enemies by nature, polemius phasae in it, and that war is the fit name for this enmity and hatred, kai palman ten ekthran totten kultion, ibid. But even when Greeks fight and wage war among themselves, we should say that they are no less naturally friends, phasae philis in it. Sickness is what then emerges, an equally natural sickness, an evil naturally affecting nature. It is divided, separated from itself. When such an event occurs, one must speak of a pathology of the community. In question here is a clinic of the city. In this respect the Republic develops a nosological discourse, its diagnostic is one of ill health and dissension, a faction inside Greece, nosian den to toi auto ten helata kai stasiasian. Stasis, the name that should apply to this hatred or to this enmity, ekthra, is also a category of political nosography. In following a certain logic staged by Manichaeus, this accident, evil or sickness 15 that internal dissension, stasis, is could not be explained, even, in the last instance, by hatred, enmity, ekthra, or malice. One would have to spot in the stasis a fetal disorder, a stroke of bad luck, misfortune, dustuchia, 244a. The question whether the staging is ironic, we shall return to this point 16, whether the most common logic and rhetoric, the most accredited eloquence of epitaphios, is reproduced by Plato in order to belittle it, only gives that much more sense to the fictive contents of the discourse attributed to Aspasia, that courtesan who, moreover, plagiarizes another funeral oration and mouths once again the fragments of a discourse by Pericles, 236b. We have here a gold mine of commonplaces. The fact that the satirical character of this fiction in a fiction has been ignored so often and for such a long time can hence be explained. Among the commonplaces, then, there is the assiduity with which Greeks hasten to reunite with Greeks. This ease in reconciliation has no other cause than actual kinship, syngenia, which produces a solid friendship founded on homogeneity, on hemophilia, on a solid and firm affinity, babaion, stemming from birth, from native community. This kinship nurtures a constant and homofilial friendship, philion babaion kai omophilon, not only in words but in fact, in deeds, ou logo all etgo. In other words, the effectivity/actuality of the tie of friendship, that which assures constancy beyond discourses, is indeed real kinship, the reality of the tie of birth, e to anti-syngenia. Provided that it is real, and not only spoken or set by convention, This genealogy durably guarantees the strength of the social bond in life and according to life. We insist on this condition, a dreamt condition, what we are calling here a phantasm, because a genealogical tie will never be simply real, its supposed reality never gives itself in any intuition, it is always posed, constructed, induced, it always implies a symbolic effect of discourse, a legal fiction, as Joyce put it in Ulysses on the subject of paternity. This is true also, as true as ever, no matter what has been said, down to and including Freud, of maternity. All politics and all policies, all political discourses on birth, misuse what can in this regard be only a belief, some will say, what can only remain a belief, others, what can only tend towards an act of faith. Everything in political discourse that appeals to birth, to nature or to the nation, indeed, to nations or to the universal nation of human brotherhood, this entire familialism consists in a renaturalization of this fiction. What we are calling here fraternization, is what produces symbolically, conventionally, through authorized engagement, a determined politics, which, be it left or right wing, alleges a real fraternity or regulates spiritual fraternity, fraternity in the figurative sense, on the symbolic projection of a real or natural fraternity. Has anyone ever met a brother? A uterine or consanguine, distantly related, brother? In nature? Return to Manichaeus. The supplementary proof of the ease with which the Greeks achieve reconciliation and pardon among themselves, the sign showing that stasis does not in any way originate in hatred but in misfortune, dustukia, is us. We say so, and that is enough. The logic of testimony, the becoming proof of a testimony that should never become equivalent to proof, can be found at work here in its privileged place, in kinship. We can testify, we the living, we the survivors who share this homophilia and who, therefore, are qualified to speak of it from within, and that such was the fact we ourselves are witnesses, we the living, marchers, oisant are of the same race with them, and have mutually received and granted forgiveness for what we have done and suffered. 17 Aspasia's discourse draws all the political consequences of proper birth-bone nascence, of a eugenicism, eugenia, that is nothing but, has no other function than that of autochthony. The homage to the earth and to the mother goes hand in hand with the eulogy of fraternization, more precisely, of fraternal democracy, which no way excludes the aristocracy of virtue and of wisdom. It is equality of birth, isogonia, natural equality, kata fusuri, that necessarily demands the search for legal equality, isonomia kata nomen, that is, an equality compatible with an aristocracy founded upon the reputation of virtue and wisdom, erates dox kai foncios. Nature commands law, equality of birth founds in necessity legal equality. Having quoted this passage 18, we shall come back to the modality of this necessity. It comes as no surprise that such a discourse should have its privileged resource in the testimonial, testamentary fervour of the air, in other words, in the funeral oration. Our hypothesis here is that no great discourse on friendship will ever have eluded the major rhetoric of epitaphios, and hence of some form of transfixed celebration of spectrality, at once fervent and already caught in the deathly or petrified cold of its inscription, of the becoming epitaph of the oration. The great examples awaiting us, from Montaigne to Blanquet, will not make us change our mind. But there would be so many, an infinite number, of other examples. What discourse does not call up the deceased? Does not appeal to the deceased? The becoming epitaph of epitaphios, the impression in space of a funeral speech, is what the first word dedicated to the deceased promises. At the beginning of this logos, there is the promise of epitaph. Aspasia's discourse is a summons to appear before the dead. You must answer for the dead, you must respond to them. Here and now. But this responsibility can be called for only by first of all summoning the dead. They are, after a fashion, made to be born again, they are convocate in an invocation, once again, of their birth. The oath of this co-engagement thus resembles a fraternal conjuration. A word is needed which will duly praise the dead and gently admonish the living, exhorting the brethren and descendants, ekanois men kai adelphoi, of the departed to imitate their virtue, and consoling their fathers and mothers and the survivors, if any, who may chance to be alive of the previous generation. And first as to their noble birth. Their ancestors were not strangers, nor are these their descendants sojourners only, and te karamedix dans le pays, whose fathers have come from another country, but they are the children of the soil, dwelling and living in their own land, to anti and patridi oicountas kai zontas. And the country which brought them up is not like other countries, a stepmother to her children, but their own true mother, Olapo metros tes kuras ne okoun, she bore them and nourished them and received them, and in her bosom they now repose. It is meet and right, therefore, that we should begin by praising the land which is their mother, and that will be a way of praising their noble birth. Eugenia, point 19. After the eulogy of the authentic or veritable mother, that is, having reversed the order of precedence between earth and mother, the latter imitates the former, and not the other way round. 238a, the political consequence follows as a matter of course, the aristodemocracy of brothers according to virtue. The name democracy has less import, as we shall see, than the concept aimed at here, the right of the best, starting from equality at birth, from natural, homophilial, autochthonous equality. In truth, it is less a question of consequence than of political principle. It is the politia that forms men, from the moment it regulates itself, in its laws, on physis, on eugenics, and on autochthony, giving them food and education, trophy, not the other way round. This is what must be enunciated, this is what must be recalled, for at stake is an act of memory, this is what must engage memory in the present, in the presence of the dead, if that can be said, for however difficult this remains to say, Cicero will agree, difficilis dictu est, mortui vivant, the dead live and the absent are present. They still keep watch over those who keep watch over them. And the given word, the pledge, la parole donnée before the living dead, before the dead here present, rushes up here and now, in the first person plural, in the faithful and present tradition of our politics. Thus born into the world and thus educated, the ancestors of the departed lived and made themselves a government, politia and political regime, which I ought briefly to commemorate. For government is the nurture of man, politia gar trophy anthropnestin le regime politique qui fermi les hommes, and the government of good men is good, and of bad men bad. And I must show that our ancestors were trained under a good government, and kale politia etrofison, ils, ont et nourris su un bon government, and for this reason they were good, and our contemporaries are also good, among whom our departed friends are to be reckoned, onoid tug hanus and ondoi t teller yutcoats. Then as now, and indeed always, from that time to this, speaking generally, our government was an aristocracy, aristocratia, a form of government which receives various names, according to the fancies of men, and is sometimes called democracy, democride, but is really an aristocracy or government of the best which has the approval of the many, metudoxius pluthaus aristocratia. 4 kings we have always had, first hereditary and then elected, and authority is mostly in the hands of the people, who dispense offices and power to those who appear to be most deserving of them. Neither is a man rejected from weakness or poverty or obscurity of origin, nor honored by reason of the opposite, as in other states, but there is one principle, he who appears to be wise, sophos, and good, agathos, is a governor and ruler, krati kai arche. The basis of this our government is equality of birth, ex isogenesis, for other states are made up of all sorts and unequal conditions of men, and therefore their governments are unequal, there are tyrannies and there are oligarchies, in which the one party are slaves and the others masters. But we and our citizens are brethren, the children all of one mother, mias metros pants adelphoi funts, and we do not think it right to be one another's masters or servants, but the natural equality, kata fusin, of birth compels us to seek for legal equality, isonomy and anagaze zatine kata namen, and to recognize no superiority except in the reputation of virtue and wisdom. Point 20. The brothers have just been named in this passage, adelphoi. They have called themselves, reflexively, brothers, we and ours. They have named themselves with the name truly fair and full of love, that is, the name of brother, as Montaigne will say in On Friendship, this soldering that binds brothers together, this brotherly harmony. Brothers have named themselves brothers in so far as they issue from one and the same mother, uterine brothers. But what will one say of brothers, distantly related or consanguine, who are thus called because they issue from the same father? And what about the sister? Where has she gone? Since the question of brother and sister will play for us, as the reader has already sensed, a determining role, let us refer immediately to Emile Benvenist's indispensable information on the two Greek words for brother, adelpkos and kasignatos, as well as those on the notion of frater and fratria. 2:1 On this point as on so many others, this information sets out for us the immensity and complexity of the tasks at hand. If it were still necessary, it would be enough to recall us to prudence and modesty. The present essay risks only, I must insist on this once again, a barely preliminary step into these still so obscure regions. Benvenist's article would have to be quoted in its entirety, and what stems from the most precious knowledge, but also what it sometimes introduces, in the apparent neutrality of its metalinguistic presentation, by way of unquestioned axioms, would have to be carefully analyzed. I shall retain here only that which will be of the greatest import, from the vantage point of its contents as much as that of its methodology, to the outcome of my argument, notably with regard to a Christian semantics of fraternity or sorority. At stake would be, in short, the Christianization of fraternization, or fraternization as the essential structure of Christianization. Such is this complex history in which we see that, when a culture is transformed, it employs new terms to take the place of traditional terms when they are found to be charged with specific values. This is what happened to the notion of brother in Ibero-Romance. As a term of kinship, Latin frater has disappeared, and it has been replaced by hermano in Spanish and irmão in Portuguese, that is to say by Latin Germanus. The reason for this is that in the course of Christianization, frater, like soror, had taken on an exclusively religious sense, brother and sister in religion. It was therefore necessary to coin a new term for natural kinships, frater and soror having become in some way classificatory terms, relating to a new classificatory relationship, that of religion. Point 22. This passage points up an example of decisions made by the author of Indo-European Language and Society, but left in the dark. Why are these two kinships, said to be natural or of an exclusively religious nature, still kinships or classificatory kinships? What is the analogy? How does the tropical or homonymic passage from one register to the other take place? In what manner is it or is it not a question of rhetoric or of linguistics? Why should that force us to question again the concept of institution, of proof, indication, and linguistic testimony operating in the study? One of the exemplary places with regard to this, as we will attempt to demonstrate elsewhere, would be the chapter on ius and the oath in Rome and everything concerning testimonial semantics. What does religious mean? And what does natural mean, when one knows that no classificatory kinship is devoid of all religiosity? The rest of Benvenist's article thus renews contact with the non-natural equivalent. Benvenist says mystical as in Joyce's Ulysses, where paternity, as we have said, is named a legal fiction and the entire mystique of kinship is restaged, of pre-Christian religiosity in a phratry which this time has issued from the same father and not, as in Manichaeus, from one and the same mother. Apparently slight facts, indications of a profound transformation, Benvenist rightly concludes. Similarly in Greek it was necessary to distinguish two types of kinship, and frater now being used solely as a classificatory term, new terms for consanguineous brother and sister had to be forged. These lexical creations often overturn the ancient terminology. When Greek used for sister the feminine form, adelph, of the term for brother, adelphos, This instituted a radical change in the Indo-European state of affairs. The ancient contrast between brother and sister rested on the difference that all the brothers form a fratria mystically das emphasis descended from the same father. There are no feminine fratriae. But when, in a new conception of kinship, the connection by consanguinity is stressed, and this is the situation we have in historical Greek, a descriptive term becomes necessary, and it must be the same for brother and sister. In the new names the distinction is made only by morphological indication of gender, adelphos, adelph. Apparently slight facts, like this one, throw light on the profound transformation which the Greek vocabulary of kinship has undergone. We have been taking our semantic bearings in the immense space of an adventuresome questioning, and we should like to question this profound transformation in its intrinsic relation to the transformation that can affect the philia. This, then, is perhaps the place to quote, to doubly heuristic ends, Benvenist's analogous conclusion, this time at the end of an article on philos. It deals in a first stage with the genealogy of cives, fellow citizen, in a familial group which is a group of friends as well. The social value of philos is linked to hospitality. The guest is philos. Philei is to hospitize. Philein, philotes imply the exchanged oath, philma the embrace hailing or welcoming the guest. In Homer, philos is not only the friend, it has possessive value, at times without apparent friendly affect, his niece, his son, and without distinction. At the end of a long article whose rich and detailed insights defy description, here is the conclusion which is of the greatest import for us. It would take many chapters to list and analyze with the necessary care all the examples of philos where it is said to be possessive. We believe, however, that we have interpreted the most important. This re-examination was necessary to expose a long-standing error, which is probably as old as Homeric exegesis, and has been handed down from generation to generation of scholars. The whole problem of philos deserves a full examination. We must start from uses and contexts which reveal in this term a complex network of associations, some with institutions of hospitality, others with usages of the home, still others with emotional behavior. We must do this in order to understand plainly the metaphorical applications to which the term lent itself. Although he seems to have no doubts, where we would be more inclined to entertain them, about the possibility of understanding plainly the metaphorical applications, and first of all, of plainly understanding what metaphor means in this context, Benveniste concludes, and these are the final words of the article. All this wealth of concepts was smothered and lost to view once philos was reduced to a vague notion of friendship or wrongly interpreted as a possessive adjective. It is high time we learned again how to read Homer. As to the etymology of philos, it is now clear that nothing which has been proposed on this subject holds good any longer. An allusion here to an interpretation proposed in 1936 at the Société de Linguistique that appeared in BSL 38, 1937, px. We now know that the proto-history of the word belongs to the most ancient form of Greek. Mycenaean already had proper names composed with philos dash, pyropatara, equals philoputra, pyroikeo, equals philoergos, and so on. The discussion about its origins is thus not finished. It is more important to begin to see what it signifies. Point 23. To begin to see what it signifies. Indeed, in the passage from Menikenyus that we were analyzing, 3 points still have to be noted. The first concerns the necessity of equality, the next the tie unking Greek fraternity to itself in polemos as well as in stasis. The last point has to do with the suspended usage of the word democracy. 1. Necessity. Everything seems to be decided where the decision does not take place, precisely in that place where the decision does not take place qua decision, where it will have been carried away, where it will have got carried away in what has always already taken place, at birth, in other words the day before birth, in this necessity which makes obligatory, anagese, at birth, in noble birth, in eugenic birth, the search for an equality before the law in conformity with equality of birth. We were saying above that nature commands law, that equality at birth founds in necessity legal equality. It is difficult to decide here if this foundation in necessity is a just foundation, just according to nature or just according to the law. If there is a justification to this foundation, this would be Begründung in German, or Rechtfertigung. It is to the extent that the justification, strictly speaking, nomological justification, is founded firmly on the physio-ontological ground of what is in nature, revealing itself in truth at birth. The same relation would thereby tie birth in general to what is noble in noble birth, ce Chuilya de bonne dans la bonne naissance, eugenia. Everything called democracy here, or aristodemocracy, founds the social bond, the community, the equality, the friendship of brothers, identification qua fraternization, and so forth, in the link between this isonomic and the isogonic tie, the natural bond between nomos and physes, if you like, the bond between the political and autochthonous consanguinity. This is also a bond between a theoretical or ontological report and a performative commitment, promise, oath, fidelity to dead ancestors, and so forth. This bond between the two ties, this synthetic a priori necessity, if we can speak of it thus, ties what is to what must be, it obliges, it connects the obligation to the tie of birth which we call natural, it is the obligatory process of a natural law, the embedding of an it is necessary in the filiation of what is born and what dies. It is the place of fraternization as the symbolic bond alleging the repetition of a genetic tie. Responsibility must imperatively answer for itself before what is, at birth and at death. In more modern terms, one might speak of the foundation of citizenship in a nation. Such a bond between two structurally heterogeneous ties will always remain obscure, mystical, essentially foreign to rationality, which does not mean simply irrational, in the equally modem sense of the term. It will always be exposed, to say the least, to the sophistications, mystifications, and perversions of rhetoric. Sometimes to the worst symptoms of nationalism, ethnocentrism, populism, even xenophobia. It is not sufficient to free the concept of public enemy of all private hatred, indeed, of all psychology of the passions, as Schmidt would have it, to exclude the xenophobic exclusion of this logic. Are we certain that throughout all the mutations of European history, of which, of course, the most rigorous account must be taken, no concept of the political and of democracy has ever broken with the heritage of this troubling necessity? Made a radical, thematic break with it? This is the question we are concerned with here. 2. Fraternity. Since the distinction between polemios and ekthros, enemy of war, political enemy, and hated enemy, object of hatred in general, and so on, and then, between polemos and stasis, war/internal dissension, interethnic, interstate or international war/internal or civil war, and so on, is so important to us in the deconstructive problematization of a certain Schmidtian discourse, let us also emphasize that this same obligatory necessity binds the Greeks one to another at the same time in the war they wage on Greeks and in their war with barbarians. As long as they remain faithful to the memory of their dead, to the fathers of their dead, that is, to the specters of their fathers of noble birth, they are bound by this testamentary tie which, in truth, is nothing other than their originary patrimony. A monumental memory begins by instituting them in telling them who they really are. The memory of their dead, their fathers of noble birth, recalls nothing less than their truth qua political truth. This memory inaugurates as much as it recalls or reproduces truth. The obligatory necessity of this bond of memory forms the condition of their political freedom. It is the element of their freedom, the sense of their world as the truth of their freedom. It is their freedom, indeed, for them, the only imaginable freedom. Truth, freedom, necessity, and equality come together in this politics of fraternity. One can hardly see how a perhaps could ever stand a chance in such a politics, the chance of an absolute housebreak or hospitality, an unpredictable decision or arrivance. Except by accident or fortuitously, and this is why we are speaking of chance, a perhaps always delivers itself to chance, thus one cannot, one must not, hope, for the perhaps, some essential or necessary possibility, or a non-accidental condition. On the contrary, perhaps the perhaps will have opened for this configuration, the bond between the two necessities, the two equalities, freedom, truth, fraternity, in a word, the epitome of Greek politics, the possibility of configuring itself in a forgetting of the perhaps. This forgetting of the perhaps, this amnesia of the decision without decision, of the absolute arrivant, that is what is perhaps hidden in the Greek act of memory. Forgetting or memory, the Greek son or brother recalls them to himself in his combat for freedom on the outside and from within. This is how we might read the follow-up of Aspasia's discourse. And so there and our fathers, and these too, our brethren, being nobly born and having been brought up in all freedom, did both in their public and private capacity, kai idia kai demiswia, many noble deeds famous over the whole world. They were the deeds of men who thought that they ought to fight both against Hellenes for the sake of Hellenes on behalf of freedom, tes Eleutherias, and against barbarians in the common interest of Hellas. 239 ob. 3. The name democracy. The hesitation, even the indifference as to the name of democracy will have been noted earlier on. One person calls it democracy, someone else will give it another name according to his fancy, and kairat. It is not the name but the thing or the concept that counts in truth. Aristocracy, the power of the best, the most virtuous and the most wise, with the approbation of the multitude, plethos, the right opinion, eudoxia, of the crowd, as it is sometimes translated, of the masses, the people, one could also say of the majority. Let us say of number, that is, the greatest number. Among all the questions of number that should attract an essay on the politics of friendship, let us never give short shrift to what is called demography. It has always been a sensitive and classic stake of the democratic tradition. How far beyond a certain number of citizens can a republic still claim to be a democracy? If this becomes problematic well before the canonical examples of Athens, Corsica, Geneva, or Poland, if this begins with number itself, with the supplement of one more plus un, also no more, what will be said, beyond the billions, of a universal democratic model which, if it does not regulate a world state or superstate, would still command an international law of European origin? If the word democracy allies itself or competes with that of aristocracy, it is because of number, of the reference to the required approbation of the greatest number. We are giving preference to this translation by number, legitimately, we believe, the better to highlight the arithmetical dimension that will mark the entire history of the concept of friendship, at least since Aristotle, and that will later determine our way of listening to O philoi, Udius philos, in the way we are for the moment transcribing it, without accents and without breathing, for the question of number will arise again with this grammatical choice and reading decision. Must friends be in number? Numerous. In great numbers? How many will there be? At what point do great numbers begin? What does a friend mean? A friend in the feminine? Some friends in the masculine or feminine? No friend, in either gender? And what is the relationship between this quantum of friendship and democracy, as the agreement or approbation of number? We are saying here number as the greatest number, to be sure, but in the first place number as the deployment of countable unity, of the one more and of this calculable form of presentable unity, the voice of the subject. Let us put these questions aside for the moment, but not before registering this nominalist or conventionalist style of hesitation of the subject of the name democracy. This hesitation, even this indifference, is relative, it does not fall into arbitrariness. It limits itself by itself in keeping an irreducible bond to conceptual necessity. This necessity amounts twice over to number, that is, to presumed calculability, once in the form of decision, no democracy without the decided and declared approbation of the greatest number, and once in the form of that which passes, predicts, and makes the decision possible, birth. This is the so equivocal concept of double equality, isonomy founded on isogony. But providing these conceptual traits are maintained, providing they are associated with eugenics, autochthony plus consanguinity, on the one hand, and with the aristocracy of virtue on the other, the name could, if one wished, be changed. There is a strategy here whose stakes are limitless, even if we situate its effect in a quite particular place, in a text, one of Plato's dialogues whose authenticity used to be called into question, but this, it would seem, is no longer the case today 24, and it is of little import to our subject, and, within this dialogue, in the form of an epitaphos put, to satiric ends, in the mouth of a courtesan and plagiarizer. Even if we took into account its irony, and underwrote it here, and why shouldn't we? Who would deny it? Let us say that to this extent at least, our critical or deconstructionist worries still belong to a certain Platonic heritage of this irony, they participate in the heritage or share it, perhaps, therefore divide it. Let us not forget that Plato is dealing with a thematics and an eloquence corresponding to the most stable structures, the dominant, most accredited topoi of a Greek discourse. This is not to say to a homogeneous Greek discourse or people, identical to themselves, we do not believe so, but, let us say, to what in them represents the greatest number precisely, whether it be a matter of the political in general or of democracy in particular. If an orator is all the more eloquent in praising his listeners, as Socrates suggests in Menechenius, 235d, in listening to him the exemplary image, in the Ciceronian sense of which we have already spoken, or the ideal self of the people applauding can be determined. This image can either pre-exist the orator or form itself, reform itself, in the mirror thus held out. In both cases, it is a matter of a people in so far as it can identify itself, in so far as it is what it is or would wish to be. And it would be easy to show that under the eloquence of the epitaphios that Menechenius seems to denounce, and at the very moment when Socrates belittles Aspasia, who knows precisely how to say what should be delivered, 236b, to flatter the expectations of the orator's public, one meets again, precisely for this very reason, the axioms, the conceptual veins, the oppositions and associations which structure not only dominant Greek discourse but, on the other hand, elsewhere, Plato's least ironic political discourse, in the most numerous places of the Platonic corpus, especially in the Republic, with regard, precisely, to the political enemy qua polemos or stasis. To be sure, we cannot thereby absolutely justify the privilege of this reference to Menechenius. There will never be an absolute justification to such a limit. We shall attempt only this, and appeal to another reason to explain our choice in part. This reason intersects with the preceding reasons, and one has already sensed what it is, the genre of epitaphios, of the funeral oration, of the discourse of mourning in general, of heritage and testament, whose theme has preoccupied us for quite some time. Our reflection on friendship, where it will have intersected the political thing la chose politique, will regularly pass through this moment of political mourning. It seems to us to be constitutive, with the figure of the brother, of the model of friendship that will have dominated, in all its canonical authority, the Greek or Christian discourses. One should, more prudently, say Greek, Christian, and beyond, to designate those places towards which we are still timorously advancing, Judaism and Islam, at the very least, where the figure of the brother accumulates so many virtues, of course, but above all starting from and still in Nietzsche's wake, and the entire passage beyond whose movement bears his name. That is to say, everywhere, it is our time, the out of jointness proper to our time, if it is one, to our experience of being out of joint in English in the text, in every place where a tradition thus tends of itself to break with itself, not being able to do so, by definition, in anything but an irregular and a trembling fashion. Nevertheless, considered in itself, beyond the ruses and irony that may mark Menechenius, this hesitation over the name democracy will always provide food for thought. If, between the name on the one hand, the concept, and the thing on the other, the play of a gap offers room for rhetorical effects which are also political strategies, what are the lessons that we can draw today? Is it still in the name of democracy that one will attempt to criticize such and such a determination of democracy or aristodemocracy? Or, more radically, closer, precisely, to its fundamental radically, where, for example, it is rooted in the security of an autochthonous foundation, in the stock or in the genius of filiation. 25, is it still in the name of democracy, of a democracy to come, that one will attempt to deconstruct a concept, all the predicates associated with the massively dominant concept of democracy, that in whose heritage one inevitably meets again the law of birth, the natural or national law, the law of homophilia or of autochthony, civic equality, isonomy, founded on equality of birth, isogony, as the condition of the calculation of approbation and, therefore, the aristocracy of virtue and wisdom, and so forth? What remains or still resists in the deconstructed, or deconstructible, concept of democracy which guides us endlessly? Which orders us not only to engage a deconstruction but to keep the old name, and to deconstruct further in the name of a democracy to come? That is to say, further, which enjoins us still to inherit from what, forgotten, repressed, misunderstood, or unthought in the old concept and throughout its history, would still be on the watch, giving off signs or symptoms of a stance of survival coming through all the old and tired features. Would there be in the concept of eudoxia, reputation, approbation, opinion, judgment, and in the concept of equality, equality of birth, isogonia, and equality of rights, isonomia, a double motif that might, interpreted differently, exclude democracy from autochthonous and hemophilic rooting? Is there another thought of calculation and of number, another way of apprehending the universality of the singular which, without dooming politics to the incalculable, would still justify the old name of democracy? Would it still make sense to speak of democracy when it would no longer be a question, no longer in question as to what is essential or constitutive, of country, nation, even of state or citizen? In other words, if at least one still keeps to the accepted use of this word, when it would no longer be a political question. This last hypothesis may lead to two types of rejoinder to the Schmittian project or, if you prefer, to two distinct sides of the same answer to the concept of the political, that is, to the reconstruction of the political. On the one hand, we seem to be confirming, but not by way of deploring the fact, as Schmitt does, an essential and necessary depoliticization. This depoliticization would no longer necessarily be the neuter or negative indifference to all forms of the social bond, of the community, of friendship. On the other hand, through this depoliticization, which would apply only to the fundamental and dominant concept of the political, through this genealogical deconstruction of the political, and through it to the democratic, one would seek to think, interpret, and implement another politics, another democracy. One would seek to say it, to thematize it, to formalize it in the course of a deconstruction, the course of the world, under these old names. Saying, thematizing, formalizing are not neuter or apolitical gestures, arriving after the fact from above en surplomb. These gestures are positions staked out in a process. Calling this experience, for it is an experience that crosses through and ventures out before being a philosophical, theoretical, or methodological statement, genealogical deconstruction would here no longer be naming, as was often done, an operation proceeding only through genealogical analysis, retrospection, and reconstitution. At stake would thus be a deconstruction of the genealogical schema, a paradoxical deconstruction, a deconstruction, at once genealogical and agenealogical, of the genealogical. It would concern, by way of a privilege granted, thus its attribute, the genealogical. Wherever it commands in the name of birth, of a national naturalness which has never been what it was said to be. It would concern confidence, credit, credence, daza or eudoxia, opinion or right opinion, the approbation given to filiation, at birth and at the origin, to generation, to the familiarity of the family, to the proximity of the neighbor, to what axioms too quickly inscribe under these words. This is not to wage war on them and to see evil therein, but to think and live a politics, a friendship, a justice which begin by breaking with their naturalness or their homogeneity, with their alleged place of origin. Hence, which begin where the beginning divides, itself, and differs, begin by marking an originary heterogeneity that has already come and that alone can come, in the future, to open them up, if only unto themselves. Saying that to keep this Greek name, democracy, is an affair of context, of rhetoric, or of strategy, even of polemics, reaffirming that this name will last as long as it has to but not much longer, saying that things are speeding up remarkably in these fast times, is not necessarily giving in to the opportunism or cynicism of the anti-democrat who is not showing his cards. Completely to the contrary, one keeps this indefinite right to the question, to criticism, to deconstruction, guaranteed rights, in principle, in any democracy, no deconstruction without democracy, no democracy without deconstruction. One keeps this right strategically to mark what is no longer a strategic affair, the limit between the conditional, the edges of the context and of the concept enclosing the effective practice of democracy and nourishing it in land, soul and blood, and the unconditional which, from the outset, will have inscribed a self-deconstructive force in the very motif of democracy, the possibility and the duty for democracy itself to delimit itself. Democracy is the autos of deconstructive self-delimitation. Delimitation not only in the name of a regulative idea and an indefinite perfectibility, but every time in the singular urgency of a here and now. Precisely through the abstract and potentially indifferent thought of number and equality. This thought certainly can impose homogenizing calculability while exalting land and blood, and the risk is as terrifying as it is inevitable. It is the risk today, more than ever. But it perhaps also keeps the power of universalizing, beyond the state and the nation, the account taken of anonymous and irreducible singularities, infinitely different and thereby indifferent to particular difference, to the raging quest for identity corrupting the most indestructible desires of the idiom. But we have undoubtedly just given in to precipitation. We will now have to decelerate slightly, and again take up a patient reading of Schmitt. We were drawn into this detour, as the reader will perhaps recall, by the highly elliptical justification that Schmitt gives in a few lines to the choice of his words, sometimes to his concepts, private enemy/public or political enemy, ecthra/polemios, inimica/hostis, war and internal dissension, war and civil war, polemos/stasis. The detour was necessary in order to try to understand what enemy, on our side, on the home front, has meant over the centuries. And in what respect, if Schmitt is to be believed, politics could never be thought without knowing what enemy means, nor a decision made without knowing who the enemy is. That is to say, without the identification by which the enemy is identified, himself, and by which one is identified, oneself. We shall try to show further on in what respect this double identification engages in privileged fashion both brother friends and brother enemies in the same process of fraternization. Henceforth, things have begun to appear a little more complicated than Schmitt has it. In any case, in the Platonic justifications he finds for a semantics without which his discourse would become dangerously fragile. We shall take them into account in making a few more steps in our reading of the concept of the political, 1932, and in the singular itinerary that this work will have begun, down to the theory du partisan. Note incident relative au concept du politique, 1962. 5. On absolute hostility. The cause of philosophy and the specter of the political. The two fundamental principles of Empedocles, Philia and Neokos, are, both in name and function, the same as our two primal instincts, eros and distinctiveness, the first of which endeavors to combine what exists into ever greater entities, while the second endeavors to dissolve these combinations and to destroy the structures to which they have given rise. And no one can foresee in what guise the nucleus of truth contained in the theory of Empedocles will present itself to later understanding. Point 1. Freud. By overturning the address attributed to Aristotle, O friends, no friend, to, O enemies, no enemy, Nietzsche's living fool intensified a first seizure of vertigo. With this second stanza, this second apostrophe, one's head spins even faster. This is not due only to the structure of the sentence, with which we have certainly not finished, not by a long shot. It is first of all due to a sort of hyperbolic build-up that is perhaps the very origin of good and evil, both beyond being. The Republic once defined the good by this hyperbole that ranges beyond being a hyperbole at the origin of good and evil, common to both, a hyperbole qua the difference between good and evil, the friend and the enemy, peace and war. It is this infinite hyperbole common to the two terms of the opposition, thereby making them pass into one another, that makes one's head spin. Is there any hope for the person addressing his friends or his enemies in this way? An interviewer of the dying sage and the living fool would have asked them, are you pessimistic or optimistic? For where is the ultimate in optimism? It's hyperbole. In still addressing oneself to friends to inform them of such a somber piece of news, their non-existence or their disappearance. Or in announcing to one's enemies that there is no enemy. And what, on the contrary, is the ultimate in pessimism, if that can be said? Declaring that there is no friend, or still bemoaning the fact that there is no enemy. Would the ultimate of the ultimate be a theory of absolute ambivalence, in the Empedoclean tradition of Freud, that is, one hospitable to the death instinct? Herein, perhaps, lies the shared secret of the dying sage and the living fool. It will have been understood that they have never stopped speaking an initiatory language. And to hit it off, laughing at one another, like fellows, companions, as thick as thieves. While declaring, the question is not settled by psychological comments on optimism or pessimism too, words he deliberately leaves in quotation marks, Schmidt resolutely affirms, more than once, that only pessimistic thinkers of human nature are systematic, authentic, and coherent thinkers of the political fact la chose politique, Machiavelli, Hobbes, etc. 3. But would these thinkers have recognized themselves better in the sentence of the dying sage or in that of the living fool? Their pessimism, from the moment there is no longer anything psychological or moral about it, nevertheless consists only in the fact that they presuppose, voraussitzen, in truth, only the actuality/effectivity or the real possibility of the distinction of friend and enemy, die reale Wirklichkeit oder Möglichkeit der Unterscheidung von Freund und Feind. Point 4. We shall have to question the logic of this presupposition. What is this actuality/effectivity? This possibility? Here, in one case as in the other, in one case or the other, what does real mean? Under what conditions, from within what axiomatic, can Schmidt be assured that a knowledge is right or correct, Richtige, in acknowledging, as does Hobbes, for example, that the conviction of possessing the truth, the good, the just, is what sparks the worst hostilities, or that the war of all against all is neither the unchained monstrosity of a delirious imagination nor the free competition of bourgeois capitalism, but the fundamental presupposition of a specific political philosophy. 5. Let us retrace our steps. Schmidt thinks there would be a difference between two forms of disagreement, diaphora. He believes he can substantiate this when he defines the enemy, in other words, the political, when he thinks he can appeal so briefly to Plato to describe, explain, and illustrate this divide. One has the impression that sometimes the appeal to Plato serves as its justification. Attempting to take a closer look at the question, we were intent on emphasizing, among other points, that such a difference amounts to the same thing, that it belongs to the same. The two different forms of the disagreement are both natural, physical. They remain natural even if one of them, civil war, stasis, sometimes takes on the figure of denaturalization. For this would then be a denaturalization of nature in nature, an evil, an illness, a parasite or a graft, a foreign body, in sum, within the body politic itself, in its own body. The body politic should, no doubt, but it never manages to, identify correctly the foreign body of the enemy outside itself. The purity of the distinction between stasis and polemos remains in the Republic a paradigm 6 accessible only to discourse. Occasionally, as we have seen 7 Plato recommends, from a certain vantage point, that this paradigmatic limit be erased, and that the enemies from outside be handled as the enemies within. Whether one claims to respect or to erase this limit, in any case its purity cannot be put into practice. It is impossible to implement the rigor of such a conceptual limit. One cannot do what one says. Neither what one says one will do nor what should be done. No praxis can correspond to indications contained in a lexis. Plato emphasizes this limit of the limit, this inevitable bastardization of opposed terms. In other words, marking in sum the inaccessibility of the border, the of separation between concepts, as much as the one between the inside and outside of the body politic, the city, state or country, he sharpens all the more the cutting edge of this difference between praxis and lexis in the difference between the two sorts of disagreement. This difference is also in nature. This is a law of physis. Practical implementation does not get as close to truth as does discourse. Point 8. Practical conclusion, in practice, in other words, in this political practice that history is, this difference between the disagreements never takes place. It can never be found. Never concretely. As a result, the purity of polemos or the enemy, whereby Schmidt would define the political, remains unattainable. The concept of the political undoubtedly corresponds, as concept, to what the ideal discourse can want to state most rigorously on the ideality of the political. But no politics has ever been adequate to its concept. No political event can be correctly described or defined with recourse to these concepts. And this inadequation is not accidental, since politics is essentially a praxis, as Schmidt himself always implies in his ever so insistent reliance on the concept of real, present possibility or eventuality in his analyses of the formal structures of the political. Here we have another way of marking the paradox. The inadequation to the concept happens to belong to the concept itself. This inadequation of the concept to itself manifests itself preeminently in the order of the political or political practice, unless this order, or rather, its possibility, would situate the very place, the phenomenon, or the reason of an inadequation of any concept to itself, the concept of disjunction qua the conceptual being of the concept. It follows that even what is called politics, an ideal politics, a regulative and programmatic aim, indeed, an idea of politics in general, could never regulate itself on such a concept of the political. What makes us so sensitive to this problem? And why is it, precisely in a Schmittian style discourse, something other than a methodological, epistemological, theoretical, speculative, even simply discursive problem, like an equivocation which logico-rhetorical precautions could easily eliminate? Because, in the remarkable effort of what can be called a modern political expert to recover possession of the concept opening and commanding the field of his own discourse, the effect of this limit is capitalized en abîme. We are saying political expert here, for if Schmidt is a jurist historian of the theological political, and so on, he would offer de jure its conceptual foundations, its phenomenological and semantic axioms to a science of the political as such. He is a political expert who would acknowledge no other regional knowledge, no other experience than the political, the right to found a political discourse politology, an ontology or an epistemology of the political. Only the purely political can teach us how to think and formalize what is purely political. From the very first words of the 1963 preface to the second edition of the concept of the political, this concern is recalled, concern for the tableau, spatial and taxonomic concern, methodological and topological concern. A concern which cannot last without hierarchical classification. The assigned task, the duty, is to frame and to enframe, eruadrieren, to put into order, orden, to propose a theoretical framework for a measureless problem. Hence a framework, ein Rahmen, had to be given also to the problematic of the theory of right, to order its entwined thematic, and to discover a topology of its concepts. Despite or on account of such an aim, Schmidt tirelessly claims concrete, living, and relevant pertinence for the words of political language. Among these words, first and foremost for the word political. These vocables must not and cannot remain, in their ultimate consequence, the correlate of ideal or abstract entities. Now this necessity of concrete determination would stem from the polemical sense that always determines these terms. It is therefore all the more troubling that the meaning of polemos remains, as we have just suggested, both natural and blurred, naturally and irreducibly blurred. And precisely where Schmidt would exclude politics from naturalness. This blurred impurity stems from the fact, recalled by Schmidt, that all political concepts have a polemical sense, in two respects, as we shall see. These are concepts of the polemical, and they are never implemented except in a polemical field. These concepts of the polemical have a strictly polemical. There are moments when the form of this paradox can be judged pathetic. Schmidt goes to great lengths, in our judgment totally in vain, a priori doomed to failure, to exclude from all other purity, objective, scientific, moral, juridical, psychological, economic, aesthetic, etc., the purity of the political, the proper and pure impurity of the concept or the meaning of the political. For he wants, moreover, he will never renounce this, the polemical sense of this purity of the political to be, in its very impurity, still pure. Failing this, it could not be distinguished from anything from which it distinguishes itself. Schmidt would like to be able to count on the pure impurity, on the impure purity of the political as such, of the properly political. He would wish, it is his Platonic dream, that this as such should remain pure at the very spot where it is contaminated. And that this as such should dissipate our doubts concerning what friend and enemy mean. More precisely, and this difference is important here, the doubts must disappear not so much relative to the meaning of friendship or hostility but, above all, relative to who the friend and enemy are. If the political is to exist, one must know who everyone is, who is a friend and who is an enemy, and this knowing is not in the mode of theoretical knowledge but in one of a practical identification. Knowing consists here in knowing how to identify the friend and the enemy. The practical identification of self, and from one self to another, the practical identification of the other, and from other to other, seem to be sometimes conditions, sometimes consequences, of the identification of friend and enemy. We shall have to come back to the logic of Philotia or Narcissism, even the fraternal double, working obscurely away at this discourse. Schmidt wants to be able to count on the opposition, and reckon with it. Even if no pure access to the eidos or essence is to be had, even if, in all conceptual purity, it is not known what war, politics, friendship, enmity, hate or love, hostility or peace are, one can and must know, first of all practically, politically, polemically, who is the friend and who is the enemy. This, it would seem to us, is the singular torsion marking, for example, the passage we shall quote shortly. The weight of the semantic or conceptual determination is carried in this passage, as we shall point out, by the word concrete. Schmidt's entire discourse posits and supposes in fact, as we shall verify, a concrete sense of the concrete which he opposes, as if only in passing, and without the word being kept in the French translation, to the spectral, gespenstisch. In this analysis, the spectral is evoked in passing, as if in passing, like a passerby, as a synonym of abstract or empty. But why would they be synonyms? Would there be no difference between emptiness, the abstract, and the spectral? What are the political stakes of this figure? On the other hand, the unending insistence here on what would be the opposite of the spectral, the concrete, the compulsive and obsessional recurrence of the word concrete as the correlate of polemical, does indeed provide food for thought. What thought? Perhaps that the concrete finally remains, in its purity, out of reach, inaccessible, unbreachable, indefinitely deferred, thereby inconceivable to the concept, Begriff, consequently as spectral, gespenstisch, 9 as the ghost on its periphery, which one opposes to it and which could never be set apart. We shall see how this concretion of the concrete, this ultimate determination to which Schmidt ceaselessly appeals, is always exceeded, overtaken, let us say haunted, by the abstraction of its spectre. Is it not for this reason that so much effort must be exerted, vain effort, to find an intuition and a concept adequate to the concrete? These efforts create the very tension of this strange book. They are remarkably at work in the passage devoted to the polemical sense of the political. It will not be a matter of the polemological contents of the concept of the political, in so far as it implies the enemy, war, polemos, hence qua concept of the polemical. It will be a matter, as we have announced, of only the polemical use of this concept of the political, its concrete use, the practical and effective modality of its implementation, let us say its very performativity. Such a necessity cannot leave intact a so-called theoretical discourse on it, a metadiscourse, a metapolemical or metapolitical discourse, a polemico-logical or politico-logical discourse. Can one conclude that Schmidt's discourse claims this pure theoreticity? In certain respects, we believe, the answer is yes, and this is to a large extent what makes his project interesting. It offers a pure and rigorous conceptual theory of the political, of the specific region of that which is properly and without polemical rhetoric called the political, the politicity of the political. Within this region, in the enclosure proper to a theoretical discourse, all examples, all facts, all historical contents should thus issue in knowledge, indeed, in those forms of disinterested theoretical reports called diagnostics 10. But would Schmidt say, for all that his discourse on politics is of a theoretical nature, and that it is not affected by the polemical modality, and therefore by the performativity, whose incessant contamination he has, on the other hand, described? Would he refuse his theorems the signification of taking sides, an act of war, a certain war? We are not sure that he would. His attitude around this subject would undoubtedly be unstable and wily, and his cunning all the more significant. What appears to us more certain, on the other hand, is that the politological or polemological project and the political polemical engagement are indissociable. It cannot be denied that their respective purity is a priori inaccessible. This is tantamount to saying that it can only be denied. This structural disavowal informs and constructs the political discourse and the discourse on the political. One like the other, one qua the other. We shall neither determine nor denounce here the fatality of this performative disavowal as a logical fault, even less as a symptom that could be dissolved in analysis. It inscribes again, and at the same time, a principle of ruin and affirmation at the heart of the most coherent gestures, when their greatest force simultaneously takes on the figure of a performative contradiction, or, and this may amount to the same thing, the figure of a tautology that we were earlier calling teleiopoetic. We have already given many examples of this. Here, then, is another, one that we have just announced. We emphasize in the passage the word concrete, all other emphasis is Schmidt's, even if the English translation we are quoting, which will be slightly modified, does not always point it out. But the fact that the substance of the political is contained in the context of a concrete antagonism, konkrete Gegensatzlichkeit, is still expressed in everyday language, der landläufige Sprachgebrauch, even where the awareness of the extreme case, of a case of war, das Bewusstsein Ernstfalles, has been entirely lost. This becomes evident in daily speech and can be exemplified by two obvious phenomena. First, all political concepts, images, and terms have a polemical meaning, einen polemischen Sinn. They are focused on a concrete conflict, in konkrete Gegensatzlichkeit, and are bound to a concrete situation, and in konkrete Situation gebunden. The result, which manifests itself in war or revolution, is a friend-enemy grouping, Freund, Feindgruppierung, and they turn into empty and ghost-like, spectral, abstractions, werden sie leeren und die gespenstisken Abstraktionen, when this situation disappears. Words such as state, republic, society, class, as well as sovereignty, constitutional state, absolutism, dictatorship, economic planning, neutral or total state, and so on, are incomprehensible if one does not know concretely, in Con Serie 2, who is to be affected, combated, refuted, or negated by such terms. Above all, the polemical character determines the usage by language of the word political itself, regardless of whether the adversary is designated as apolitical, unpolitisch, in the sense of, foreign to the world weltfremd, who is lacking the sense of the concrete das konkrete Verfellend, or vice versa if one wants to disqualify or denounce him as political in order to portray oneself as apolitical, in the sense of, purely objective, rein sachlich, purely scientific, purely moral, purely juristic, purely aesthetic, purely economic, or on the basis of similar purities, and thereby superior. 11. This would be the first of the two announced phenomena. One may already wonder whether Schmidt places his own discourse, and within it this very passage, precisely, in the order of the purely objective or that of the purely scientific. The doubts we have already formulated relative to his theoretical neutrality would not be dissipated by the allusion to everyday language. This language must not mystify. Schmidt cannot analyze an everyday language from the standpoint of a discursive instance that would be superior or foreign to it. The words and syntax forming the framework of his book forever belong to everyday language. No refinement can extract them from it, if only because of the natural language in which they are found, which forbids any absolute formalization. A single indication would suffice to confirm this once again. Schmidt constantly considers it indispensable to justify his choice of terms, beginning with the words friend, enemy, war, or civil war, by reference to everyday or predominant usage in such and such a natural European language, Greek, Latin, English. There is no other criterion for these quotations, and no other guarantee, than the statistical reference to the ordinary usage of the natural language. The second of the two announced phenomena belongs to the logic already evoked in parentheses, when Schmidt names war and revolution as the two manifestations of the friend/enemy figure. This alternative had already marked a sort of logical contradiction in Schmidt's development, to the extent that he claimed to align his definition of the political on the possibility of exterior war, and then referred to Plato, to polemos so sharply distinguished from stasis. Now, though, in order to describe the second phenomenon, Schmidt must transport the entire polemical necessity of the discourse analyzed hitherto in general to the order of domestic politics. But instead of presenting this alternative, foreign affairs/domestic politics, as a pair of symmetrical possibilities, he considers the interiorization, as it were, the becoming civil of this polemic, as a weakening of the political unity of the state. Not of the political in general, but of the state form of the political that Schmidt intends to distinguish, whereas he often uses it as the telos or guiding thread of his definition of the political. But for all that, it would be a mistake to neglect the initial warnings of the work. On the very first page, there is a reminder that the concept of the state presupposes the concept of the political, not the other way round, even if the state, this particular modality of the mode of existence of the people, vogue, lays down the law in decisive moments, and even if, therefore, it constitutes, with regard to all thinkable statuses, the status itself, the status par excellence, der Status schlechthin, the stasis or the irreducible static stance statique that we have. Linked back up, on a suggestion from Schmidt himself, and at the price of considerable difficulties, with stasis. 12 The state is the status. Only the state can bestow status on the political, supposing that should be necessary. For even if he denounces the inadequacy of the vicious circle, ein unbefriedigender Zirkel, the errors and meanderings induced by this equation, the state equals the political, can it not be said that at the precise moment when he distinguishes them, Schmidt continues to make one the teleological pole of the other? Does he not see the state as the political par excellence, that which serves as an exemplary guide for the definition of the political? If this were the case, despite the precautions we have just evoked and the wealth of differentiated analyses that such prudence and carefulness allow, Schmidt would still belong, and he would undoubtedly admit to this readily, at least concerning this particular point, to what he himself identifies as the German tradition of the doctrine of the state in its Hegelian form. With regard to society, this doctrine considers the state other than and superior to it, qualitative verschieden und etwas höher res. 13 Our hypothesis is that the path, at once continuous and discontinuous, coherent and, willy-nilly, self-critical, or autocritical, separating the concept of the political, 1932, from the theory of the partisan, 1962, is thoroughly informed by this logical matrix. The state presupposes the political, to be sure, hence it is logically distinguished from it, but the analysis of the political, strictly speaking, and its irreducible core, the friend-slash-enemy configuration, can only privilege, from the beginning and as its sole guiding thread, the state form of this configuration, in other words, the friend or enemy qua citizen. In everyday language a second signal could be found to confirm that everything in politics is said in the polemical mode. It is that in the modes of expression of the polemic everydayness interior to state affairs, in der Ausdrucksweise der innerstaatlichen Tagespolemik, the English translation gives, in usual domestic polemics, the adjective political is most often used today in the sense of party politics, partiepolitisch. This does mark the absence of objectivity, Unsachlichkeit, of all political decisions. It can provide only the reflection, reflex, of the discriminations between friend and enemy insofar as it is immanent to all political behavior. The depoliticization at which some of these maneuvers aim is but a ruse designed to promote and impose a party politics. Schmidt's diagnostic is one of a weakening of the state. When the thought of the political unit, that of the state, specifies Schmidt in parentheses, loses its force, sane Kraftverliert, internal antagonisms win out in terms of intensity over the unit or the community on which the foreign affairs are based. From this point the real possibility of combat, die reale Möglichkeit des Kampfs, which should be ever present, vorhanden, when one is talking about the political, no longer refers to war between units of peoples organized into states or empires but, logically, coherently, to civil war. 14 This weakening of the state calls for internal pacification and attends the rise of the concept of the domestic, or internal, enemy, a public enemy for which public law had a name in the Greek democracies as well as in Rome, as Schmidt recalls, polemios or hostis 15. We must attempt to shed light here on at least two concepts and emphasize several typical problems. At stake each time is the obscure status of a possibility or eventuality said to be real and present. It is only under the condition of this real possibility, reale Möglichkeit, under the condition that it remain present, vorhanden bleiben, that the concept of the enemy has its meaning. We have already alluded to this, and must return to it now. How can Schmidt, at one and the same time, privilege the state, even if he does not reduce the political to it, base the concept of enemy on the possibility of war between states, and nevertheless symmetrically align, as he does, exterior war and civil war, as if the enemy were sometimes the foreigner, sometimes the fellow citizen? The answer to this question would seem to lie in the prevailing determination of civil war in this analysis. At once both a paradox and a piece of good sense, this determination establishes civil war as a war between two states, a war in view of the state, a war between a weakened state and a potential state to be constituted, a war for the seizure or reconstitution of state power. War within a state would be but one case of war in general, war in the proper sense, that is, war between states. This specification is given in passing, in parentheses, when Schmidt seems to be aligning symmetrically the two concepts of the enemy with the two concepts of war, civil or domestic war and exterior war. In truth, there is only one concept of war, and the notion of real possibility as present, vorhanden, ensures the synthetic mediation between the two predicates. For to the enemy concept belongs the ever-present possibility of combat, im Bereich der Realmlieg and Eventualität eines Kampfs. All peripherals must be left aside from this term, including military details and the development of weapons technology. War is armed combat between organized political entities, civil war is armed combat within an organized unit, but called up into question again by this very fact. We emphasize this last phrase in parentheses, Dagerch aber problematisch verdenden, 16. In both cases, it is an armed combat. In view of killing. Weapon designates here, in the concept of its essence, the means in view of physical death, as the killing of a man, ein mittelphysikalischer Todung von Menschen. The death of a human being, thus implied in this concept of the enemy, that is, in all war, exterior or civil war, is neither natural death, since the enemy must be killed, nor murder, for wartime killing is not seen as a crime. The war crime is something else again. It would consist in transgressing this law to revert to the savageness of a violence that no longer respects the laws of war and the rights of people. Schmidt doesn't like that at all, although he is quicker to denounce this transgression on the part of the stranger or enemy. What is said here of the enemy cannot be indifferent to what is said of the friend, since these two concepts co-determine one another. But the correlation can formally follow three logical chains. One can infer symmetrically that there is no friend without this possibility of killing, which establishes a non-natural community. Not only could I enter into a relationship of friendship only with a mortal, but I could love in friendship only a mortal at least exposed to so-called violent death, that is, exposed to being killed, possibly by myself. And by myself, in lovance itself, in an essential, not an accidental, manner. To love in love or friendship would always mean, I can kill you, you can kill me, we can kill ourselves. Together or one another, masculine or feminine. Therefore, in all cases, we already are, possibly, but this possibility is, precisely, real, dead for one another. We shall later question in several ways this possibility that intersects with the one Freud analyses in his own style, under the heading of ambivalence, during a war and exactly in Thoughts for the Times on War and Death, 1915.17. 2. But to this logic one can, precisely, oppose opposition. What is true of the enemy, I can or I must kill you, and vice versa, is the very thing that suspends, annuls, overturns or, at the very least, represses, transfigures or sublimates friendship, which is therefore simultaneously the same, repressed, thing and something altogether different. What is said of the enemy is not symmetrical and cannot be said of the friend, even under the heading of structural or shared conditions of possibility. Friendship would consist in the suspension of this structure of possibility. To love in love or in friendship, unless the distinction which interests us would pass at this exact place between the two, and killing would be an affair of love, not of friendship, would precisely be the opposite of killing, of this putting to death, this putting of death, mise de mort, this deadly stake, even if, as Freud recalls, the most categorical, the most unconditional thou shalt not kill confirms, and hence says, the real possibility that the interdict orders to be interrupted. While expressing it. 3. Let us not forget that the political would precisely be that which thus endlessly binds or opposes the friend-enemy/enemy-friend couple in the drive or decision of death, in the putting to death or in the stake of death. We were speaking of the political enemy at the beginning of this analysis. A hypothesis, then, and what if another lovance, in friendship or in love, were bound to an affirmation of life, to the endless repetition of this affirmation, only in seeking its way, in loving its way, and this would be philia itself, in the step beyond the political, or beyond that political as the horizon of finitude, putting to death and putting of death? The philian beyond the political or another politics for loving, another politics to love, for love, aimer. Must one dissociate or associate altogether differently polis, politia, philia, eros, and so forth? If a choice between these three hypotheses and these three logical chains were simply or clearly possible, we would make that choice, we would choose one immediately. In this very place. Hence we must be patient at the crossroads and endure this undecidable tribally. Without it, and this is the thesis and the decision, no decision would be possible, nor ever any friendship. There are we. In this very place? No, there. Let us return to Schmidt, who names this putting to death unequivocally. He sees in it a sense of ontological origination, im Sinn einer Seinsmaßigen Ursprünglichkeit, that one must recognize in the words enemy and combat, but first of all and on the backdrop of a fundamental anthropology or ontology of human life, it is a combat, Kampf, and every person is a combatant, Kämpfer, says Schmidt, with the inverted commas necessary in the ontological distinction of this definition. This does not so much mean that the being for death of this human life cannot be separated from a being for putting to death or for death in combat. One may induce the naturalness of this determination. It is the plight of all beasts who would ignore the law and eat each other from one species to another, as well as the indispensable rupture with naturalness, laws of war and non-cannibalistic respect for individuals of the same species. One would say, in a Hegelian sense, that a being for death that would not be a being for putting to death would still be too natural or simply biological. Point 18. As for this originary and ontological sense, war between enemies cannot be reduced either to competition or intellectual discussion, nor to a simply symbolic struggle. Just as hostility is entirely dependent on the real possibility of this putting to death, so also, correlatively, there is no friendship independent of this deadly drive, which is not necessarily to say, this criminal drive. The deadly drive of the friend/enemy proceeds from life, not from death, not from some attraction of death by death or for death. This deadly necessity could not be purely psychological, although it is anthropological. Impossible as it may seem and, in truth, remain for us, what would have to be thought is a hostility without affect or, at least, without an individual or private 19 affect, a purified aggressivity, with all passion and all psychology removed, a pure hostility and, ultimately, a purely philosophical one. As we shall see below, Lenin is, for Schmidt, an illustrious representative, and a radical one, too, of such a pure hostility, but in a tradition whose first moment, in the theory of the partisan, is extremely difficult to determine. This possibility can remain a possibility, and this is why it becomes the object of an analysis and a report which make a claim to neutrality, indeed, to some kind of positivism in the diagnostic. Schmidt says it is not bellicist, pacifist, militarist, or imperialist, it is, all in all, purely theoretical. We have just expressed doubts about this kind of theoreticity, which can be nothing else but a cunning or a strategy indissociable from the political practice of Schmidt himself. But even if this possibility remains a possibility, it must already be, or still be, concrete, real, and, to this extent, present. The realization is but the passage to the limit, the extreme accomplishment, the eschaton of an already real and already present possibility. The realization is not the actualization of a possible but something altogether different, the radicalization of a possible reality or a real possibility. Here we are no longer in the conventionally Aristotelian opposition of potentiality and act. This is why Realisierung should not be translated, as it has been, by actualization. The friend, enemy, and combat concepts receive their real meaning, ihren realen Sinn, precisely because they refer to the real possibility of physical killing, auf the reale Möglichkeit der physischen Tötung. War follows from enmity, for war is the existential negation of the enemy, Seinsmaßige Negierung eines anderen Sens. It is the most extreme realization of enmity, die äußerste Realisierung der Feindschaft. It does not have to be common, normal, something ideal, or desirable. But it must nevertheless remain present as a real possibility, als reale Möglichkeit vorhanden bleiben, for as long as the concept of the enemy remains valid. Point 20. The logic of this discourse implements a strategy that is at once original, a displacement of the traditional concept of possibility, and classic, in the recourse to a condition of possibility in a transcendental ontological type of analysis. This logic is the strategy. It consists in a sophisticated, or ingenuous or naive, oscillation between two situations, two stratifications of the political. Sometimes the political is a particular and grounded stratum, with the following consequence: you may very well live something other than politics, or, if you will, beyond politics, and you may love your political enemy, but you will not love him politically, you will love him from another angle, as friend, lover, neighbor, human being. The political should not be confused with something else, etc., sometimes the political, qua real possibility, invades the entire fundamental or grounding stratum of existence, whether individual, or communal. All the eventualities we have just summarily considered would then be excluded or contaminated in advance by the real possibility of the very thing from which they are cut. This fundamentalist stratification makes the political at once both a regional stratum, a particular layer, however grounding the layer is, and the supplementary or overdetermining determination cutting through all other regions of the human world or of the cultural, symbolic, or spiritual community. This is what allows Schmidt to affirm that all of the concepts of the spiritual sphere, der Geist Eigensphäre, including the concept of spirit, Geist, must be understood in terms of concrete political existence. They cannot be neutral or neutralizable, nor can they be reduced to unity, they are pluralistic, each nation has its own concept of nation, and so forth. One can see what such a warning frees for the differentiated analysis of all these concepts. But one can also sense to what alliance of politicism and empiricism it can expose itself. This is the strategy of presupposition, Voraussetzung. In some of its features, it could be analogous to Heidegger's existential analytic. This said, it always demands that the presupposition of real possibility or eventuality be present in a determined, vorhanden, mode. And this presupposed presence is that of political decision, the decision deciding who the enemy is. The question who is at the heart of the principle, it summons and commands monde et command. The major moments of political decision are those of the response to the question, who is the enemy? Cromwell is exemplary here in his jubilant denunciation of the enemies to the very being of these nations. Why, truly, your great enemy is the Spaniard. He is a natural enemy. He is naturally so throughout, by reason of that enmity that is in him against whatsoever is of God, enmity is put into him by God. He is the natural enemy, the providential enemy in English in the text, and he who considers him to be an accidental enemy is not well acquainted with Scripture and the things of God. 21. Victorious war and revolution belong neither to the social nor to the ideal. Military combat is not the pursuit of politics by other means, as in the Clausewitzian definition, generally incorrectly cited. War has its own rules and perspectives, its strategies and tactics, but they presuppose, Voraussetzung, a political decision, politische Entscheidung. They presuppose, in fact, that this decision, naming who is the enemy, wer der Feind ist, is preliminary, bereits vorliegt. It is no easy task to determine the place assigned by Schmidt to this pure preliminary decision, nor is it easy to know if, qua free act, it breaks with or is in accord with the state of belonging to a people, group, class, etc. In short, it is no easy task to decide whether this decision supposes, rends, undermines, or produces the community, or to decide what binds it to itself in a friendly attraction or a self-conservation which resembles philia or philotia. The fact remains that this allegation of presupposition, always present as real possibility, allows at one and the same time for war to be waged as the political's condition of possibility without it being for all that, in any respect, the aim, the finality, or even the content of the political. Let us read Schmidt emphasizing the word presupposition. War is neither the aim nor the purpose nor even the very content of politics. But as a real possibility it is an ever-present presupposition, die als reale Möglichkeit immer vorhanden Voraussetzung, which determines in a characteristic way human action and thinking and thereby creates a specifically political behavior. 22. This is neither the time or the place to follow up the decisive occurrences of this surprising and strategically precious concept of real possibility. It would also be possible to see it as a rhetorical ploy in a disguised polemic. Let us be content with situating the play with the sensitive notion of neutrality which the ploy, for example, allows, simultaneously in the theoretical sense, a scientific, phenomenological, or ontological discourse which analyses or describes without taking sides, and in the polemico-political sense, a state that has not declared war. The real possibility of real possibility, as one might say, enables two contradictory propositions to be held successively or simultaneously. Yes, neutrality is always possible, but no, it is impossible, unless it be the end of the political. And the enemy, O enemies, there is no enemy. And thereby, the end of the friend, O my friends, there is no friend. The very concept of neutrality, as we shall see, is swept away by its own possibility, it contradicts itself and is destroyed in itself. There is a neutrality of the neutral, but it cannot be found politically. One would be friend or enemy, friend and enemy before all possible neutrality, yet that would not keep neutrality from being possible. How is this? How could this be possible? This question has a special import to us in that a certain thought of the neutral, which is certainly not political neutrality, but cannot, in any case, remain foreign to its grammar, will, in this century, notably in the work of Blanquet, have been bound to an experience and a thought of friendship that we shall strive to hear later. For Schmidt, the criterion of the friend/enemy distinction does not in fact entail that a determined people should have to be for all eternity the friend or the enemy of another. This suggests that the decision we have been talking about is not linked to communal appurtenance, is not caused by it, even though the decision reaffirms appurtenance. Nor does it mean that a state of neutrality is not possible, mogelijk, or could not be politically meaningful, politisch zinvol. As with every political concept, the neutrality concept is also subject to the ultimate presupposition of a real possibility of a friend-enemy grouping, unter dieser letzten Voraussetzung eine reellen Möglichkeit der Freund und die Feindgruppierung. Should only neutrality prevail in the world, then not only war but also neutrality would come to an end. The politics of avoiding war terminates, as does all politics, whenever the possibility of fighting disappears. What always matters is the possibility of this decisive eventuality taking place, die Möglichkeit dieses entscheidenden Falles, the actual war, de wirklichen Kampfs, and the decision whether this eventuality is or is not the given case, die Entscheidung darüber, ob dieser Fall gegeben ist oder nicht. Point 23. Such a singular decision that decides if it is the case or not, if an eventuality is or is not given, is this an active or a passive decision? Conscious or unconscious? Free or not? Responsible or not? A decision as to what is given, and to whom, relative to knowing who is who, etc. One does not know, with this decision, whether a decisionism informs it in depth or, on the contrary, whether it does not negate such a decisionism, sweep it away, forget it, unless the decision would always be linked to oblivion itself. The exception is the rule, that, perhaps, is what this thought of real possibility thinks. The exception is the rule of what takes place, the law of the event, the real possibility of its real possibility. The exception grounds the decision on the subject of the case or the eventuality. The fact that the case or situation, dieser Fall, arises only exceptionally, nur ausnahmsweise, does not suspend, sublate, or annul, het, nicht auf, its determining character. On the contrary, this exceptionality grounds, begründet, the eventuality of the event. An event is an event, and a decisive one, only if it is exceptional. An event as such is always exceptional. As for war, this is a paradoxical consequence, concerning killing also, which here is not just one example among others, it is because killing is exceptional that it remains the decisive ordeal. And, one might say, the more exceptional, unusual, improbable it is, the more it weighs decisively on decision. A diagnostic for our times, today, notes Schmidt, if wars are less frequent, less usual, and more exceptional, if that can be said of the exception, than in former times, the total purchase of their power has increased in the same proportion. The real possibility of killing tends to be infinite. That means that today war, the state of war, the case of war, der Kriegsfall, still remains the decisive ordeal, the serious thing, the major critical affair, the Criterion of crisis, the very seriousness of the decision, which in German is called Ernstfall, which also means, in military language, the case of war. The serious decision is the case of war, the absolute hostility which, therefore, always decides between the friend and the enemy. The decision discriminates, we will say, recalling that in Latin discrimen is at once separation, distinction, difference, and the moment of decision, instance in the two senses of the term. Schmidt plays with this word Ernstfall in inverted commas when he says that yet today the case of war is the case of war, Audi heute noch ist der Kriegsfall der Ernstfall. It is, then, the improbable situation, the exceptional case, der Ausnahmefall, the perhaps, which carries a particularly determinating signification, or discriminating, decisive, ein besonders entscheidende Bedeutung, but it is the improbable situation, and no other, which, exceptionally, qua exception, unveils the essence, the center, and the heart of things. It is that which may not happen, that which happens only in so far as it might just as well not happen, this undecidable eventuality qua real possibility, that informs decisions and forms truth fate la decision et fate la vérité. This undecidable decision bestows the force of unveiling. This deciding signification which unveils the kernel of thing, den Kern der Dinge enthüllende Bedeutung, accrues to the decision. The unveiling of things, of the heart of things in the coming asunder of decision, is perhaps accomplished not in the act of war which bears death, but surely in the asundering possibility, of a killing, in this possibility qua real and present possibility. The latter can uncover the heart of things only in undressing the other, in uncovering the possibility of what Schmidt called above physical killing. Hence the oscillation and the association between actuality/effectivity and possibility. As if it were sufficient that an event be possible for it to happen, for it to have already actually taken place in its very perhaps, at the end of the sentence naming its possibility. This is perhaps the spring of the teleopoetic or quasi-messianic logic that we were analyzing above in terms of Nietzschean statements, whose possibility, however, verily haunts all statements. Yes, haunts them. For what is this real possibility haunting Schmidt if not the very law of spectrality? Oscillation and association, the conjunctive disjunction binding real actuality/effectivity and possibility, that is how the conjunction conjunct and disjunct at one and the same time. It is found at the end of the paragraph speaking to the case of war as case of war, we stress actual/effective and possibility. For only in actual/effective combat, im wirklichen Kampf, is revealed the most extreme consequence, die äußerste Konsequenz, of the political grouping of friend and enemy. From this most extreme possibility, von dieser extremsten Möglichkeit her, human life gains, Schwint, its specifically political tension, Spannung, point 24. This tension is to be conquered, it is not a given fact, it is conquered like a place to which one gains access, it is won as a victory is, when a resistance must be overcome, it is conquered as an intensity which can always increase and gain on itself out to its extreme limit. The extreme consequence of these propositions, the one which would seem to us as unavoidable as it is properly disastrous, is of course not drawn by Schmidt, at least not in this form, but we must draw it, if it is true, as has been said above, that the rarer or the more improbable the situation of exception or of decision, war, hostility, the political event as such, etc., the more decisive, intense, and revealing it is, and in the end the more it politicizes, as would be the case in the modernity of the rarefaction of wars, according to the Schmidt of 1932, then one must conclude that rarefaction intensifies the tension and the revealing power, the truth of the political. The less war there is, the more the hostility, etc. This is less a default of common sense than it would appear, to be sure, but it does inevitably lead to a change in all the signs, and therefore to having to measure politicization in terms of the degree of depoliticization. What would the symptom of neutralization and depoliticization, in Politisierung, that Schmidt learnedly denounces in our modernity reveal? In truth, an over or hyperpoliticization. The less politics there is, the more there is, the less enemies there are, the more there are. The number of friends increases according to exactly the same proportion and in the same proportion. Hence the inversion and the vertigo, hence the mirror reflection in which the dying sage and the living fool reflect themselves. This is in fact the same number and the same calculation. The inversion and the vertigo are not sophisms. These enunciations unfold a structure of decision and of the event, and account for any logic purporting to calculate their incalculable singularity. We are simply formalizing a principle of ruin or spectrality at the heart of this discourse on the political, a discourse of madness allied to an excess of common sense. A double hyperbole, a chiasmus of double hyperbole. When we suggested above that Schmidt did not draw this consequence himself, we specified at least not in this form. For the theory of the partisan can be considered the intrepid exercise of this paradoxical consequence. Through an exploration of the future of the Second World War and of everything preceding it over centuries, Schmidt analyzes a general hyperbolization of the political. But the unleashing of pure hostility appears to him, gives itself over to his diagnostic, through all the phenomena of depoliticization, through everything that is destructive of the classical limits of the political. Consequently, depoliticization, though without politics, which is not necessarily the withdrawal of the political 25, could characterize a world which would no longer be a world without polities, reduced to a terrestrial globe abandoned by its friends as well as its enemies, in sum, a dehumanized desert. And this is indeed what Schmidt literally says. We shall quote him again. But he could say exactly the opposite, and he will say it later, willy-nilly. In both cases, the possibility of combat remains the arbiter, a world in which the possibility, die Möglichkeit, of war is utterly, without a remainder, restlos, eliminated. A completely pacified globe would be a world without the distinction of friend and enemy, and hence a world without politics. 26. This world without politics may present all manner of oppositions, contrasts and competitions, but no enemy, and thus no friend, will be found there, nor this antagonism which authorized to shed blood, and kill other human beings. 27. The allusion to blood is anything but secondary and rhetorical, no more so than in Rosenzweig, or Benjamin, precisely on the theme of state violence. To kill without bloodshed, with the help of new techniques, is perhaps already to accede to a world without war and without politics, to the inhumanity of a war without war. Regardless of whether this world without politics is an ideal, and Schmidt's decision on this subject is clear, even though he pretends to be interested only in the theoretical and neutral determination of political non-neutrality, the only conclusion the concept of the political purports, then, to hold after this properly phenomenological neutralization of the two ideals is that the phenomenon of the political cannot be grasped or apprehended, begriffen, without this reference to the real possibility, die reale Möglichkeit, of the friend and enemy grouping. 28. Whatever consequences may be drawn from this real possibility, that is, from the structure of the political, whether these consequences be moral, religious, aesthetic, or economic, they will not be able to reduce the properly political phenomenality of this real possibility. We believe it is necessary to insist on the recurrence of this call to a real possibility. Not only because its concept remains obscure, but because the haunting nature of this recurrence confirms both a difficulty and a necessity. We have just referred to phenomenology, and it is indeed a matter of a phenomenology of the friend as well as of the enemy, because at stake is indeed the phenomenon of the political, as Schmidt himself says, and the sense of this phenomenon, the presentation of its presence after the eidetic reduction of everything it is not, but also because what is at stake in the same stroke is indeed a phenomenalization as revelation, manifestation, unveiling. The three criteria, reality, possibility, presence, intertwine here at the heart of the same eventuality. At the heart of a self-same eventness of the event. How does the friend/enemy grouping manifest itself? How does it present itself? How is their real possibility presented or realized, either as possible or as real? How can this reality mark sometimes presence, sometimes possibility itself? In war. In any case, in war as an extremity, as the extreme limit of a state of exception, as extreme eventuality, als extreme eventualitat. It is on this account that this reality is revealing, it constitutes a fact from which an essence can be read, surely, but read first of all from an uncommon, non-empirical fact, exemplary in a teleological, the telos as extreme limit, and paradigmatic sense. The presence, Vorhandenheit, thereby manifested in the real possibility, this real or possible presence, is not that of the fact or example, it is that of a telos. Not that of a political telos, of one or another political end, of one or another politics, but that of the telos of the political, life opposed to itself, and not to death, as we recalled above, spirit opposed to itself, the life of spirit opposing itself to itself, there is only life, and this is why, in sum, there are enemies. War, qua the most extreme saint, of political means, manifests, often barred, the possibility of this friend-enemy discrimination which founds all political representation, and it has no meaning, it is sinval, as long as this discrimination is actually present, real vorhanden, or at least actually possible, oder wenigstens real möglich. The sole remaining question, Schmidt then concludes, is that of knowing if the friend-enemy grouping which determines the opposition as purely and solely political, not religious, moral, or economic, is or is not present as possibility or as real actuality/effectivity, als reale Möglichkeit oder Wirklichkeit vorhanden ist oder nicht. The syntax of this question, which we have already cited, does not admit of a decision on whether the double alternative, oder, is of the order of presence, vorhanden ist oder nicht, or of the order of modalities of this presence, real or effective/actual possibility, real possibility, or real effectivity/actuality, reale Möglichkeit oder Wirklichkeit. In the first case the grouping of the political, friend/enemy, would always be present, in one mode or another, in the other, it could be present or not. The consequences of these two distinct alternatives, certain, but apparently subtle and fragile, indeed seem limitless. What does politically present mean? And present in this mode, Vorhandenheit? On this subject there is no need to refer to a Heideggerian style of questioning, for example, regarding the Vorhandenheit, to recognize the necessity, be it political or not, of these interrogations. Sometimes it is presence itself that seems spectral, a disappearing virtuality of apparition. Sometimes the sole presence, at once permanent and recurrent, figures that to which a call must be made, a despairing call, in order to resist the return of the spectral, in a word, to exorcise, to conjure, to repress the returning ghost le revenant. As for the meaning of war, and the question of knowing under what condition a war is sinval, Schmidt never hesitates, he judges it indubitable that war always has a meaning, war has a meaning, and no politics, no social bond qua social bond, has meaning without war, without its real possibility. But this does not necessarily mean that in his eyes war is good, useful, that it has meaning in the moral or religious sense of an ideal or of a telos to be attained. It simply means that in order for the concept of war, and hence politics, to have meaning, for the phenomenological and semantic determination of the discourse on war, conditions of possibility must be ascertained. And this is what the concept of the political purports to do. If it is not a telos in the sense of a moral or religious ideal, nor even in the sense of a determined political ideal, this semantico-teleological content is nevertheless intrinsically teleological. Its structure is ideologically immanent, auto and tautoteleological, war aims at the death of the enemy, etc., even if, or, rather, because, this political telos is irreducible to any other. But it does seem that, as a conscious or unconscious strategy, the Schmittian phrase strives to dissociate the two teleological values. War is not good in view of another end, moral, religious, etc., but it has its end in itself, while constantly oscillating from one to the other, going so far, in the operation of a partisan, as to smuggle in one for the other. This seems to be made possible, and easy, by the constant presence, by the surviving presence, in any case by the presence of war yet today, as real possibility. Even if today, in the form of the very last war of humanity, wars are waged in a particularly inhuman manner, morally discrediting the enemy to the point of making him an inhuman monster and thereby pretending to exceed the political, über das politische Hinausgehend Schmidt's emphasis, making the enemy someone who must be annihilated, not only driven back and led back within its boundaries, Schmidt's emphasis, and one wonders what difference he sees between physical killing, whose aim he judges indispensable, and the annihilation which he seems to condemn. He would no doubt answer that physical killing concerns the individual life of soldiers but not the annihilation of a people or a state. Well, this war yet today attests, despite everything, to the presence of the political as real possibility. The possibility of such war is particularly illustrative, besonders deutlich, of the fact that war as a real possibility, als reale Möglichkeit, is still present today, heute noch vorhanden ist, and this fact is crucial for the friend and enemy. Antithesis and for the knowledge or recognition, the determinating identification, the accounting, Erkenntnis of the political 29. We have already sensed and suggested that when Schmidt says that this is clear, deutlich, he is relying on a logic of inference, of proof, of indication, and of testimony which allows him always to decide for the presence of the political. He decides thus either in terms of positive and univocal signs of the presence of the political, or in terms of what the disappearance of these signs witnesses of their possible and permanent presence, indeed demonstrates it, a contrario, through a denegation which would indiscernibly be in the things themselves, in real history and in the Schmidtian discourse, in truth, in the entire tradition which he represents and repeats with so much cunning as authority. This disavowal potentializes a logic of negativity that will always allow, from the concept of the political to the theory of the partisan, for the multiplication of refined intuitions, so crucial for an analysis of our times, while at the same time diagnosing a depoliticization which, in sum, would be but the supplementary and inverted symptom, the abyssal hyperbole, of a hyperpoliticization. This depoliticization would apparently blur the criteria for boundaries of the political, it would neutralize them only to expand the control of the political to the point of absolute hostility, in its most pristine philosophical purity. We shall see how absolute hostility would then be the affair of philosophy, its very cause. 6. Oath, conjuration, fraternization. Or the armed question. Following its meaning in German, as in so many other languages, friend is originally only the person to whom a genealogical bond unites. Originally the friend is but the friend of blood, the consanguine parent or again the parent by alliance through marriage, oath of fraternity, adoption, or other corresponding institutions. Point 1. Carl Schmitt. If, then, you two are friendly to each other, by some tie of nature, phose peoikoi, you belong to each other. Point 2. Plato. We have become attuned to a certain effect of haunting. Where it seems inaccessible to intuition and concept, the purely concrete starts to resemble the ghost, just when you start to believe that you can tell them apart. This is the tormented experience of the inversion of signs. Such an experience allows itself, then, to be revealed in Schmidt's obsessional insistence on the concrete and on real possibility, at the very point at which these values were opposed to the spectral, gespenstisch. We are constantly reminded that only a concretely determined enemy can awaken the political, only a real enemy can shake the political out of its slumber and, as we recall, out of the abstract specularity of its concept, only the concrete can awaken it to its actual/effective life, as the living fool that I am, when it bemoans the fact that there is no longer, or not yet, an enemy. But there is the spectre, lodged within the political itself, the antithesis of the political dwells within, and politicizes, the political. The spectre might well be, it might well already have been, in 1932, this partisan who no longer respects the normal conditions and the juridically guaranteed boundaries of war. And this has not begun today, nor did it begin yesterday, or the day before. Negativity, disavowal, and politics, haunting and dialectics. If there is a politicism in Schmidt, it lies in the fact that it is not enough for him to define the political by the negativity of polemics or opposition. He defines antagonism or opposition, oppositional negativity in general, which is not at all the same as defining the political, as teleologically political. The political is all the more political for being antagonistic, certainly, but opposition is all the more oppositional, supreme opposition, qua the essence and telos of opposition, negation, and contradiction, when it is political. It is impossible here, as it is impossible in any absolute proposition of speculative idealism, and hence of ideal dialectics, to distinguish between subject and predicate. Schmidt does not so much define the political by oppositional negation as define the latter by the political. This inversion stems from a teleological law of power or intensity. The stronger a contradiction or oppositional negativity, the more its intensity tends towards a limit, the more political it is. Example, political antagonism, der politische Gegensatz, is the most intense, intensivist, and extreme, außerseint, antagonism, and every concrete antagonism, Gegensatzlichkeit, becomes that much more political the closer it approaches the most extreme point, sich dem äußersten Punkt, nähert, that of the friend-enemy grouping 3. It will come as no surprise when this politicism of oppositional negativity calls on Hegel. The discrimination between friend and enemy would also be, in Hegelian terms, an ethical difference, sittliche difference, the first condition of ethical determination, which does not mean moral determination. The modern definition of hostility, perfectly distinct from enmity, would be due to Hegel and Marx, despite the economistic and hence depoliticizing tendency that would make the latter a 19th-century thinker for. And if Schmidt evokes this debt to Marx and Hegel, it is not simply to stress that this concept of hostility, in his view the only purely political concept of the political, is also an ethical concept. He is intent on already denouncing the misunderstanding in which modern philosophers begin to apprehend this logic of the political. They tend to avoid it, qua the political in so far as it is linked to a certain concept and to a certain practice of war. Although Hegel may at times show a double face, he must be inscribed in the great tradition of specifically political thinkers, Machiavelli, Hobbes, Bossuet, de Maistre, Donoso Cortés, Fichte, as soon as he forgets his humanitarian idealism, who knew how to break with an optimistic anthropology, man would be fundamentally and originally good. In this discourse on man, on his original innocence or on his accidental or extrinsic corruption, Schmidt denounces a strategy too often enrolled in the service of anti-state liberalism. Authentic political theories, on the other hand, all presuppose a man essentially evil, dangerous, a dynamic and problematic being. Hegel remains everywhere political in the decisive sense. Of a specifically political nature also is his dialectic of concrete thinking. Hegel also offers the first polemically political definition of the bourgeois. The bourgeois is an individual who does not want to leave the apolitical riskless private sphere. He rests in the possession of his private property, and under the justification of his possessive individualism he acts as an individual against the totality. He is a man who finds his compensation for his political nullity in the fruits of freedom and enrichment and above all in the total security of its use. Consequently he wants to be spared bravery and exempted from the danger of a violent death. Wissenschaftliche Behandlungsarten der Naturrechts, the methods of the science of natural right, 1802, Lassen eden p. 383, Glockner 1 eden p. 499. Hegel has also advanced a definition of the enemy which in general has been evaded by modern philosophers. The enemy is the ethical difference die sittliche Differenz, not in the sense of morality nicht im moralischen Sinn, but in the perspective of absolute life in the eternal being of the people, as the foreigner to be negatived in his living totality, als ein Zu negierens Fremds in seiner lebendigen Totalität. A difference of this sort is the enemy, and this difference, posited in its ethical bearing, exists at the same time as its counterpart, the opposite of the being of its antithesis, i.e., as the nullity of the enemy, and this nullity, commensurate on both sides, is the peril of battle. For ethical life, for de Sitte-like, this enemy can only be an enemy of the people and itself only a people, nur ein Volk. Because single individuality comes on the scene here, it is for the people that the single individual abandons himself to the danger of death. This war is not a war of families against families, but between peoples, and hatred becomes thereby undifferentiated and freed from all personal elements, von aller Persönlichkeit free. 5. To remain consistent with itself, this homage to a Hegelian paternity must reach out and embrace Hegel's Marxist posterity. This consistency plays no small role in the notable sympathies this hyper-traditionalist jurist of the Catholic right wing will always have inspired in certain circles of leftist political thought. These friends on the left do not correspond to a fortuitous or psychological formation born of some interpretative confusion. In question is an immense historico-political symptom, the law of which remains to be thought. Be this as it may, Schmidt regrets that Hegel's spectre has deserted Berlin to reappear elsewhere, with those of Lenin and Marx in Moscow. The question is how long the spirit of Hegel, der Geist Hegel, has actually resided, residiert hat, in Berlin. In any event, the new political tendency which dominated Prussia after 1840 preferred to avail itself of a conservative philosophy of state, especially one furnished by Friedrich Julius Stahl, whereas Hegel wandered to Moscow via Karl Marx and Lenin. His dialectical method became established there and found its concrete expression in a new concrete enemy concept, namely that of the international class enemy, and transformed itself, the dialectical method, as well as everything else, legality and illegality, the state, even the compromise with the enemy, into a weapon of this battle. The actuality of Hegel is very much alive in George Lukács' History and Class Consciousness, trans. Rodney Livingstone, Merlin Press, London 1971, Lenin, A Study of the Unity of His Thought, trans. Nicholas Jacobs, New Left Books, London 1976. The salute to Lenin forms the link between the two texts that we have been distinguishing, opposing, and comparing, in order to understand how the second, the theory of the partisan, confirms the first, the concept of the political, precisely at that point where the former seems to contradict the latter. We are unable to follow in detail the argument of a work which, in its time, multiplies in an impressive and often pointed fashion valuable insights into the many transformations taking place in the political space of modernity. Regarding the classical European Jus belli, interstate war between regular armies, and to the extent that its regulation was ever respected, the partisan remains a marginal figure until the First World War. The preferred example of Schmidt, as it was for Clausewitz, is first the Spanish guerrilla fighting against the Napoleonic army. The modern partisan, on the contrary, leaves this initial marginality, expecting from his enemy no respect for the rights of conventional warfare. In the course of civil war, as of colonial war, the partisan transforms the concept of conventional hostility and blurs its boundaries. Apparently the partisan is no longer an enemy, and has no enemy in the classical sense of the term. Real hostility henceforth extends, through terrorism and counter-terrorism, all the way to extermination. Yet the definition of the partisan will long maintain the tradition of autochthony, the telluric dimension on which we have insisted so much. It is, for example, the autochthony of the Russian partisans against the Napoleonic army, then the readaptation of this myth of the national and autochthonous partisan by Stalin in the course of the Second World War. This myth serves a worldwide communist politics. With Mao Zedong it represents a new stage in the history of the partisan, and therefore in the process of rupture with the classical criteriology of the political and that of the friend/enemy grouping. The partisan not only simply transgresses, he confuses the two classical distinctions, regular/irregular, legal/illegal from the standpoint of constitutional or international law. One of the numerous advantages of these analyses is the precise and differentiated account of the relation to space, land, sea, or aerial space, that is, first of all to technics or to teletechnology, the speed and expanse of transmission, mobilization, and motorization, as one of the essential factors in the mutation of the classical concept of the enemy and even in what had become the classical concept of the partisan. This question of techniques appears doubly decisive. On the one hand, although he does not say so explicitly in this form, the question is found to be at the heart of what Schmidt calls a process of concept dissolution, a remarkable sign of the times. 7 Such a dissolution of concepts induces a metaphoric but not necessarily improper use of the partisan concept. Schmidt himself acknowledges having recourse to it. This uncontrollable extension is due in particular to the criteria chosen for the definition of the partisan. These criteria authorize a limitless generalization: every human being is a being who struggles, thus he is found to be his own partisan, which is practically meaningless. Indispensable as they may be, these criteria are false ones, quasi-concepts, criteria of degree of intensity, that is, indefinitely extensive. Now, along with 1. Irregularity and 2. The intensity of political engagement, we find 3. The high degree of mobility of active combat 8, that is, the appropriation of space by the science of the teletechnical prosthesis. On the other hand, and as a consequence, this speed of motorization, and hence that of teletechnical automation, produces a break with autochthony. This rupture cuts the telluric roots characteristic not only of the classical enemy but of the first form of the partisan guerrilla war. It must be specified that telluric autochthony, ground warfare, the consideration of geographical configurations, and the lay of the terrain no doubt persist throughout this mutation. Schmidt takes note of this and gives numerous examples. Mao Zedong, whose revolution has a better telluric base than that of Lenin. 9 Ho Chi Minh, Fidel Castro, the war for independence in Algeria, the Cypriot War, and so forth. But also, and first of all, this means that this territorial drive has itself always been contradicted, tormented, displaced and delocalized. And that this is the very experience of place. That is what Schmidt does not acknowledge explicitly. In any case, he draws no visible and conceptually rigorous consequence from it. He shows no interest in the fact that telluric autochthony is already a reactive response to a delocalization and to a form of teletechnology, whatever its degree of elaboration, its power, or its speed. This law undoubtedly governs historically different events, places, and contents. But what Schmidt is right in saying of the modern partisan, whose agrarian autochthony is driven by technical and industrial progress, whose mobility is reinforced by a motorization which interrupts the local bond and destroys the telluric character, could have been said of the most classical combatant. We should not consider this a simple problem of dating or periodization. At stake are the relations between the history of the political and the structure of theoretical concepts which one claims to articulate upon it. For this is not without effect on the two axes of the theory of the partisan. First of all, on the juridical axis, the critical examination of equivocations, floating concept and the default of clarity in the concepts of the Hague Agreement, 1907, and the Geneva Conventions, 1949, 10. An examination highly motivated, let us say, by the example of the indictment of German generals after the Second World War. Secondly, the properly political axis which is our main interest here. The case made against the four Geneva Conventions in fact introduces this political axis. Having paid them exaggerated insistent homage, they are admirable for their sense of justice and humanitarian virtue, as well as their respect for the tradition of international law of European origin. Schmidt accuses them of having weakened, indeed, compromised, the system of essential distinctions, war and peace, the military and the civilian, enemy and criminal, interstate war and civil war. From that point, the road was clear for a form of war which deliberately destroys these clear-cut distinctions. The normalizations of compromise that the law then proposed would be, for Schmidt, but fragile gangways above the abyss. 11. The abyss occasions vertigo, which engulfs, in sum, the conceptual banks of these clear-cut distinctions. It is definitively sweeping away the reassuring literal on which it was believed possible to discern, in a word, man, the humanity of man, man as political animal. We shall not multiply the glosses on the edge of this abyss. First of all, because to speak of the abyss can be done only from the shore, and there we have a first immoderateness, sometimes even an unbearable indecency. We shall not take advantage of this pretext for pathetic eloquence over the bottomless depths of a chaos which is ours today, this great yawning mouth which cannot talk politics without screaming, shouting hunger, or suffering, without swallowing in one gulp all the assurances of clear-cut distinctions to remain, finally, voiceless. To be ready to listen to this screaming chaos of the voiceless, one has only to lend an ear to any news item. At the very instant when I am rereading the previous sentence, all points in the world, all the places of the human world, and not only on the earth, and not only in Rwanda and in Italy, in ex-Yugoslavia and in Iran, in Israel and in Palestine, Cambodia and Ireland, Tahiti and Bangladesh, Algeria and France, Ukraine and the Basque Country, etc., are, and will always have been, just so many forms of the abyss for Schmidt's clear-cut distinctions and his nostalgia. Still, to give them country names is to speak a language without an assured foundation. To be ready to listen, we were saying, at the very instant when I reread this, a new stage has opened up, but have we not known that for such a long time, with the Clipper chip, a new bugging device, that is, a new stage in modern techniques to lose the distinction between private and public in the abyss? Why does Schmidt take no account of the fact that the police and spy network, precisely, the police qua spy network, the specter of the modem state of which Benjamin speaks in For a Critique of Violence, points to what, precisely in the service of the state, ruins in advance and from within the possibility of the political, the distinction between private and public? What would he have thought of the new cryptographies, and of the unassignable political status that is the singular institution of psychoanalysis, of which he never speaks? And what about cybercrime, consisting today in breaking into the electronic files of the state, the army, the police, banks, hospitals, and insurance companies? A debate, of course, a hopeless one, is underway today, in the United States, naturally, between the state and citizen associations, all assuredly Democrats and liberals, concerned over the right to initiative, invention, communication, commerce, and safeguarding privacy. The citizens contest the state monopoly on the production and control of the Clipper chip, designed to protect the secrecy of private communication in an age when, capable of intercepting and recording everything, the highways of numeric transmission leave no leeway or chance to the heart of hearts. Today we have a state just as liberal and democratic, just as concerned over its responsibilities, as its citizens, but providing it can maintain its hold on the means of protecting internal security and national defense, that is, the possibility of bugging everything every time it deems it necessary, politically necessary, to do so, internal and external security. Fundamentally, one will say that there is nothing new here, despite the leap of technological mutation which also produces structural effects. Certainly, but the novelty of these structural effects must not be neglected. This is the entirety of the concrete in politics. The choice of this topical example, among an infinity of others, is designed only to recall that a reflection on the politics of friendship should not be distinguishable from a meditation on secrecy, on the meaning, the history, and the techniques of what is still called today, with the old Latin word, secret. We shall return to this later, with Kant. Let us return to Schmidt, supposing that we ever left his company. When did this abyss open up? Schmidt claims to know. He believes he is able to determine bearings, events, dates. However worthwhile these determinations may be, however interesting and instructive these historical soundings are, they always admit of some counter-example or of an anterior example in an infinite regression. When Schmidt accuses specialists of the right of European peoples with repression, these specialists are said to have repressed from consciousness the image of transformations visible from the beginning of the century 12. This accusation can be leveled against Schmidt himself. What does he himself do? Does he not situate in this century the mutation whose premises, and the premises of those premises, he is obliged, retreating step by step, to admit without admission? For example, the Bismarckian moment of the Akirantich, Akirantamuvra, as Bismarck used to say, to foment revolution and to take control at any price of the national forces pitted against the adversary, had a precedent in 1812-13, when an elite corps of Prussian officers sought to mobilize, with all the means at their disposal, the national forces hostile to Napoleon. Even if this was not, strictly speaking, a partisan war, this brief revolutionary moment nevertheless has incredible importance for the theory of the partisan. Point 13. Then Schmidt quotes Clausewitz's On War, and also an edict of the King of Prussia calling, in sum, for partisan war. Schmidt cannot conceal his admiration for these 10 pages signed by a legitimate king. Without hesitation he classes them, in a fervent tremor, among the most extraordinary pages of the world's collections. These pages were made to seduce and to fascinate Schmidt, the paradox of a military legality, political legitimacy, Prussian nationality regularly enrolled in the service of the irregularity of a revolutionary war, of a partisan war, against the French Emperor. Against, in sum, the occupying forces whose expansionism masked in humanitarian ideology. 14. The concept of the political had already revealed 30 years earlier. Is it not on account of Napoleon that Fichte and Hegel restored Machiavelli to a place of honor, to allow the German people to resist such an enemy? Along with the Spaniards and all the Europeans, Prussia, the Prussian king, invented partisan war against the French occupying forces. He wrote a kind of Magna Carta of the partisan. At the end of the book, at the other end of the same tradition, in the same lineage as Clausewitz, Lenin, and Mao, in 1962, it is General Salin, yes, General Salin, who, in the eyes of a Schmidt alternately convincing and hardly credible, comes to reincarnate the concept and the determination of this struggle, once again against the French state, even if it be in the name of its former colonial empire. But let us stay with what is most important to us, from the vantage point we have chosen to privilege here, the question of philosophy. Friendship qua philosophy, philosophy qua friendship, philosophical friendship, friendship philosophy, will always in the West have been a concept indissociable within itself, no friendship without some philosophia, no philosophia without philia. Friendship philosophy, from the outset we have been inspecting the political next to this hyphen. Now, here is Schmidt asking us, and it is perhaps not different, since it is still a matter of the political itself, to think war, hence killing, and finally what he calls absolute hostility, as philosophy's thing. Although this move belongs to the end of the theory of the partisan, to an essay registering the evolution of the concept of the political and an evolution contradictorily described in one place as a dissolution 15 in another as an upheaval 16 the reader of the concept of the political should not be surprised by this call to philosophy. Philosophy represents the properly productive agency of the purely political, and hence of pure hostility, and this, from within the historical process that develops the concept and the practice of the partisan, that is, that which calls into question the classical and stabilized, the regular concept of the political. Despite certain signs of ironic distrust in the areas of metaphysics and ontology, the concept of the political was, as we have seen, a philosophical type of essay to frame the topic of a concept unable to constitute itself on philosophical ground. But in the theory of the partisan, it is in the same areas that the topic of this concept is both radicalized and properly uprooted, where Schmidt wished to regrasp in history the event or node of events that engaged this uprooting radicalization, and it is precisely there that the philosophical as such intervenes again. Quite precisely at the moment of the partisan's Magna Carta, at the moment of Prussian, Spanish, and Russian resistance to the Napoleonic armies and their humanitarian ideology. But why does the philosophical discovery of the partisan occur only in Berlin? Because however Prussian it is, and uniquely Prussian, it owes something to the French philosophy of the Enlightenment and to the French Revolution. The Spanish guerrilla war, just like the 1809 uprising in Tyrol and the Russian partisan war of 1812, were, Schmidt says, insurrections of an underdeveloped people. Catholic or Orthodox culture remained untouched by the Revolution and the Enlightenment. But the latter, on the contrary, are very much present in Berlin, in the age of the philosopher Fichte, the poet Kleist, and even those soldiers of genius and vast culture, Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, Clausewitz, witnesses to the enormous spiritual potential of Prussian intelligence prepared for action in this critical moment. Such a nationalism was not one of a simple, illiterate people. The philosophical discovery of the partisan and the historical possibility of its theory took place in this atmosphere, in which an aggravated national feeling united to a philosophical culture. 17. This properly philosophical theory of the partisan could not fail to feature a doctrine of war. Clausewitz had given courses on guerrilla warfare at the Berlin School of War in 1810–11 and had also written in 1809, as an anonymous soldier, a letter to Fichte, author of a study on Machiavelli, author of The Art of War. Yet this philosophical event, this unique and decisive invention of the partisan, was also, to Clausewitz's great disappointment, an abortive attempt, a semi-failure. On this subject Engels spoke of a semi-insurrectional war. This unaccomplished event betrayed at once both a philosophical default and a political one. Philosophy, here, was not yet philosophical enough. It had failed to realize itself outside of discourse and representation. It remained a still abstract theoretical form and, as such, a spark, a bolt in the dark, a flame, a witness awaiting its heir, the spark which, flashing out in Spain in 1808, had reached the north found in Berlin a theoretical form allowing the flame to be conserved for transmission to other hands. 18. The Acheron was hidden in the canals of state order, the dominant philosophy of Hegel, and the conservative reconciliation between the state and revolution. But the ideological arm remained available, even in Hegel, and always more dangerous than the philosophy of Rousseau in the hands of the Jacobins. Its immediate heirs, Marx and Engels, were still too purely philosophers, thus by no means philosophical enough, thinkers rather than activists of revolutionary war. A professional revolutionary was still awaited, Lenin. The first authentic heir of the Prussian Magna Carta, he is in turn followed and radicalized by Mao. He would replace the classical concept of the political founded in the 18th and 19th centuries on the state based on the right of European peoples, and on interstate war, with the revolutionary war of parties. The latter assumes, certainly, in its Clausewitzian form, the friend/enemy distinction, but it becomes radicalized by carrying hostility to its absolute limit. In the eyes of Lenin, only revolutionary war is true war, for it is born of absolute hostility. 19. Only this absolute hostility confers upon war its meaning and its justice. 20. Only this absolute hostility repoliticizes space throughout a modern depoliticization which will have neutralized political oppositions in the classical age. A single question then remains to be asked, and it is the coincidence of the purest philosophy and the most intense concrete determination, who, in Con Series 2, is the absolute enemy. Response: the class enemy, the Western bourgeois and capitalist, wherever he imposes his social order. Such was the passage between possible reality, real reality, and philosophical consciousness. This was, at present, the alliance, bundness, of philosophy and the partisan. This alliance frees new and unexpected explosive forces, and sets off the splintering of this entire Eurocentric world which Napoleon had hoped to save, which the Vienna Congress had hoped to restore. 21. In this absolute present, in this paro-usia of the political, the identification of the two movements, depoliticization and overpoliticization, still necessarily leaves some leeway. A diastemic innate equation gives history its chance. For example, if at last, and in turn, Lenin determines the absolute enemy in a way that is still too abstract and intellectual. 22. Stalin, then Mao, the greatest practitioner of subversive war and its most famous theoretician, know how to provide this same war with its telluric rooting. Here would be the absolute accomplishment, the philosophical and historic concretization of absolute hostility. From this retellurization and its analysis given by Schmidt, we shall retain, in the economy of our argument, only one clue. It is of the utmost importance to us, even if it seems non-apparent, or seems to disappear as soon as it appears. We deem it important, in truth, for this very reason and because Schmidt points it out furtively, twice, as if in passing, like a passerby who would go unnoticed. The double passage of a brother, in effect. How could a brother be the subject of absolute hostility? The hypothesis will have to be inverted. There can be absolute hostility only for a brother. And the history of friendship is but the experience of what in this respect resembles an unavowable synonymy, a murderous tautology. The absolute war Schmidt talks about, the revolutionary war that drives the theory of the partisan to its extremity, the war that violates all laws of war, can be a fratricidal war. And thereby have the fraternal figure of the friend return as a brother enemy. This is an immense tradition, biblical and Greek. The first allusion refers to a Stalinian moment, the fratricidal struggle of Tito, helped by Stalin, against Mihailovic, his enemy from within, supported by the English. Point 23. The second allusion recalls the Maoist moment, race hostility, class hostility, national hostility opposed to the Japanese invader of the same race, hostility regarding the brother of the same nation, growing stronger throughout fierce, interminable civil wars. 24. If, in what is worse than civil war, worse than an unleashing of modern stasis, absolute hostility can aim at the brother and convert, this time, interior war into true war, into absolute war, hence absolute politics, does not this vertiginous reversal in the truth of the political occur at the moment when it touches its limit, to wit, itself or its double, the twin, this absolute friend who always returns with the features of the brother? And if the brother is also the figure of the absolute enemy, what does fraternization mean? But, I ask you, what is a brother? Yes, what is a brother? Is one born a brother? The question seems ridiculous, dear friend. Of course. Not likely. Have you encountered brothers in nature? In nature and in so-called animal births? Fraternity requires a law and names, symbols, a language, engagements, oaths, speech, family, and nation. It is difficult, however, to erase this memory of real, perceptible birth, and birth of an identical, hence identifiable 25 mother. The memory of an identifiable birth, nature, or nation. Perhaps it is just the opposite. Well, it is indeed the same thing, if you prefer, but it is perhaps the opposite. Instead of saying difficult to erase this memory, I would prefer to say difficult not to remember. Now that changes everything. To find the brother, the unfindable brother who is never found in an experience of perception, should you not start from memory's injunction, and thus from some oath? Do you not think, dear friend, that the brother is always a brother of alliance, a brother-in-law or an adoptive brother, a foster brother? And the sister? Would she be in the same situation? Would she be a case of fraternity? It seems to me that Schmidt never speaks of the sister. He speaks little of the brother, but always in a significant and serious way, the originary friend as a brother of alliance or brother by oath, sworn brother. 26, fraternization or fraternity according to the Schwurbruderschaft, in the passage quoted in our epigraph, but also, and this is the same one, the friend killed in absolute war, the absolute political enemy. Much later, as we shall soon see, to the question who can be my enemy, Schmidt will answer, myself or again my brother is found to be my enemy. But he responds in this way to what, in effect, is in the form of a question. He responds to an enemy question, to the question of an enemy, as if he were speaking to the other qua enemy, O enemy, to the enemy present in the very form of the question, to what calls the questioner into question. The enemy would then be the figure of our own question, or rather, if you prefer this formulation, our own question in the figure of the enemy. We will hear Schmidt quoting, Der Feind ist unser Einfrage als Gestalt, the enemy is our own question as figure. There would be not a question of the enemy, or of the brother. The brother or the enemy, the brother-enemy, is the question, the questioning form of the question, this question that I ask because it is first of all put to me. I ask it only from the moment it descends upon me with blunt violence, in an offensive and in offense. In crime or in complaint. The question injures me, it is a wound within myself. I pose this question only, I pose it effectively, only when I am called into question by the question. Aggression, traumatism, war. The enemy is the question, and through the brother enemy, it originarily resembles, indiscernibly resembles, the friend, the original friend, Freund, qua brother of alliance, sworn brother, according to the oath of fraternity, Schwurbruderschaft. The question is armed. It is an army, a friend-enemy army. It would be easy to show, but we will not spend too much time doing so, that the history of the question, starting with the question of being, likewise for the entire history governed by it, philosophia, episteme, historia, research, inquest, appeal, inquisition, requisition, and so forth, could not have taken place without polemical violence, without strategy, and without arms techniques. This should be known, this can be known, without concluding that the question should be disarmed, or that only disarmed questions should be addressed. But without renouncing any question, hence any knowledge, and in order to keep investigating with vigilance, before and outside all war, what enables the deployment of this question, of which Heidegger said one day that it was the piety of thought. 27. Perhaps once again it will be necessary, and this would, perhaps, be the friendship of the perhaps prior to the question, even prior to the affirmation that opens it up and of which we were speaking above, to move back up the question, to move back along the question, further back than it, with and without it, next to it, before it, at least before it takes form, when the friend and the enemy pass into one another through the figure of the brother. Before any question, before the question mark, an exclamation mark would then have to be heard. And this double clamour would have to be heard again, addressed to the friend who is no longer or who is not yet, "Oh my friends, there is no friend," as well as to the enemy who no longer is or who is not yet, "Oh enemies, there is no enemy." "Enemies, there is no enemy," shouts the living fool that I am, would this reversing apostrophe, this cat apostrophe, be ours? Can we at least dream of reappropriating it as an event of our times, modem or postmodern, as some would say? Nothing is less clear. To believe it, we should have, at least, to be convinced that it both affects and characterizes, at its edges, a modernity against which it rises up in indignation. To be sure, modernity, you are losing the enemy and deserting grand politics, it seems to say, you neutralize and depoliticize, you must find the absolute enemy again, but against which it also rises up like a figure against a ground. Rising up like a figure against a ground to which it belongs, this cat apostrophe thus also marks and delimits a landscape, that of a political age for which it is so difficult, as we have seen, to mark off the limits. The living fool could certainly want to say, among many other things at least as enigmatic as this one, there is no more politics, there is no more great politics, the same news Nietzsche shouts elsewhere. In complaining rather than rejoicing. Deploring, in sum, what Schmidt will call neutralization and depoliticization. But, as we have just seen, this depoliticization broaches and conditions the build-up of an over-politicization. The figure of the absolute enemy, in this reversing passage, starts to resemble that of the absolute friend, the deadliest tragedy of fratricide. We could look for our examples in the Bible, which in some speaks of nothing else, starting with Cain and Abel, whose ghosts we will see haunting Schmidt in his prison cell. Let us choose Atros and Thyestes instead. In what is thus doomed to incest and to anthropophagy, to have the sons eaten by the father rather than the father by the sons, the stakes are, among brothers, those of politics, heritage, sharing out and assumption of power. In the absence of the father or the king. This is a matrix for a more strictly political rereading, a conjoined reading of the Purloined Letter and the theory of the partisan, even the ex captivitate salus. Such a reading would not play on the fact that Dupin introduces himself as a partisan, and that a certain feminization of the rival seems to be on the program. Before copying these lines from Kribilin, undesane si funist /silns digni dietri, est dignitathi est. They are to be found in Kribilin's Atri. Dupin had talked politics, he had declared his political prepossessions. In this matter, I act as a partisan of the lady concerned. He had predicted the end, in truth the political suicide of his rival, the self-destruction of his brother enemy. The latter will vouch for himself, if that can be said, to disappear, he will doom himself to his own political destruction, thus will he inevitably commit himself, at once, to his political destruction. But what is it that you do in designating the self-destruction that resembles you like a brother? There are so many contradictory perversions, so many monstrosities, with all these words we are speaking here, of course, of truth as monstrosity. These monstrous truths call up the equivocal admiration of the brother enemy, of the double or the rival, they excite his pitiless sympathy, for if he refuses him all compassion, Dupin has trouble rejecting this feeling so close to, even indissociable from, pity, sympathy. A pitiless sympathy, this would be the most striking figure of war and death among brothers. War to death according to the phantasm of the symbiotic, not far from the genius, the congeneric and the congenital. In the present instance I have no sympathy, at least no pity, for him who descends. He is that monstrum horrendum, an unprincipled man of genius. Schmidt has been reproached for making the enemy rather than the friend the properly positive conceptual criterion, das eigentliche positive Begriffsmerkmal, of his definition of the political. In the preface to the 1963 edition of The Concept of the Political he responds to this objection, which he considers a stereotype. In his apparently classical role as logician or dialectician, as didactician too, intent on methodically teaching the topic of